Why would the gods allow this? Why would I?
When it comes down to it, oh man.
Bands sticking up, no rubber
3
bands
out of
speaking up.
4 ain't bad.
Tennis so heavy, can pick it up.
One piece of them is knocked. Yeah, 2 of them is knocked. On set. I'm coming up on him.
I can't see.
Who's going to do enough damage? Look how close everybody is. Within the defense team are going to come down and try and make guys' job that much harder.
But he can't get stuck using defenses while
Then-
damage
Oh!
hides behind the knockdown shield.
Very aggressively currently, and look at the position, Jimbo. Reignite again. They forced out everything. They still have resources available. The damage across the field is so insane. 3 squads now remaining. And again, Reignite in such a commanding position. Almost all alive in Stinky B. There's 2 squads there for Reignite. They only got a couple more members left to go.
EXO now looking to come in and make the best of this.
EXO charging their way forward. They feel the victory in front of them and run into a top spot. Burger are taking matters into their own hands. They do need to be a little bit wary though, because there is a rat coming through on the flank. Just give some ground, all back a little bit, focus on the opponent at hand. There's at that range.
You doubt it.
Eva rate. It's worked. It was a 6 damage knock, by the way, but hey, sometimes that's all you need. Now we're down to the final 2 squads. Team Burger are just decimating everyone. All 3 of them remain, and a punch to finish it off for Team Burger.
Both squads remaining that are not called Dreamfight, just don't have the numbers. I mean, look at this. Roy wants to go in. Roy smelling the blood in the water right now. That's going to be a kill for sure. Bunny Up's got 1 squad versus 1 squad remaining. Parangai just don't have what it takes. Dreamfight.
Burger. Talk about rat gameplay. Well, that is it in a nutshell. They got themselves into the top 2. They're not going to win. And Thame was going to walk away with that every day of the week.
3 squads left now. Palace are gone. Team Burger down to only Pricey. Can he survive? How much longer is this going to take? Pricey has at least a gold number, but just no chance to heal up at all. Pretty much 1 HP now. Taking out 2 squads remaining.
Does
and
Godgap win?
Yeah, it's going to be Lightning Unicorn.
Low trials on the western side, actually run directly past each other as it goes in now.
Waltzy is Jar doing so much damage. Athens going to be eliminated now. 2 squads remaining. It's going to be strong. So many kills so far in this game. To the weird trash to be found. Reignite doing so much. A melee, but inside the ring, it'll still being the champions. Which means it'll be PK versus X Factor. It's only Dexter versus 3. PK have got this under lock. There's no way Dexter wins a 1v3. PK have certainly done it, and they have.
Are able to sort of get back behind more solid cover themselves.
There's an off.
First knock.
Jolas goes down. It's a great start. And they're going to try and push off the back of it. Pavlova now down to Inko and Bash trying to survive inside of this bubble fight. Eva 8 comes out for Bash. He's low. Finished off. Casa gets that knock. It's just Inko now left alive for Pavlova. And of course, MDY will be the champions.
You'd have to say 404 have this one in the bag.
404 have done it. Yep, you're dead right about it, Chris. He can't survive. 404, 2 players alive.
สควอตต่อสควอตครับสควอตต่อสควอตอุ้ยกิโลพอตครับเจ็บมากครับโอ้แล้วโดนเจ็บตลอดครับแก๊สปล่อยมาแบบกำรอยิงไปหนึ่งครับเหลือ2เท่านั้นครับมุดตามลงไปซ้ำให้มันจบครับแก๊สก่อยครับดับเบิลแชมเปี้ยนครับเอาครับ Yeah, it's clouding them in. Holiday trying to push through it. There we go. The EMP does come out eventually, but not in time to grab down that bubble. Zach and Rosmontis still alive.
Rihara's the last one alive for 404, currently trying to get into the dome, can't make it happen. And that is going to be Ogre 3. Just trying to save himself, the circle's closing in. BRP are looking healthy. Team Burger dropped down to only empty, and this could be BRP. BRP have all the players available that they need. 2 squads remaining, and no... By Mingwei, they're gone, so Golden State's winners of the last game have eliminated. Wolfpack are down to only 1 member. Zaratat trying to stay alive as a lone Wraith, finds a 1v1, can't do anything about it. 2 teams have to go, it's 404 versus We Are Trash. Both teams saw 3 members up and available currently, but so much damage coming through from We Are Trash, and they will be the one.
God Gamers there, they're just gonna rain. Oh my,
board. Those thermite grenades are doing huge damage to them while they're just trying to turtle behind these bins, and they're in such an awful position. It's going to make it so easy for Mexus just to beam them.
Currently, Team Burger are looking very healthy. Lightning Unicorn is super low. They've been taking out top 3 currently. With Golden Sage on a couple of members, this could be Burger's lobby now. Bandit Storm's on 1 HP. GPEG's not got too much to work with either. Burger have so much more. It's 2 versus 1. And Golden Sage, holy hell. Now X-Spark are just grinning ear to ear. They know this game is theirs for the taking. There's 2 squads left now, and the final members just gonna dash across the lava. But I think they're gonna get dropped on top of it's just pretty much 1 guy left. And that's gonna be the cleanup. X-Spark. Red's in the best position right now. Arthur's down to currently 1 member. It's a 1v1v3. And if this is going to go the way of Red, it might just be that there are very few members to contend against right now, and it will be Red at the end of the day. Stinky B versus SNG now, the final 2 squads. Stinky B are pretty stacked on up. Owa had to trade his red shield over for a purple one. And finally they're going to drop on top of each other. The domes have all been placed down. The final engagement now. SNG have already lost 1 player. Skirt, Drugger. They're on very low HP. And it looks like Stinky B are going to take it out.
Always a fun time when we do get into the studio. Welcome, of course, to the ALGS APAC South Pro League Split 1 playoffs. My name is Elvis Guy. This is Genome. And from 40 teams, Genome, throughout the split, we're now down to half that number, 20 remaining. Of course, you know, for those 5 that didn't quite get to go overseas, that's a little bit disappointing, but they do have a lot to play for today. And I think it's going to provide us with some very, very exciting games. I'm super, super looking forward to it. Kicking off 2022, you know, it's going to be fantastic.
Look, there's another 15 teams that are pretty happy about it.
Definitely.
Elfish, they weren't getting a chance to look in at the big prize pool we've got on offer here today, so they'll be pretty happy about it. The other good thing is that we're getting, for the first time in this split, all of the top 20 teams in the same Apex Legends lobby.
Yeah, I love that. I really do love the way that this has sort of all panned out. I mean, obviously, that might be a bit of an overstretch or an overstatement, but I do like the fact that, you know, we've got a lot of a continuation, I suppose, of what we got to see during Split 1, because it didn't really feel like we got a great idea or a great combination of the split. There was obviously teams that got to qualify to go overseas, but we didn't really get to see them all playing against each other or not necessarily all at the same time. Yep. So it's going to be quite interesting now to see how a lot of those teams, most of which haven't made too many roster changes, are going to come through into the Split 1 playoffs and, you know, kind of continue some of that momentum or maybe turn things around.
Yeah, look, no free points in this lobby, right? There's no, you know, none of those like sort of bottom 10 teams that you can just sit there and roll through, farm and grab the KP for that are letting you into those higher places. It's all gold here, really. Yeah,
well, we're talking about the numbers, we're talking about the teams. Let's take a look at who they are on paper. We've got the 20 teams here to have a quick squeeze at, and you're going to obviously see some numbers on the scoreboard there already. Now, Genome, that's obviously based on the fact that some of these teams did perform a little bit better during the split than the others did, and they do need their reward for that. Reignite was the top dog by quite a significant margin. You know, it almost feels like you probably should put 20 points to their name just by how dominant they were during the split.
Yeah, but 10, of course, is the max there. So this is essentially kind of just seeding points that you start off with here. So, yeah, the top 10 teams, they will actually go into this with those points to their name. The bottom 10 have to go up after that, but as you can see here, you know, the top 5 teams, as we mentioned, those are the teams that would have been going overseas. Now they get their seeding points to start off here and give them that little head start in making their way towards match point here.
Yeah, obviously quite an important little factor, isn't it? Because we've seen this kind of a format before in APAC South, and it really does feel like anything can happen when you come into the match point format. You know, there's obviously, you know, anyone can win any given game, essentially. That's the way that we're sort of thinking about this. And yes, it does take a little bit of time to get to that 50-point cutoff, but inevitably, we've seen situations where we're sort of 8-9 games deep, and there's like 4, 5, 6, 7 teams that have hit that match point, I suppose. And from out of nowhere, someone that you didn't really expect to do a whole lot just sort of walks away with a win, and that can definitely happen again today. We're going to be coming in and we're going to be talking about the likes of Reignite, the likes of EXO, Dreamfire as well, certainly a name that's hot on our lips at the moment as well, but it doesn't necessarily mean that these are going to be the teams that we'll be talking about in 5, 6, 7, 8 hours time. It really depends. Obviously, we don't know how long today's going to go as well. That's kind of one of the other exciting things about the format.
Yeah, I mean, if you go back and look at other match point playoffs that we've had in APAC South, it hasn't necessarily always been the big names, right? Reignite famously have been slow starters. They've often struggled to actually get over the hump, really, and get to match point. And when they do so far, it's always been too late. Will today be the day they kind of break that curse and live up to that potential? There's definitely a big part of me that hopes so, because they had such a great split one, and I think to some extent they deserve it.
Yeah, certainly. And again, we don't know necessarily how many games we are going to get out of today, but we do know how much money is going to be given away today. There's quite a lot of it involved. It never fails to astonish me, the amount of money that is going around in Apex Legends. $50,000 for first place, and to be honest, Genome, we could maybe play what's the worst case scenario? Maybe 3-4 games, I guess, is probably the least you could get. Let's say Reignite walks away with a win in the first 2 rounds, and then the third round, that could be the day done. So when you think about it from that perspective, 3 games, you win yourself $50,000. That's not a bad day at the office. But going all the way down to 20th place, you're getting some prize payouts. So for all of the teams that are playing today, I mean, that's a huge prize pool on offer. I continue to be astounded by how much money there is.
Mate, look, Apex Legends does very well in terms of the prize pool. Obviously, they've taken that global prize pool and they've split it amongst the regions for these regional playoffs, so we've got our chunk of that. Apex Predator, a little bonus on the edge there as well. Don't worry, we will be keeping an eye on who has the most kills throughout the day and see who walks away with that little bit extra as well.
Certainly wouldn't be a bad one to walk home with. But either way, that's obviously going to take a little bit of work. We've said, okay, maybe 3 games, it could be possible for a team to walk away with a win there. Every possibility that we could be here 10 games later and still haven't found ourselves a winner. Theoretically, I suppose, we could play much more than that. But anyway, let's talk predictions, because that's, I think, the point of the day that we are at now. Genome, who do we think is going to walk away with the wins? I found it a little bit difficult myself to go past Reignite, to be honest, because of how dominant they were in the regular split. So I don't think that they're necessarily a bad shout.
Yeah, you're basic, Elfish. I get it.
I know. It was a basic prediction. I did say that when we were giving them. I said, I saw you put in your EXO prediction. I thought, you know what, you're having a bit of fun. You're having a bit of a laugh, but I'm just going to go with the tried and true.
Nah, not at all. I think, honestly, the top 4 out of that top 5 are all very good chances.
Yeah.
So Reignite, Burger, EXO, and Dreamfire, they're all in form. They're all teams who can take out a win. They're often teams who find themselves in those end games, and I feel like with the extra seeding points they're getting as well, there's every chance that they'll get above match point and then be able to push it that 1 game further. But EXO, is the one I went for. I feel like they're just in really good form, and often when we see them in playoffs games, they're a clutch team.
Yeah.
And I think, they've kind of hit their peak at the right time in the season.
Yeah, so Sutaraiku coming through for a couple of the production team members. We've got the Obs team going for them, and obviously Swifty there as well. Rig there from the stats lads and ladies, and for me, I like that one. I'm a big fan of that prediction as well. We've got Rig from the video team as well. So it seems like Reignite is the team that really has captured the hearts and minds of maybe the production team and half of the talent team as well, which I don't think is unreasonable, right? They had such a dominant performance in Split 1 during the regular split, and they've been predominantly for the last year and a half, 2 years, or maybe even longer than that, one of the top teams in APAC South. And so it's hard to go past them. The only thing I will say against Reignite is that in some instances when we have come into these kinds of playoffs or finals or, top 20 lobbies that we've seen a couple of times, they definitely have struggled a little bit more than they have when, the lobbies are thinned out a little bit more. So
exactly.
I do have my questions maybe, and I'm hoping to see them sort of put to bed today, because I feel like Reignite, it's been a while. They deserve it. It's been a long time since they've really topped the pack in an event like this.
Exactly. Like, sure, they took out the number 1, the 15 grand, I think it was, for first place in Split 1.
Yep.
But yeah, they want that big cash payout here for the playoffs. And yeah, they just, have they finally shored up their mental game enough that they can really come through and do it here. Because I know they obviously have the ability, right? And I think one of the things that's going to put them ahead of some of the other teams here is just their ability to withstand pressure, right? So if you see them playing in the late game, other teams will full send it at them, and you'll see Jen Burton just like take out 2 of them immediately as they enter the bubble fight or something like that, and they just seem to be able to withstand this pressure as 2, 3, 4 teams pile onto them, and there always is a breaking point, and this is one of the reasons why I decided to predict EXO, because I feel like Reignite's the team who can take that onslaught, right? But there always comes a breaking point. But I feel like EXO is the team. They're the one who's good at being that fifth party. They're the one who's good at coming in and picking the moment and finishing the fight off.
Yeah, it's very interesting for EXO as well. I think they're not a bad shout either. I think that probably would have been the one that I would have headed towards had I not gone for Reignite, just because of how consistent they have been as a team. Again, very, very similar to Reignite. I feel like the highs haven't quite been as high for EXO as they have for Reignite, but I almost want to make the argument that they're a little bit more of a consistent team, results-wise at least, in events like this, and they've taken second place in Split 1. They took second place in the ALGS Championship as well. So they're definitely another team that, if you say Reignite is due for a win in an event like this, I think EXO probably is as well. So there's definitely an argument to be made for them. A few other teams as well that we didn't really touch on, but I think we're going to get into them a little bit later. We'll definitely talk about probably all 20 of these teams because there's a very good chance any of them could win today. We'll take a look at how things are shaping up though on the map first, Genome, and that's going to give us an idea of maybe how these games are going to play out a little bit. We want to take a look at the drop locations for all of the teams. It doesn't look like there's too many contests around the map.
No, so there's not really any contest that we're expecting today, right? Golden Sage and Kukui, they are both in Lava Siphon, but as we've seen that play out over the split, at the start they were actually contesting each other. Now they're just kind of splitting it, right? I think in the last week, they were in the same group, if I remember correctly, and they maybe fought 1 out of the 6 games, and the other 5, they just kind of, looted their half and just sort of and went their way. And I think that was like a fight over a beacon or something like that. I think the other thing to note about this, right, is that because in Pro League, you had all of those, the bottom 20 teams, the weaker teams, a lot of these teams might actually be used to getting a better drop spot than they're getting here. But, with all of the best 20 teams, all of a sudden, someone who was landing let's say Frag East half of the time in Pro League can't do it at all today because Rig's there and they're going to be making you pay if you try and do that. So that means if you're in the bottom 10 teams out of our 20 top teams here, you're probably going to be in a slightly worse opposition. That said, these guys have all practiced these drop spots lots. I'm not saying, they're coming into this unprepared or anything. It's just that they might have a slightly, less good starting point than they would at other points throughout the Pro League.
It's very important, isn't it, as well? You talk about starting point, and I think just from the context of today as a whole, it is really important to get off on the right foot. If you find yourself 1 game behind, I mean, in some cases, most of these teams are even starting 1 game behind, right? If you didn't finish in the top 10 in the split, you're finding yourself potentially up to 10 points behind at least 1 team, right? Yep. Reignite gets 10 points. If you're someone like X-Spark, We Are Trash, Stinky B, whatever, any of those 10 teams, you're essentially starting a game behind. I feel like 10 points out of a game, I mean, obviously Reignite has done a lot better than that, but let's be real, 10 points a game is probably about the average. You'd be very happy with that. So you're already kind of considering these teams have already got, 1, maybe half a free game on us. If we have a bad game 1, that number is just going to continue to grow and grow and grow, and inevitably, you get 4 or 5 games deep, and there's probably 2 teams already, 3 teams maybe, that are looking for that final victory to get themselves over the line. So it's very important in a format, especially like this, to start well.
But in a format like this, right, you have that exciting, opportunity that you can always come back.
True.
Right? Because it's not like there comes a point where another team is so far ahead of you that you can never make it up. All you've got to do is get to that 50 points and take out the win. And at that point, as long as, the other teams aren't ending the game, as long as you're trying to make sure you can hunt down that team who's match point eligible, which is going to be harder today, by the way, but we'll get to that in a bit. it'll keep going.
Well, I think it's probably a good segue to now start talking about that one, Gino, because that is going to be an important factor. The fact that anonymous mode is now in the game, as far as we understand, that's going to be in effect today as well in the lobby, which is a big deal because in a couple of our previous instances of the match point format, we have seen it has made a difference.
Okay, yeah, and I think this is a fantastic change they've made, and just so everyone knows, we'll be able to see everything on our view here as we're observing it. But the players themselves, it's like they're playing in a game full of streamers, right? So they can't see who, in the kill feed, it's all anonymized. They don't know who's going down. When a team is eliminated, it will show that. But in a situation like this, like what we just saw there, right? So that was Wolfpack Arctic in a match point format with 3 teams left alive. The same thing is happening here with Tom Young Kung, and this is game 4. So they managed to get to match point in game 4 of the ALGS Championships. But because in this previous instance, anonymous mode wasn't available, the other 2 teams here, which are Ath and the old team Burger, they just full send it on them, right? As soon as you see something
is the smart thing to do.
Well, you have to, because otherwise the game ends. So you're essentially, in both these clips, the teams were playing like 3v6. And Wolfpack Arctic almost pulled it off. But yeah, you can't get there, right? So I think this is why this is such a fantastic change, because it means teams who get to match point early aren't punished for that, They don't have the entire lobby kind of hunting them down, or at least it makes it a lot harder for them to recognize who the team is and do that.
Yeah, I mean, we've had a couple of discussions about this prior to the broadcast starting, and we've sort of theorized that maybe this does make it a little bit easier for those teams that are up towards the top end to close things out. No longer is it going to be a situation where you do find yourself in a multi-pronged kind of a fight, or getting sandwiched between a couple of teams just because they know that they have to remove you from the game, otherwise you're walking away with a victory.
I mean, the Wolfpack Arctic one especially, right? I really felt for those guys there. They played that game so well. They were in God's spot. 3 teams left. They'd done everything right, and then as soon as they showed up in the kill feed, it was just over.
I mean,
it doesn't matter.
It is, right?
It doesn't matter how many headshots Zaratas kill. He hits, man. He can't take out 6 people with a clip. So.
In a way, I respect it from the other teams, though. To be honest, like you have to play the way that the format allows you to, and if that's available to them, definitely go for it. I mean, it's also a skill in itself, just tracking that kill feed, seeing who's fighting where. So there is an element of that involved as well.
And that's still there to some extent, right? So if you're a really good team who studies and who knows all of these other teams, how they play, where they're going to rotate from, you can still use that information. That if it's a fragment circle, Rig is going to be playing in the train station, right? So you can make that assumption, but it's just a little bit harder to work it out from the kill feed now. And as a result, I think we're going to get a better match. I think it might be a little bit shorter as well. I reckon we're probably going to lose about a game on average, because the early games before Game 4, Game 5, where teams are just starting to get to match point, almost never ends there because too many teams hunting them down. Now, if they're good enough to get to match point and have the momentum to get there, very doable.
Yeah, traditionally, and I recall in a couple of previous instances of this format, there normally has been 1 or 2 teams that really have felt like they've been the dominant force, the ones that have kind of walked away with the early victories, but it seemed to kind of stall up a little bit when we got into game 3 or 4 or 5 or whatever. So there, I think definitely is a world where maybe you're right, maybe it does come down to a little bit of a shorter kind of a day, but that is one of those things that it's kind of like, it's easy to say on paper, it definitely looks like it makes sense. You'd have to say, yeah, I mean, there's no reason why in theory, it should make the day any longer, but that doesn't necessarily mean that we're going to just be walking out of here with 5 games. There is still very much a possibility that, the planets align for a 10-game day or something like that, and we start to get some pretty big ones. So we'll have to wait and see, I think, what we're going to get here from the teams, and hopefully things are going to go pretty well for us. But, Gino, I know there's going to be a bunch of teams that we, haven't really spoken about just yet that we're I think quite, well, teams that we should mention. We've talked a lot about Reignite. We're always going to talk about them. We're always going to talk about EXO as well. But briefly, we mentioned Dreamfire. I think Team Burger, Athame as well are 2 teams that were in the top 5 that were quite worth talking about.
Yeah, so especially those two. I mean, Team Burger, they're a team who are so good at getting to end games, but they're not as good at winning games, right? And that's a problem today. Usually it's not, because usually it's just about the consistent teams, picking up the kills, and just maximizing your points across a day, the average of how many points you get. Team Burger, excellent at that. But being able to pick up a game when it matters, when you're on match point, when you're on match point eligible, I don't think their strength. And so I think that's going to count against them today. On the opposite side, you've got Dreamfire. Now, they really started showing up towards the end of the season. They had a 3-game streak where they picked up 48 kills.
Big points.
Went first twice and second once. Okay? That is the kind of headspace, that's the kind of momentum, that's the kind of peak you need to be reaching to take out a match point format day. And, I was talking about how, EXO were kind of peaking at the right time, and that's why I'd pick them as my prediction. And I think Dreamfire in a very similar mold there. Now, they've picked up Roy.
Yep.
He's been with them for at least part of the season. And since he has come on to Dreamfire, it's really just turned it up another notch for them.
Well, what about Pete as well coming into that roster? So some pretty significant changes for Dreamfire since we first saw them in Split 1. Obviously with such a solid performance, making it to the top 4 overall, normally you wouldn't really expect to see roster changes for a team that had a pretty solid performance like that. But
yeah,
I mean, at least in the case for me of Roy, someone who's very experienced, someone we've seen a lot at this level of competition, that definitely doesn't seem like a bad pickup at all. And hopefully they're going to be able to keep the momentum rolling even despite the roster changes.
Yeah, look, I might need the stats team to check on this one, but I think he might have had the most kills of any single player in one game across the entire split. I think it was 12 kills or something just for him in one of those games where Dreamfire just absolutely popped off. So yeah, you're right. He's not a bad pickup, and especially when you think they had to replace Kakol on that roster, who was probably a top 2 player in the region. So getting Roy as a replacement, they were big shoes to fill, but I think he's actually done it.
Yeah, well, that's good to see, and hopefully they're going to have a good performance today. I mean, look, I would probably say the same thing for any team, right? I want to see every single one of these teams showing up and having the best possible performance that they can provide for us. You really want to be seeing everyone at their A-game level today. Athame as well, top 5 in the split. We saw Nutsuru-sama, of course, Saijin, God, Mosu, all 3 of those guys having really, really solid times. Nutsuru-sama is always going to be a really big talking point when he gets that sniper in his hands, so definitely someone that we're going to be keeping an eye on today as well.
Thank God they actually put the Sentinel back in the game in time. We were worried that the Rampage and the Sentinel might not even make it back in.
I'm sure he'd find a way.
With the bugs they had, and I think there's actually still a couple available, unfortunately, because he loves to pick up the gold armor.
Yep.
And that allows you to use 1 cell to charge the Sentinel, but unfortunately that's still bugged, so it's using 2 at the moment, which is, I swear they're trying to nerf him indirectly. I mean, he's just too good with it.
He kind of almost deserves it. There was one game during the split where we were watching, and we were pretty much watching his POV for 10 minutes or something when he was sitting at the top of the crane or the platform. I can't remember exactly, but he was sitting on top of something, and he had the Sentinel, and he just kept pinging people over and over and over, and it was really enjoyable to watch.
That said, look, Ath, not feeling as hot about them today, right? Been watching a lot of the scrims this week, and I just feel like they've changed up their playstyle a little too much. I'm not sure it's suiting them. They were actually playing a lot of Ashe and playing a lot more aggressively than we've seen them play in the past. And I feel like they're making some odd decisions. I'm not sure it's necessarily the style for them. We'll have to see today. Obviously, they have that fragging power, but yeah, I just worry that they're making some inopportune pushes, and that's gonna end their time a little too early in some of these lobbies.
Is there a little bit of an underdog story here somewhere today for any of the teams, that we haven't really spoken to yet? I'm sort of looking down the list. I'm seeing, Sutaraiku is always a team that we like to talk about. We know they're Aussie boys or ANZ boys, so they sort of do get a little bit of the bias love maybe from us. They're a reasonably consistent team in terms of placing in the top 10 of lobbies like this. Normally sort of see them around that 5, 6, 7, 8 kind of a mark, but they're never very often really pushing for a top spot. Is there maybe a story for them somewhere, or Primus Commander, another team that we were sort of talking about a little bit earlier on? Definitely one that's been on the rise.
Yeah, talking about on the rise, like Strafing Flame, I think he is a star on the rise. That guy absolutely shreds has been putting, I wouldn't say putting that team on his back, but certainly is the star player of Primus Commander. And yeah, I was just so flabbergasted that a Loba team actually took out the 12 points in one of our play days during Split 1. That was mind-blowing to me. I mean, you barely see it in the other regions. It's the only one in this region. And yeah, that was just... It was really cool. I mean, they're coming from Landslide. I mean, most people would say that's like the worst POI on all of World's Edge. And they won.
Well, I mean, I think the thing is, I think the thing is, you know, with Apex, you know, just in terms of the legend picks, you obviously do see the favorites. You see the kind of legends that get picked up pretty much every single time, and you do have the favored compositions as well. I was looking at it on your stats page, the one that you guys at Longshot sort of released to the public, which was quite useful. You know, it was something like, I feel like 70% of the comps selected were, you know, the God comp, but then there was any number of just
the Caustic Valkyrie Gibraltar one.
Yeah, and there was any number of other compositions thrown in there. You know, we've seen a bunch of different ones, and I think it's great that there is a world where, you know, depending on your playstyle, depending on your strength, or just your preference, whatever, you know, there is a world where you can kind of flex these legends around. You don't necessarily have to kind of get shoehorned into playing the three meta composition, or the main meta composition, or the three meta legends, or whatever you may want to call it, to have success. I really like the fact that you can see a little bit of a curveball thrown in here and there.
Yeah, and look, just before we jump into game, let's maybe just have a quick refresher on the format and how that works today. So it is a match point day, right? So what that means is your team needs to get to 50 points first. And once you have reached 50 points, the game after that, you become match point eligible. That means you need to take a first place. So once you have got your 50 points, you're match point eligible, you take a win, that's it. You win the day. Even if someone else has got more points than you, doesn't matter. They'll come second. It's really all about that final win. And it just means today is going to be an awesome spectacle. We're always going to finish on a high. And it always makes for a great day of Apex.
Well, it really is the best of both worlds, I feel. It's always difficult to make a format like this, you know, or a format in Battle Royales. But this one gives us the best of both, right? It rewards consistency. It rewards winning that big game as well. And now it's time to jump into the final, or rather the first game, I should say, of the day. I'm definitely hoping that it's not going to be the final one. It certainly can't be the final one. It is the ALGS APAC South Pro League. And it is the Split 1 playoffs, the first game of the day, and the first of hopefully many, although we don't necessarily know, do we, Genome? It could be 3, right? It could potentially just be 3 if there's a few really big games coming through from the lads on Reignite or EXO or any of those teams that starts off with a lot of points. Then it could be a very short day. But similarly, it could be a situation where you get to 50 points and you're stuck there looking for that match point over the course of 4 or 5 games, and we get all the way into the depths of maybe 10 games, something like that.
The more Apex, the better, I say.
Yeah. So we'll see how things do pan on out. See Athame starting things off here and just trying to loot themselves up. Obviously, you know, it's always going to be a little bit of a slower start. I feel at the start of the day, teams just trying to sort of get a feel for the lobby and figure things out a little bit. But, you know, hopefully sooner rather than later, we might get a little bit of action, and perhaps on one of those hot drops, we'll be able to see that.
Yep. Now this, of course, you know, when we were talking about, you know, why does Nitsuru-sama always start off with that gold armor? And, you know, this is exactly why, right? They start Skyhook West and Trials. Trials, obviously, it's not guaranteed, but you do get a very good rate of picking up at least 1 gold armor there, as well as, you know, there's some of the little flying loot ticks, which I forgot the name of.
I usually always just call them loot bugs. So loot tick sounds about good to me. Take a look on the map here, Genome, and you can see all the way down to the
Cargo
south.
bot.
That's where we're going. Cargo bot, good one. Yeah. Nah, loot bug sounds good to me. They make a funny noise. They're just basically a bug flying around.
Let's swat them out. Swat them out in the sky. All right, there we go. There's the first ring. So we're going pretty down low here. Looking at that, I think, well, it'd be hard to get down to launch site there. I'd be expecting it to be more between, say, Tree and Lava Siphon. But, you know, we'll have to see.
Yeah, not going to be the worst of locations for quite a few teams. I mean, there's a fair chunk down towards the southern side of the map, and for those that are sort of dropping in the middle area of the map as well, it's not the worst of rotations. Obviously, you can see Reignite sort of on the move there already. Sutoraiku was a team that I wanted to talk about in that context as well, so credit to the observers for jumping over in that direction. They're a team that does like to drop over at thermal station, so not a bad place for them to sort of see that first circle.
Yeah, they've already got a knock onto Fat Monster, actually, who is a Valkyrie player, so I'm assuming they were going over to that building because they didn't get a beacon at Tree, and were trying to use the thermal station beacon. As a result, Fat Monster has been knocked, and Wallet, Waltzy and Bullet.
Hey, if he wins today,
he's gonna have a fat wallet. Yeah, exactly.
Might consider a name change if they do come away with the win today. So they did get the kill onto Fat Monster there as well, you can see in the kill feed, but that wasn't the first kill of the game, or perhaps we came in with 59. I did just see 59 players in the lobby, so maybe one team's playing with only 2. We'll keep an eye on that as we do go through. Looks like Ogre 3 missed out on having their 3rd player in the lobby, so hopefully that'll get fixed up for game 2. I don't know, maybe won't, we'll see. Reignite have run into a team. We did just see them rotating their way down away from Fragment East, and they seem to have gotten themselves fairly central now inside of that circle, as they do tend to do, don't they, Reignite? One of those teams that does rotate quite early on in the piece, but...
Absolutely. They're a very quick rotating team, and, you know, as opposed to someone like Straiku here, right? So they started very close to this initial circle, right, Elfish?
Yep.
And they have not decided to get in there. They're still around. They're still looting, still replicating. And this is something I've definitely noticed with them recently. They obviously like playing Edge, but playing a very kind of replicator-focused style, I would almost say, where they just want to chain replicators, make sure that they've got minimum, like, you know, 3 purple armors, maybe a gold in there, and then start taking those fights on the Edge with that armory advantage.
Do you think that's more of a consistent kind of a play style?
Well,
or I feel like in some cases, or at least in some situations, it might be, but there are some situations where, you know, arguments can be made in the other direction. I mean, it's certainly more consistent in terms of the loot that you're going to be able to pick up and go into fights with, but in terms of getting good, solid positioning inside circles, maybe not so much. We'll hold that thought for now, as We Are Trash just getting themselves into a bit of a tussle.
Yeah, so they're going up against Ogre 3 there. They've already lost one of the 2 members they started off with, and now it's just Holiday, and he's going to try his best with the Mastiff, but Savior, our clutch god, from a couple of amazing moments we've seen out of him this season on the Watson. Love that pick too.
Yeah, it's a good start for We Are Trash, isn't it? Because they're a team I think that we probably wouldn't have spent a huge amount of time talking about. We certainly didn't in the pre-show, being that they finished 15th in the split. But obviously finishing in the top 20 is still a pretty good indication that you're quite a solid team. And if you've made it to this point, then there's every possibility that you could still walk away with a win today. And, you know, starting off, get a couple of points on the board early on in the piece. Good sign for them. Anything I'll say is if they're still up at the epicenter this late into the round, they've got a long way to travel, and there's a good likelihood that they won't be able to find a nice way into that final zone. So, I mean, it's a decent start, but what does that leave them for the next 5-10 minutes?
Yeah, this period of the game, depending on how teams are playing, can be a little shallow with the action. You get a couple of kills to start off with, but it seems to be settling down now. Especially the way this circle is sort of nestled between a couple of POIs means that, you know, teams might hedge their bets. They're going to be spread out across those regions, and therefore you might not necessarily get as much conflict until ring 3 or 4.
Yeah, I don't really mind that necessarily, especially in the first game. Just give all the players and teams a little bit of a chance to get warmed up, and you know, you might not get much of a fight even. You might just get knocked out pretty quickly after 5-10 minutes of running around doing whatever. But I think it is nice to, just from you know, a confidence standpoint or a momentum standpoint, to just spend a little bit of time in the lobby. Even if you're not necessarily fighting, spend 10-15 minutes running around and, you know, getting a feel for things and seeing how it's going, rather than just getting completely banged out of the game after the first 5 minutes and feeling like you didn't really get to play the first game.
Just getting your eye in.
Yeah, I think that's probably a good way of putting it. And obviously that also leaves us with the possibility of having quite an exciting final few circles as well. When there's a lot of teams left alive, there's going to be a lot of action. A lot of teams trying to rotate means, well, they're going to be bumping into one another. And so I dare say that's something that we're going to get in probably about 5 minutes' time when these circles really do push a little bit tighter.
So we are trash, making the long rotation after picking up those early 2 kills. Pretty much the only one that far outside of that initial circle. There's still a couple hanging around in Harvester. We've got Dreamfire and Ath over there. A little bit landlocked. WGG. They are much deeper in launch site. Not just around the corner, actually, from Reignite. We've got Team Burger down there as well, holding one of the caravans below them. Primus Commander, as usual, like to be in the center, so that that black market has got many death boxes to pick apart. And actually, I think one of the things I noticed after watching a lot of play over the last couple of weeks, Elfish, is that teams are starting to get really annoyed if they're next to Primus Commander, because they will literally just loot stuff right from under you, right? I mean, they'll start chucking ammo on the floor, nicking your ammo. I've actually heard teams coordinating very quickly, you know, armor swaps and things like that, because, you know, you can get your armor nicked if you put it on the ground for too long. Your attachments are on the ground for too long. They will take them away from you.
It's a good point, isn't it? I guess if you are going to play that low, but you really need to try to abuse it to the nth degree to get the value out of it. Otherwise, it doesn't necessarily justify the pick. But the way that they're going about it right now, Primus Commander, it looks fantastic. I mean, you can see here on the minimap on your screens, they're, as you said, basically dead center. There's a very good chance there's going to be a lot of fighting around them, and they're going to be able to really just get as much loot as possible, even if they're not going to use it, just to take it away from other teams.
And it changes up how you play those sort of inner circle play styles as well, right? Because usually, if you're finding that great spot right in the middle, it means you've had to rotate quickly, you haven't had that much time to loot, and you run out of materials and meds and ammo really fast, but they don't. So not only do they get this great spot, but they can actually, you know, keep firing and keep putting pressure on because they just have access to almost infinite ammo.
Well, it's a good strategy when it works, I suppose. And so far, so good for Primus Commander. Rage, you know, still making the rotate happen here out by Tree. They have got themselves a little bit of cover for now, but this is not going to be somewhere that they can spend too long in. Arcstar on top of them. He's just going to tag Kaiser down a little bit, pops one of the caustic barrels as well. So it's definitely not a comfortable place to be.
No, they will have to just wait. Looks like, okay, I'm not sure they're necessarily getting full scent there. Why that all happened, we saw one of those very interesting decisions that Ath made, and they've actually gone down to Dreamfire and seeded a couple of KP there. That happened over in Harvester. But as you can see, most of the teams that are holding position are over here in Tree.
I mean, Sudaraiku have just forced the bubble already, and Bullet, I mean, he's seen that knock coming through from Waltzy, and he's decided now is the time to push it already. Some tags coming through from that thermite nade. It looks like it's in the perfect place. All they have to do is just get in there, throw some nades through. Waltzy doing that duty from still up on the high ground, spots out the potential third party coming through. And Sudaraiku, well, it looks like they'll just reset off the back of it. They didn't quite manage to capitalize on that knock. Enough time maybe for the res. They're not necessarily aware yet, Sudaraiku, but on your screens you can see it still hasn't gone too well for Genius. Great news for Sudaraiku is, I mean, even if they don't get any kill points out of this, at least they're severely hampering the chances of another team of winning this game. And, you know, small wins count for something.
So they get the knock, but they don't get the finish. Overclock Esports, the team that starts, they I believe they used to be Magic Esports, starting over in Geyser. One of the first teams to drop here. And you can see Straiku, they've pushed in there, they've managed to get knocks, but they still have just not been able to finish, and that's because there's other teams that are really just putting too much pressure, and EXO sitting over to the side of them are making them think twice about fully committing to that fight.
I mean, it's a good thing to see, isn't it, right? You get that aggression when you feel the opportunity is there, but you don't overcommit to it. I like that from Sutaraku. They're not prepared to throw their entire game away just for 3 kill points. And, you know, they're thinking about that long game, but they're also still not afraid to take their chances when they are on offer.
Definitely makes sense. Inside the ring, most northeastern team here. BRP actually going to be bulk bolting further into the circle. They have got this scan, by the way, as you can see on their mini-map, and now they have nestled themselves in here.
It's a bit of a scary spot, though, isn't it? It doesn't feel like there's a lot of cover there.
No, I mean, it's pretty low ground. Like, yeah, sure, you've got like some rocks and stuff, but it's you're definitely going to be taking fire from either angle. So I hope they've brought the meds to cope with that.
Oh, Sentinel out here for strafing Flame, not quite able to connect it just yet. But again, Primus Commander does maintain a position inside of the zone, though they will inevitably have to move pretty soon, I would say. Dreamfire. Many eyes on this team coming into today. A couple of those newer players in there. Hoping to see big things from Pete. And obviously we know what we're going to get from Roy. Very solid player alongside Ems, who I guess is really now the core player of that roster, isn't he? The one that remains.
Been there the longest, yeah, no doubt. So they're worried about, they've got inside the ring to their north in the control center and Lava Siphon, and then they're also on the bridge. We are trash using the Watson just to jam up those train cars.
A little bit of an eye of the storm kind of a situation. Now we did have a little bit of action on that last circle shift. Now it looks like most teams have got themselves to relative safety for now. MDY perhaps is the exception. I'd say this is more of a chip battle than anything else. There's not going to be a push coming in on top of MDY just yet, but it does look a bit of a precarious position for them. You know, there's not a huge amount of cover. Again, they're quite central, which is nice in a way, but it also sort of tends to draw eyes in your direction. Lots of teams going to be looking into the center of the circle, and so you might be taking a bit more damage than you otherwise might.
Well, you know, Central's nice if you've got cover, but they've, you know, they're just kind of dancing behind the big pylons there. So it's G-Pay from Golden Sage who's actually holding a building by himself, center zone. So you would imagine at some point someone's going to realize that and remove him from the title.
Yeah, Method to Madness, quite the exciting team as well, formerly known as Lightning Unicorn. They did manage to have a pretty solid time in Split 1. They did manage to take 6th, which I guess at that time was probably a bit disappointing, right? They were one spot away from land, but now that they're able to play in this top 20 lobby, again, they get some points out of that 6th place, and they've got another crack at a fairly sizable chunk of money. And I think they're going to be quite an exciting team to watch. You know, they had some really good games in Split 1.
So you can see Reignite, we're almost at the, you know, the fourth circle closing in here, Elfish, and they've still got, you know, a white armor on Templex and 2 blue armors. And I've got to say, recently, from what I've been seeing, Frag East, the loot there has not been good. Like, sometimes they are walking out of there with 3 white armors and not a single bat between the entire team.
Gone are the days of Sorting Factory, hey?
Exactly. And, you know, I think they are, well, you can't say struggling, right? Because you've seen how well they've done this season. But it does make it hard for them sometimes to be aggressive early game. You know, push some advantages, get some early KP. That it kind of just removes that option from them.
Oh, Deep, nearly biting off more than he can chew. Does go down to 1 HP, 1 shot away from death, but he'll be fine to just jump back behind that bubble and put his shields back on. Doesn't look like there's going to be too much of a push coming back through from whoever it is that Stinky B is having a stash with right now.
Yeah, it's WGG on the other side of that, down here in launch site. And they really do have them cut off here. They could go through the zone and make a little bit of a rotate. They'd be running into X-Spark at that point. And with 10 seconds left, they don't really have time to do that. Honestly, WGG barely has time to
they might not even have
go anywhere either. And they're both going to be getting gate-kept here by Team Burger, who are holding this eastern edge of the next zone.
Doesn't look like a very fun run, does it? Something out of Squid Game, I don't know, whatever it may be. Not much cover there at all. They're going to have to do it. That nade looks like it's going to land, but Reignite do deftly avoid it just by charging forward, but that puts them in the firing line. For now, you have Jen Burden just keeping an eye on things.
They're in the same building as EXO there. You know, they finally did get rid of Jipe from Golden Sage, so those two are now fighting over that building. We've got Stinky B also pushing in. You can see Gibraltar Ultimate starting to rain down. The bubble having to be used here as teams try and desperately just reset and get past it. You know, there's still 14 squads left.
Well, one knock back in the wrong direction for STB. It was answered well by a couple, but ultimately they do fall. Now We Are God. Gamers get into the mix. Forgotten down to a sliver of HP once again. He will drop. And it's just an absolute mess around the middle of the map. You can see this is a position that has been fought over in the split quite a few times. I remember a game for Sutaraiku where they were locking down that very van and they weren't quite able to hold on for the victory. It's just such a hot spot and such a dangerous area. It seems like a bit of a blessing in disguise or a curse in disguise, depending on what your perspective is looking at it.
Well, as we talked about, Straiku, you know, they're going out there, they're fighting teams, they're using the replicators to make sure that they have the right equipment, and they're already up to reds. That said, it's that trade-off. Do you want the armor? Do you want the position in the ring that is defensible?
Well, I don't know that there are many positions inside of the ring right now that are super defensible. Sutaraiku seem to be answering with quite a strong negative because they're the team that's pushing in. They have just lost Bullet.
Oh no, and MDY is now coming up with all three, and they don't have really time here to get Bullet back up available. That means they have to try and take it in a 2v3. MDY, a very mechanically skilled team, are going to make that extremely hard, and they absolutely roll through Straiku there.
Yeah, just when it's starting to look good for them, it all falls apart a little bit, doesn't it? Those red armors are going to be donated, gifted over to MDY. They find themselves a couple of upgrades. Lots of loot inside as well for them if they need it. Surely ammo, meds, shields, grenades as well on offer.
Okay, so looking at this next circle, it's that building that really is going to be important. So your team's in there, EXO and Reignite, and we've got Rage, I think, who are just sort of hiding underneath. So those three teams currently probably in the best positions. The rest of them only have, you know, rocks or, yeah, look, there's a caravan in there, sure, but that's about it.
Well, MDY, I mean, they get the position, but I don't think it's going to help them out too much in the near future. And this is Reignite doing what they do best. Playing from a central position, getting aggressive when the opportunity is there, fighting teams, taking them down, building up their armor, and also building up those kill points as well. It's Jen Burden and Zero that get on the offensive and get some points on the board.
Look at that, just goes out by himself, grabs, what was that, like 2 KP.
Two kills, yeah.
His teammates just holding inside saying, hey Jen, go grab us some points.
I mean, at this point, it's also even placement points if they're knocking other teams out of it. So, you know, it's more than just those two. Kakoi, they're going to try and do much the same, and they are successful in taking down MDY eventually. Again, thinking about those red armors, very important in situations like this, just to have that little bit of extra HP to your name, and that's now in the hands of Kakoi.
5 squads left alive, so we've got Kakoi, BRP, EXO, Rig, and Rage. I think all of them actually have the full 3 players available, which does kind of make this hard to predict. Usually at this point there's a couple of rats or duos in there, but all 5 teams now looking to try and get that man advantage.
Oh, I think you'd have to look at those teams up on the high ground inside of the building as being the teams that have a bit of a better shot, although they will inevitably have to move. Rage down here, you know, just hanging about outside of the building. It's potentially a dangerous place to be, right? When you've got EXO and Reignite looking to dislodge you before they make their move. Those are 2 teams that I would not like to get sandwiched between.
Kakoi's currently sitting on 9 kills as well, so they've had a very good game as well, looking to chuck the placement points on top of that and get ahead, possibly even into first place if they can continue. Yeah, all 5 teams still good to go.
Yeah, so as of yet hasn't made too many aggressive moves. Waiting patiently to see if other teams are going to fight each other first, and that's exactly what's happening. Reignite and BRP going head-to-head. Jen Burden is down. That might be the striking opportunity for a bunch of other teams.
Reignite, they've just popped BRP, and luckily the rest of the teams are on the southern side of the circle, and I think Reignite actually have a chance to reset here if they take it. They're a bit too worried. And instead of getting the res, they actually try and med the team members that are still alive. And as a result, it does give a little bit of time for Kukoi to take them down.
EXO have been biding their time, and now they choose to jump out of the building. I mean, they were almost standing inside of the zone there, Genome. They've dropped their bubble down late. Easy Flash, Bastion, and Doom up on the high ground. Might be in a good spot here, depending on how long this fight does take. Obviously, that zone's going to be pushing at their back, but if they can utilize the high ground advantage to take those peaks, jumping on top of the containers, it looks like it's going to work out well for Kukoi. 3 players still up, 6 remain in the game. That's 2 squads. Kukoi lose 1. It's Easy Flash down on the floor, but it does not matter. Kukoi walks away with a victory in the first game of the day, and that is a much-needed win for them as well, Gino. Bearing in mind, they did not walk into the day with any points. They were not in the top 10, so getting those ones on the board already, very good start.
27 points, I believe,
Damn.
they just picked up. I think that was a 15-kill game. On top of the dub, they played that high ground to perfection. You saw, you know, being in the building was great for a time until the ring pushed you out of that. Then you saw the teams on the low ground like Rig. Sure, they won the 3v3 versus BIP very convincingly, I might add.
Yeah.
And if they had have gone for the res like immediately, they probably would have been able to reset. But it's a hard decision to make, right? You're probably thinking with the other 3 teams, there's someone's probably gonna have a go at you. I mean, you know, maybe they were taking a little bit of spray and that's what made them make that decision. They don't. They've only got the 2 members left alive. That just makes them fodder for Kukoi, who as soon as they peeked over the top and disengaged a little bit for the rest of the teams. And then, yeah, we saw from there it was a bit of a mop up, right? They come over the top on the containers there, and EXO, unfortunately, from the low ground that's a very hard decision to play.
Yeah, I think as soon as you saw that ring pushing in, there was 3 teams, all 3 teams having 3 players up. Once we got into that final ring and you saw Kukoi on the top of the cliff, and obviously, in a sense, kind of having that staircase, which was the containers, to slowly but surely walk down and maintain their high ground, it always looked like it was going to be their game to lose, and you know, incidentally, they did not lose it. They walked away with a big win. Sort of felt like they flew under the radar a little bit earlier on, right? We weren't talking a huge amount about Kukoi. We didn't get to see them too much, but 15 kills and walking away with the win, it's exactly the way you'd like to start the day. That said, you know, there's a bunch of other teams here that are worth mentioning on your screen. Reignite, obviously, we were talking about how they were getting a little bit aggressive in that final circle. I didn't quite catch how many kills they ended up with, but you know, they're definitely a team that's probably pretty happy with how that first game played out. EXO as well, the top 2 teams that came into today in terms of the points from split 1, you know, 10 and 9 respectively. If they can keep themselves in the top 5 every single placement for the first few games here, they're definitely going to be in the mix when it comes to the match point format pretty soon, probably quicker than most teams. And so, you know, overall out of that one, Kukoi definitely happy, Reignite happy, EXO probably pretty happy as well. So not a bad start for those 3 teams.
Yeah, I mean, Kukoi were pretty consistent throughout split 1, right? They, you know, had a minimum got 2 split points across the entire split, and they ended up with 20, which was enough to put them in 12th place, right? But they didn't really have one of those pop-off days. They had maybe some pop-off games, but never an entire day that they could put together. So obviously, this is a big win, and it puts them halfway to being match point eligible.
I mean, like I said, it could be 3 games, right? We could literally be here for 3 games. That, to be fair, under the proviso, I thought that it was maybe Reignite or EXO that was going to pop off from game 1 and, you know, maybe get to game 3 on that match point position. But if Kukoi can have another game like that, and then another game like that, then we're in for a 3-game day. Although it seems unlikely, you know, like you talk about it from Kukoi's perspective, consistency in terms of their weekly results, but in terms of really pushing the bar, pushing the issue over one day, having multiple really good games in one day, maybe that wasn't quite there for Kukoi during the split itself, but that's kind of what you need today, right? Today is all about just one day. There is no consistency across the board. There's no next week coming back next Sunday saying, hey, we can, you know, sort of, we have a decent week here. We're putting ourselves in a nice building position for the rest of the tournament. None of that. It's today only. You have to have a good day. One game is not going to cut it. If that's going to be their one win for today, they're not going to win today. They're not going to do it. right? You need to have multiple wins, or at the very least, you need to save your win for the right time. And unfortunately, the first game in this kind of a format, I mean, in a sense, it is the right time. There's never a bad time to have a win, but obviously, it's a bit better when you get to that match point. So hopefully Kakoi have something left in the back pocket. Gino, I'm going to quiz you on that when we do come back. I know there's a bunch of other teams that we really do need to talk about as well, but we're only one game deep. It's time for us to head to a short break. We'll be back in just a moment for Game 2. Don't go too far away. G'day and welcome back to the ALGS Pro League Split 1 playoffs for APAC South. Elfish Guy here alongside Genome. We are jumping into our second game of the day, Genome. It's going to be a big one. We've already seen a fantastic start from Kokoi, and I think now is probably not a bad time for us to start thinking about how the second game is going to pan out, because the game is already underway. Let's have a look at how things have started off. You know, we did just miss the drop, and that's about it. There's been a little bit of loot time, but nothing too much has occurred by the looks of things. I will just point out, Genome, that Ogre 3, I think at this point, probably need to rename to Ogre 2, and they need to sort of hope that they can get their third player back in. Primus Commander, the other team that's missing a member. So you see 58 up there in the top right. There was no kill yet. It's just two teams that haven't had their third player into the lobby. So starting off game 2, Genome, I mean, I said I'd quiz you on Kokoi. I don't know what there really is much to say apart from Kokoi good, and hopefully they can do it again.
Taking that southern side of Lava Siphon worked out pretty well for them. Obviously, the last ring was right in their lap. I mean, you couldn't really ask for much more. This one's certainly not going to favor them quite as much. It's more of a countdown kind of circle, because at the moment it's over countdown, it's over Skyhook as we saw there, but you don't really get southern Skyhook rings at all, essentially. So it's pretty much going into countdown, potentially maybe over near Trials, but even actually looking at it now, I don't think it can be. I think it has to be either countdown or sort of in between there and landslide.
Well, I guess we'll have to wait and see. You know, we can play that waiting game over clock. Just doing some replicating here for themselves, not wanting to get into the thick of things too early on in the piece. Look like they need a couple of upgrades, don't they? Hickey J still sitting there on just the white armor. Looks a little bit better here for Team Burger. Price, he's found himself a set of purple armor, so they're feeling a bit better about themselves.
Obviously, Burger starting in Lava Fissure. That makes it a really nice, quick and easy rotate over to countdown for them. Dreamfire are already in there, and We Are Trash as well, already making their way down from Skyhook. So well within the circle. Rig sitting over at Landslide at the moment. Will they choose to get in a little bit deeper, or have all of the good spots been taken so far?
Whoa! Rudine goes splat on the floor after empty. Does manage to knock him down. That was a very long fall for him. We Are Trash are not looking like they're in a very good spot at the moment. They are getting absolutely decimated, and not really much to say for them. That's a little bit unfortunate. Raki gets himself a couple of knocks, so kill in there as well. And, well, Team Burger are happy to just watch from safety inside the control room.
Yanli's left alive to rat this one out. At least it's the Wraith player. He's going to be able to just hide down the bottom of countdown, and hopefully no one comes to find him.
Where is Kokoi? I'd love to know where Kokoi is at the moment, because obviously they were the team that started off so well.
I'm coming for you.
And we'll be, I think, quite keen and eager to see how their progression continues today. It was, what, 27 points out of that first game, Genome, which basically means you've got half your job done, at least in terms of getting to match point to point. I don't know if there's maybe a more eloquent way of saying that, because I feel like saying match point for the rest of the day is probably not the way that I want to go about things, but we'll think about it. Anyway, they're definitely a team that, you know, I sort of, again, felt like flew under the radar at the start of the day, because we just, you know, we always talk about Reignite, we always talk about EXO and those teams that sit inside the top 5. But for Kokoi coming in 15th, fantastic start. And hopefully a sign of things to come.
Oh, they're making their Valk rotate right now. Spark sitting over towards Lava Fissure. So they don't get taken down like We Are Trash to mid-flight.
Yeah, you got to feel a bit miffed if you do run into a situation like that, don't you? Because normally, you know, there's people flying all over the place in the air, and they're all okay. But if you're the one team that gets taken out mid-rotate when you're flying through the air, that feels a little bit unfair.
I mean, you say unfair. I mean, go back a year, Elfish. Try telling people who are playing Wraith that they could have a rotate tool that was about 6 times the distance of a portal. Like maybe, no, actually, wait, it's probably even more than that, to be be honest.
To be fair, the portal does make you invulnerable on the rotate, so
sure.
there is a little bit of a
trade-off.
A trade-off there. And let's be real, I was never a Wraith player, so therefore I never liked Wraith players. So Wraith players can.
You're an anti-TTV.
I'm an anti-TTV. That's right. Yeah. So they can have all the opinions they want, but I like Valk better. I'll say that much. Anyway, we are God Gamers are in on the rotate, incidentally, with the Valkyrie, as we've been speaking of it. And they didn't have the greatest of starts. Got knocked down pretty early on in the piece, and it does look like that might continue. Forgotten just gets beamed. It's going to force a bubble out. There's a thermite nade in there as well, but I'm not sure Mex just really wanted to land on the top of it. Now it's just Misanthropy on top of the building with that vault, and already making the quick decision to get out of dodge.
Supremus Commander, they came in with 2 players, right? And they've somehow found themselves in a position that a team just Valks right on top of them. Don't really notice them at all because I think they weren't in the building. I think they were actually in the bottom level of the lava fissure compound, and as a result, they just pop up, beam 2 of them, and then all of a sudden it's a 2v1. So that's a nice couple of kills for Primus Commander. In a game that they probably thought wasn't going to go their way.
I mean, Primus Commander definitely need every helping hand that they can get, don't they? If they're playing with only the 2 players, it's pretty imperative that they get that initial knock. I should correct us as well, by the way. It was 28 points out of that first game from Kukoi, not 27. So we don't want to take one of their points away.
Yeah, wow.
Not that it makes much of a difference at the moment. They're leagues ahead of the rest. Reignite on 21, but you know, they would have only gotten 11 points out of that first game by contrast. So.
Exo, Dreamfire, Burger, all following them up. So a couple of those big names are around the top at the moment.
Yep. I mean, even Sutaraiku is in there as well. They didn't get too many points out of that first game, but they're in the top 6, which is, you know, generally where they find themselves on the scoreboard. It sort of seems to be the real estate that they've taken up residence in for the better part of, you know, the last 12 months or so, even despite that one roster change that they had. You know, I still feel like this is a team that can really do some pretty amazing things, but I think it's just the consistency that is the major factor for me when I'm talking about Sutaraiku. They really do have those big pop-off games. At least once a day you sort of feel when they're, you know, not really underperforming. But there are certainly games where they do drop off a cliff pretty quickly and it just falls apart a little bit. And so if they can put together a few more of those really good games, you know, on any given day, then they're going to be a team to beat. And it wasn't the worst of starts for Sutaraiku, but certainly not the best of starts either. A little bit of work to be done for them, and they don't get as much of a leg up from that seeding that they had from Split 1 as some of the other teams.
So the duo of Primus Commander now going up against Golden Sage, and once again, somehow, with a man disadvantage, they do manage to cause trouble for Golden Sage and at least grab the 1 kill. But off the back of that, Saraiku come in and try and say, oh, this is an easy third party. All of a sudden, they're down to 1 member alive, and Primus Commander still have both standing.
How on earth are they continuing to do this? They're just hiding behind the loot bins and fragging up a storm. It's like every team that tries to breach them is getting decimated.
Well, the turbocharger is in the replicator today, Elfish. So you can see that I think it was Strafing Flame there that had the devotion with the turbo ready to go. Maybe they can get 1 res off here, but no, PK have heard it. They're actually going to full... I was about to say full send. They haven't jumped just down yet, but I don't think they saw him. There we go. There's the knockback onto Bullet, who'd only just been brought back alive. And Waltzy, while on full health, is trying to get away now. But he's been very quickly gone from being the hunter to the hunted.
Oh, I love what I'm seeing here from Primus Commander. You really love an underdog story, don't you? And they are certainly the underdogs in this game, coming in with only a couple of players, but already picking up 3 or 4 kills for themselves. Strafing Flame having a bit of a hunt here for Bullet. And I'd say that 1 remaining player for Sutaraiku has just disappeared, which might not be the worst of decisions because, as I was going to say, the banner was collected.
Yeah.
So we can get Jaro back into the fight. Bullet, he might not be much longer for this world, I'd say. It'll be a tough one to pick back up when that zone is starting to push in now, and Primus Commander is still sort of hanging around a little bit. I mean, even bringing Jaro back at this point is a difficult task.
Okay, so here we've got the next circle available to us there. Yeah, look, the fact that that's over Skyhook is making me think it's almost certainly going to come down unless
south, yeah.
unless we're getting a very unusual circle that I wouldn't have seen before, or at least haven't seen in many seasons, I should say.
Yeah.
'Cause of late, they've really only been to the very north of Skyhook.
Yeah, you would think, I mean, Team Burger there right in the center, those blue arrows are looking like they're not in a bad spot if that ended up being the case. Dreamfire as well, which were the orange triangles. I think that they're probably not feeling too shabby about things either. I mean, they didn't set the world alight in that first game, but their opportunity now does arise if we do come back down south away from Skyhook.
Ath sitting up here in the west of Skyhook where they start off. They're a little bit worried about some of the crypto drones flying around, so Saiyajin's got his armor on the floor just for the moment. BRP actually playing in a good spot
I love
under trials.
Nutsuru-sama just standing on top of his Corsic barrel, like looking through the window. It reminds me of like a meerkat or something, you know? They're just like, what's going on? He's just sitting behind the window because he knows he can't get shot. He's just standing there having a look.
I should have watched more Meerkat Manor, but
I remember. Oh, what a
I
great
feel like
show.
there was something in there about meerkats actually being quite deadly.
Oh, yeah, probably. I mean, they're little... Well, I'm sure they got some sharp claws and teeth and whatnot. There's a lot of them too, so that probably helps. Method to Madness, I'd say they probably do need a little bit of help as well, don't they? Because they're down to just the two, got gaps with the white armor only. Flatline Eva 8. I mean, things are not looking too crash hot for Method to Madness at the moment. Even their cover, I mean, even their position, they've got a lot of work to do.
As predicted, the ring definitely is going down towards Countdown.
Yep.
So all of those teams in Skyhook, quite a few of them there. I mean, they should have known that the ring wasn't ending there. Perhaps that was the only option available to them.
Yep.
But they're definitely just going to get shoved into the grinder there as they go through that choke between Skyhook and Countdown. Yeah, wow, okay, so eventually, I guess PK just gave up that position. Talking of them, actually, just getting into a little bit of a scuffle with Team X-Spark, and somehow, again, in a 2v3, they've got it down. They've almost taken down Bell Senpai as well, so... Oh, man.
I haven't managed to actually confirm any of those knocks there, Primus Commander, in that fight out over toward the west.
Here we go.
We do jump over to it now. X-Spark, they are looking a little bit worse for wear, but they've got all three players back in the mix.
A stick from Strafing Flame. He goes into the bubble and grabs that with the Arc Star. There we go. Bell is down again, and once again, it's 2v2 already. Primus Commander, how do you keep doing this?
Well, can they even be stopped at this point? Axilic, he is looking pretty low on those shields, trying to pop another cell, and we'll get that one off. But in the meanwhile, Fat Monster goes down, and so too does the entire team. What a fantastic game we're seeing here from Primus Commander.
They have 8 kills as a duo from the start.
Well, they are your kill leaders, and I think there's, well, I guess a bit of a surprise as to that being the case, because when you come in with 2, you really don't expect much, but if you're going to get 8 kills, 8 points out of a game as a duo, you're definitely going to be taking that, and then potentially some more. Primus Commander, I don't think they're going to slow down. I feel that confidence, that momentum flowing in their direction.
Oh no! High's been taken down though, and
the dream might be dead.
Could be. Strafing Flame just getting chipped away at. And here's a reignite fight here, and they're actually just going to demolish MDY.
Yep, not much really to write home about there for MDY as we see the GB bubble go down. Just to provide a brief moment of respite for reignite. Jen Burton firing off.
Oh, yeah, look, they've got Dreamfire and Soraiku right on their backs though.
Yeah.
Sure, they've got the ring to try and help them here. Straiku actually getting hurt from above, and that's going to be Dreamfire focusing on them. Maybe Reignite come in here and take advantage of this. You can see Jen still trying to get the bat off before perhaps they want to fully commit. A bubble used to confirm that res there for Straiku. They're going to have to ult right on top of them. 20 seconds until the bubble though. This is gonna annoy them as well.
Well, that is the defensive bombardment in every sense of the word, isn't it?
Yep.
Really just trying to take some of that pressure off of Sutraiko. Bullet on the move. gets to a relative corner of safety here alongside Waltzy. It looks like they've at least made that difficult cross work out for themselves, but they still don't seem to be in a fantastic spot. You know, utility meds-wise, couple of bats there for Bullet's going to go down to just the one. He's asking for some shield cells off of his mates as well. I'd say they're really, really just scraping the bottom of the barrel as far as utility is concerned.
All right, we've got 16 squads left, Elfish. We're about to get the circle that cuts off all of Skyhook. This is going to be a tough one. BRP, currently the only team sort of well placed under the lip of the southern side of Trials. They're going to be dealing with Overclock esports.
I like that rotate
down
from
from the
Overclock,
top.
actually.
Yeah, so they bulked up the top, and now they're making their way down from the south here. Lots of teams valking in.
Yep.
Rig try their best.
Well, they're going to get themselves into a bit of an engagement. Is that Sutaraiku? I think it might be, standing underneath that platform.
Yeah, it is.
And they're, you know, down a little bit worse for wear, so they really can't afford to be getting into one of those extended fights. They are giving as good as they're getting, but ultimately, more of attrition. It's going to favor Reignite. Hold off for the moment, though, as we jump over to Stinky B, who are, you know, still just up around the top of Trials, taking that fight. But against the teams that are coming out of Skyhook, it's a Thane that they're going up against. And, well, like, you know, again, just losing a lot of HP, losing a lot of shielding, needing to pop that. They are forced to use an early Jibby Bubble.
Oh, BRP, they've gone down. Unfortunately, just got crunched there between Overclock and Stinky B. If Stinky B can hold this fight out versus a Thane, they'll actually be in a fantastic spot.
Oh, well, how are you alive? There's an Arc Star landing right next to him as well. He's just praying to every god in the world, but they're not going to answer. He will get knocked eventually by Saiyajin God with just a standard frag grenade. The Thane trying to make their way into safety as well. Might have a little bit of a fight, a little bit of a tussle ahead of them. They're looking pretty good, Nutsuru-sama, with that quintessential gold armor. You talked about that in the pre-show. Saiyajin God and Mosu, both full shields on the purple.
Okay, so Ath now in the best position. They have position in the north side of the zone. They've got a lot of it to themselves. Really, Overclock are the only ones in the same postcode.
It's an interesting shift, yeah. It's gone straight into that pass, I suppose, the crevasse, I guess, in between Skyhook and Countdown. We would have expected maybe for it to go a little bit further south. I think a bunch of teams did. They're all sitting inside of Countdown. They're all on the northern side of Countdown.
Well, the problem is that middle part where it's going, there's no cover.
Yeah.
Right? So you cannot sit there any longer than that. You really do have to sort of play from Skyhook and then get in there.
If I remember correctly, they might have either won or come second from a position like this during Split 1. I think it was Nutsuru-sama that was coming down off of the Countdown side and eventually came second. They might be able to make amends for that this time, get some revenge, find themselves a first. EXO certainly will not be doing that.
They're not happy about that. I don't think they had any kills to their name either.
He just ripped them apart, didn't he, inside the ring? I think it was a one-man army in that context. Reignite, they're going to hope to be a three-man army at this point, and they generally are. They have a lot of fighting to do. Zero Templex without shields at the moment. Needs some cover, needs some time.
Okay, so they're down the south. They've got inside the ring to deal with, and you can see they're just trying to get it over the top. Jen Burton fully locked and loaded. Can he be the man to clutch it out for them once again? Yes, he can. Inside the ring goes down. Now they've got Team Burger. They're actually still on the high ground in Countdown, Elfish. This is a strong position, but do they want to give it up to send on to Rig, or are they going to let them reset? Doesn't look like it. Zero gets back on his feet. And now they're trying to get Templex up as well.
Oh, they might not be given that opportunity. No. Zero goes straight back down at the hands of Pricey. He's finished off as well, and this will surely be the end for Reignite. But what about for Team Burger as well? They now have gotten out of the frying pan into the fire, in a sense. Because Pricey's the one on the floor. They're sitting inside of this blue crate and hoping that they're going to be given the time to heal back on up. But there are some sharks lurking outside.
Yeah, you can see there, Roy. He's got the missile swarm going straight for them. If you had held onto it for a little bit more, perhaps the ring would have pushed them straight into those rockets. But either way, Pete's still got the caustic grenade there ready to go. He's going to start setting up those barrels, create a bit of space here that Dreamfire can start to work with as these last four squads decide who's taking out game 2.
Overclock, copping a huge chunk of damage there on Baroth. They're not going to be involved in the fight for the next 5 seconds or so. They're just going to want to keep their heads down. You have Hickey J that's just trying to posture for some positioning at the moment. Again, copping a lot of damage. Your resources are starting to wear thin at this point.
3 squads left now. Burger was eliminated, so Ath, Dreamfire, and Overclock, the 3 we have left.
Yeah, all 3 teams with 3 players alive. Ath have used their bubble, so has one other team by the looks of things. And, well, Overclock, they have one in the back pocket, so there might be a little bit of a small advantage there for Overclock for the next 30 seconds or so. It was a big one by the looks of things too. The damage coming down. Baroth has done a heap. He doesn't get a knock. Cyajin gone. We're watching Tsuru-sama grab up a knock onto Pete, but falls himself. So those 2 teams down to 2, and it seems Overclock have sprung on the opportunity to maybe find themselves a win here in the second game of the day in the APAC South playoffs. Tsuru-sama, the last alive to potentially take that opportunity away from them, but Overclock, too good. They bide their time, they find the high ground, they see those couple of knocks, and they sense that opportunity, and they run away with the second win of the day. Another big one. I mean, it's a big one for Overclock in particular because, you know, again, they were one of those teams that didn't come into today with any freebies. So they need to be a team starting off the day well, and they have done so.
Yeah, Overclock in that bottom 10, no seeding points. This is definitely going to help them work their way up the leaderboard. You know, not a team that we hung a lot of hopes on, but my lord, did they play that final fight really well. The EMP there, absolutely crucial, right? For several reasons. It's eliminating any caustic barrels that are around the place if they're not already popped, right? That means they can push in. They don't have to worry about those running around corners and getting snagged by that. It also means if it was a bit hard to see if there were any bubbles down at that point, but of course,
I don't think there were.
Sometimes you can accelerate a fight by just eliminating the bubbles, right? Like teams that are like, oh yeah, cool, we've got a bubble fight, we can take our time with that. All of a sudden you eliminate that and they start dropping like flies. So pushing in off the back of that, both the teams are stunned, that's going to make them easier to hit, that's also going to accelerate the fight, and then they come in and just yeah, in the
They even got the scans
spot
as well, you know, so they can see, roughly speaking, where their opponents are going to be and go into that fight very, very well prepared. It looked a little bit too easy in the end there for Overclock. I thought it was going to be an all-out brawl, an all-out melee with 3 teams having 3 alive and, you know, Athame and Dreamfire, 2 very, very accomplished teams as well. But it's Overclock that sort of runs away with the victory in the end.
And my heart even stopped there for a little bit when they placed that bubble down. I was like, guys, you're all in full health. Like, why are you bubbling? Like, you need to save that for, you know, the most important ability in the game. But they were that far ahead. It still didn't matter.
Yeah. What a game from Primus Commander, though. We're seeing some of their highlights here on the replay package. You know, I feel they deserved almost a little bit more. They got 8 kills out of it before they ultimately did fall, but...
You know, we talk about 10 points being like an okay game, an average game that'll keep you ticking along, right? They got 8 kills. They're going to be super happy with that, honestly. It's one of the best duo performances I think we've seen.
Yeah, definitely. I'm not sure where that is actually going to put them in the overall standings or what sort of a position that's going to give them to sort of try to push for higher placings. You have to imagine if they continue having to play with 2, obviously it's going to be difficult. I do think Primus Commander had all 3 in that first game, though, so that might have just been a little bit of an unfortunate second game for them. Ogre 3 is the one that has me a little bit more concerned because that's now 2 games in a row where they've only had the 2 players, and both of those games, you know, haven't really gone to plan as you'd probably expect when you only have the couple of players to work with. So I think they're going to have to really hope that things are going to turn around here in game number 3. Before we jump into game 3, we'll take a quick look back, though, at game 2 and how placements did work on out. It was Dreamfire ultimately that ended in 3rd, Athame in 2nd. You see Overclock up there in 1st. But what is good news for the top echelon of things is that Burger and Reignite, again, sort of managed to make themselves a top 5 placement. And that's kind of all you need to do, at least in the early stages of this event.
Well, look at that. 4 out of the top 5 teams are in the top 5, right? Overclock the only exception there. EXO, the only one who didn't make it in game 2, but they're still not too worried because they're still above 20 points. But with that 10 starting points, with the consistent placing in game 1 and game 2, Reignite sitting on top of the pack
It
already.
hurts a little bit to see, though, doesn't it? Because Kukoi, they had 28 games in one game.
Yeah.
28 points in one game.
Yes.
I think I said 28 games in 1 point. But anyway, 28 points now in 2 games. So they didn't manage to get anything out of that second game. We were saying, you know, they have had big games. They have had some, you know, positions where they've been able to push themselves up into decent placements during the split and get some points out of the days. But they've never had like that big, massive day where they've put together a bunch of good games. And perhaps that is once again sort of cropping up a little bit for them, where they have that one good game, but they're not able to follow suit in the second game. They were in such a good position. They were in such a commanding lead. They were 7 points above Reignite, who came in with a 10-point lead. And now they're behind them again. They're sitting in second. I mean, it's not the worst place to be, of course, but you just think about it from that kind of perspective where they could have been 1 game away from match point. Let's say they got 10, 15 points out of that game. They could have been 1 game away from match point, and they're not. Now they're not. Now they've got a little bit more to do. But luckily, no one has reached that match point just yet. So Kukoi has a little bit more time. Everyone else down toward the bottom of the scoreboard also has a little bit more time. And speaking of, it is time for us to head to a break. Game 3 will be on the other side.
ไฮไลท์ประจำลีกนี้น่าจะเป็นทีม EXO ครับ เพราะว่าทั้งเล่นเก่งแล้วก็หน้าตาดีครับผม แข่งได้ครับ แข่งได้หมดเลย สู้ได้ทั้งหมดเลย ขอให้มีแลนด์ก็พอในปีนี้ ทีมที่น่ารำคาญสุด ไม่น่ามีครับ แต่เอาเป็นบุคคลได้ไหมก็คือคิลเลอร์โพสครับผมน่ารำคาญมากๆครับ พูดไม่หยุดเลย ไม่โฟกัสการแข่งครับ พูดนอกเรื่อง อยากเล่นคอสติกครับ รู้สึกว่าเล่นแกแล้วมีพลังมากขึ้น คนโยนที่สุดก็คือคิโลโพสครับผม แล้วก็คนที่คัดบ่อยสุดก็น่าจะเป็นคิโลโพสครับ ส่วนตัวคิดว่าไม่อยากให้สตอมพอยต์เป็นแผนที่แข่งครับ เพราะว่าคิดว่าแมปยังไม่สมดุลครับผม แน่นอนครับ EXO Can
G'day and welcome back. This is the ALGS APAC South Pro League Split 1 playoffs. It is a bit of a mouthful, Gino. Every time I do an Apex Legends show, it's like, what absolutely massive name are they going to throw at me today? Well, speaking of massive, we've been having some massive games. That first one from Kukoi, 28 points in one game. They weren't quite able to back it up in game 2, though. So, you know, you talk about massive games, that's one thing, and it's kind of a day where you do need to have massive games because one big win could be really the recipe for success. But it is important to also be getting those points on the board consistently, and teams that have been doing that, names like Reignite, Team Burger, even to an extent Overclock and Dreamfire, although a lot of Overclock's points come from that one last game, are the ones that are putting themselves in good spots.
And even just looking at the bottom half of the scoreboard there, Elfish, most teams picking up some points, right?
Yeah.
So that's it's honestly a more even lobby probably than we've seen all season. The fact that it is these top 20 teams is allowing us to see that. You know, look, yeah, Previous Commander on 12 points. So they got more points for the duo in that second game than they did than they did in the first one with their full 3.
Well, I mean, I'm feeling a little bit sorry for Ogre 3, right? Because today's a big day. There's a lot of money on the line. There's a lot of opportunity here that they're not really being able to take full advantage of by having to only play with the couple of players that they've got. It is what it is, I suppose. And hopefully next time this one rolls around, they're going to be in a better spot. But I'd say at this point in time, you know, now the chances of those teams that are sort of still sitting on single digits are really starting to whittle away a little bit because you already have Reignite that are on 32 points. It's only game 3 coming up, and you could knock 32 points into 50 in this game. If they had a decent game here, Reignite, or even a Kukoi, if they had another game like that first one, they could go past that match point mark. So at this point, next game, in the next 45 minutes maybe, we're going to be starting to talk potentially about, well, if this team or that team gets the win here, today's going to be over. And that would be a very fast day, mind you, but it's very possible. And the one thing that I did want to sort of touch on here before we do jump into the game is obviously Reignite, a much better start to today than the previous couple of times we've seen this kind of a format crop up for them. So that has me a little bit worried.
Yeah, I was just going to point that out as well because often they've been, I don't know, maybe the 5th team or something like that to get there, even though usually they're starting on 10 points.
Correct.
Usually they have those, at least in the top couple of seeds because of how well they have always done during the regular seasons, whether it was in the Winter Circuit or ALGS Champs, and now into our first split of the Pro League.
Yeah, so could be a bad day for everyone else. Just touching on an EXO as well there, they probably seem like they've got a little bit of work to do here to sort of get themselves back up to that usual spot that they occupy around like 2nd place, 1st place, somewhere around there. They did finish 2nd place in Split 1. They did finish 2nd place in the ALGS Championship, but right now they're not going to finish 2nd place here today unless they, kick things into gear a little bit. That last round, they really just got absolutely domed on a rough rotate by, I think it was inside the ring, just cut them through very, very quickly. They didn't even really seem like they got to have much of a fight there. So hopefully there's still a little bit left in the tank there for Exoclimb because they're another one of those big names that we always talk about.
Yeah, Dreamfire also have been, making their way to those final kind of rings.
They got a top 3.
And exactly, they're looking okay now. So coming into this 3rd game, a lot of those top teams keeping that consistency as we were hoping. And they've got, still probably a couple of games left in them to get to that match point eligible status when they reach 50.
Well, we have one of those games on our hands right now. It is time to jump into game 3 of the day. It won't quite be the last one, but it could well be the penultimate one. We'll have to find out as we do go heading on in. And I suppose it's time for us to see whether or not Reignite, or maybe Kukoi, or maybe even Team Burger put themselves onto match point. That is very much the opportunity for this game. Lava Fisher, the hot zone for this lobby. So that's not going to be bad news. I think it's for Team Burger, who do like to head over in that direction. They've also got themselves a beacon so they can get some early info onto where the circle is headed. You probably count that as about the best possible start you could get if you're Team Burger, particularly given where that zone has shifted.
Yeah, no doubt at all. Oh, that's a real good one. Yeah, that is going to be a very good start there for Team Burger, as you say. As far as RNG goes, pretty much everything in their favor for this game. It'll be interesting to see where they post up.
Well, just having a look back at the scoreboard here while we have a little bit of downtime, maybe Reignite, Kokoi, and Burger are probably the three that you could make an argument for having the chance of pushing this through to the match point format. Looks like Kokoi is dead.
Kokoi gone. And it looks like that's gone the way of Golden Sage.
Oh.
So
I guess they're not part of that conversation then anymore. It's just Reignite and Burger.
And, we keep talking about... we did talk about earlier that, usually they are splitting Lava Siphon, but occasionally, I guess one of the teams gets a bit frisky, and this time, Golden Sage coming out on top, and they're going to get both the 3 KP and the full loot of Lava Siphon.
I don't know if we caught it last game, Genome, but they did go out in 16th there, Kokoi, so they didn't get any points out of their previous game either. So after that first... really banger of a game, their day has just completely turned on its head, and you'd be feeling a little bit hard done by, a little bit miffed, wouldn't you, if you started off with a 28-point game and then after game 3 you're still on 28 points. It's starting to bring the average down pretty substantially, isn't it? Could be some big things from Reignite in this game. This is a big one for them.
They've actually just run into Primus Commander, who were they thinking about? No, they were probably just trying to hold this tunnel because they knew people would have to rotate through there coming from Landslide. Rig saw that and were like, no, we don't want any of that. And they're just going to go straight over the top right now, actually. So you might just see them up. Yep, there you go. Strafing Flame sees the trails coming in as Rig make that Valk rotate. Actually, past Landslide. Looks like they're going for one of the crawlers here out in the open. And this is pretty much dead center in that second zone. So this is giving Rig a lot of options in terms of, where this circle could shift and allowing them to move there. That said, as, again, Zero, Jen Burton, they've got white armor. How long can they maintain this position without resupplying?
Well, I would actually ask a different question. It's how long is it going to last as white armor when they're in that position, because I think that seems to be the way that they think about the game, isn't it? It's like, we'll just take our position. It doesn't really matter what we've got on that rotate. We just want to be the first or, one of the first teams to rotate, and we'll figure out the rest from there. Get that chip damage. I think that's one of the big benefits, right, of that change from, back in the day when you could not upgrade your armor short of finding better armor to now being able to do the damage. And, that's what Stinky B's doing too. So, just try and upgrade that armor.
From Dome up to Lava Siphon here, and they've found Golden Sage, who were, are resting on their laurels after taking the initial fight. And all of a sudden, 2 of the Golden Sage members are very far away. Ming Yue locked in here on his own, and Stinky B surely take him out before the rest of his teammates come here to save him.
It's a bit of a ring around the rosy, and Stinky B might have bitten off more than they can chew.
No.
Chris is low, Deep is low, now Owo's lost his shields as well, and all of a sudden the fight turns back on its head. It's a 2-for-1 trade. Chris trying to survive on his own. He will actually find himself... Was that a thirst? I think that was a flush.
Yep. Azu's gone down, so they've at least managed to grab 1 KP for themselves, but the last Stinky B member, Chris, the Valkyrie, being just as slippery as his Chinese counterpart there. And he's going to manage to get on top of the building. Will he actually try and finish this fight off?
I don't know if he will. I'd say both of these teams here are probably a little bit more eager to just try and get those reses and those beacons back. Azu will... brought back into the fight. Golden Sage very shortly will have 3 members to fight with, although one of them might be running around punching things. That's a lot of information for Mingyu, who's just going to try and play this one slowly and steadily.
No, I'm not sure if they... Actually, no, they took some hits from Chris up the top, right? So they would have known roughly where he was. The third member's going to come back in. Okay, he's going to actually take the Skyward Dive out and try and make it. But, oh, man, it's hard, especially when you're the only one. Because you're anchored in the middle. You can't actually rotate. Like you can spin around, but you're still in the same place, right? Like, it's still pretty easy to hit. Luckily, manages to get out with about 60 or 70 health.
Unfortunately, he didn't get either of the banners, though, So, he gets himself out alive. Okay, that's well and good, but...
Can we just appreciate how well Golden Sage turned that fight around, though?
Yeah.
At one point, I'm pretty sure it was the Valkyrie player from Golden Sage there inside the caravan with the 3 Stinky B members outside, and somehow he makes it out and delays for long enough that his teammate can bubble him to safety, and then they actually turn around and win the fight.
That's one of those things. It's almost a bit of a sunk cost fallacy there. Stinky B, you're like, okay, we've been chasing him for 5 seconds, and now we're kind of thinking in the back of our heads, we might have been doing this a little bit too long, but you just can't give it up because you've already invested so much time and energy in getting that kill, and ultimately it bites them in the backside. MDY now getting involved. A bit of a backward and forward. Nothing really coming of this one so far. Just a bit of an exchange of damage there against Golden Sage. But Golden Sage are still a little worse for wear after that earlier fight against Stinky B. So MDY are the ones with the advantage. They're pushing it.
Bubble goes down. The shotguns come out. Golden Sage. Whoa. Take a 1-for-1, but MDY are coming out better now. It's the clutch, and who will get it? It's going to be Shasha.
MDY only just by the skin of their teeth being able to walk away with that fight victory. Senpai has to heal himself up before he picks the 2 teammates up, but they're inside of the zone, so they really don't have a lot of time to work with here, Genome. Hey, I know you're going to have to hope you got some syringes there, buddy. And it looks like he should be okay. Shasha he seems to be pretty happy with how things are playing out as well, and MDY picking up the spoils of victory. I don't think that Golden Sage had a huge amount of really premium tier loot for them there. It might be a little bit disappointing there for MDY to, win such a difficult fight and then not get too much out of it. But yeah, 3 points is 3 points, I suppose. You'll take that.
Well, that said, at that point, Golden Sage had already eliminated, 2 other squads, I think, by then, so they might have picked up a little bit. Either way, yeah, they had 5 kills, I think, at that point.
I mean, it was more so like the armor. I mean, MDY already had purple armor and Stinky B, and I guess in turn, Golden Sage didn't have anything more than blue, so it wasn't a big upgrade there for them. Silic on his own. That monster dead, and the other teammate disconnected by the looks of things. Rage as well. I mean, really just chilling, waiting outside of the vault to see if there's anyone coming in their direction.
Okay, we've got the next circle available to us there. It's going to be south of Countdown. And you can see in our little picture-in-picture there, we've got a couple of barrels keeping them, keeping Team Rage company up the top of this mountain. Wow, that is a very high spot. Is that even playable?
I mean, apparently it is. Normally when you see that kind of a camp, it's on the rock face a little bit further forward, a little bit further down on the low ground, in front of them.
I mean, I can't
that one in front there, but
yeah, yeah. Look, I'm not an encyclopedia on the non-playable spots that you're actually like they're not out of bounds, but you're not allowed to sit on them. But yeah, I'm surprised. There we go. Found a new one today. That one is that one's pretty ugly there, and MDY are about to go underneath it.
Yeah, hanging around, aren't they? Well, we'll hold that thought for the moment, though, because We Are Trash seem to have got themselves into the thick of things. Fences all up there from Savior Heavy Up, preventing a push. Where's We Are Trash? Just sitting in the middle of the map at the moment, aren't they? Yeah, more or less. So they're actually quite keen to lock this position down by the looks of things. They really have set up a stronghold, a fortress.
Yeah, they're in the little cut that went through to... I feel like I remember it actually more so when it was drill site. And it took you through to drill site. I feel like these days with the other entrance to Countdown, you don't really use it so much. But as a Watson player, as you can see there with all the fences available, it's a nice little spot to set up camp.
Yeah, Inside the Ring is not a team that has been receiving a huge amount of camera time today. I don't think they've been really popping off all that much. Short of that one fight in the previous game where Saber was just able to rip apart EXO. But they're definitely another one of those teams that you can't forget about. They finished 8th in Split 1, so pretty solid across the board, pretty consistent performance from them. A big day today, and they might be walking away, what is it, 150,000? 125,000
It's
total.
125
and
all
it's-
up, and it was
and
a
it's
50 for
50,000
first place.
50,000 for the
Yeah.
first place. So
Who cares what happened in Split 1, Elfish? Just come out on top today, right?
Exactly. It really does not matter. Split 1, you know, sure. It was nice to be up the top, get those extra points, but one day can make a big difference. Still waiting to see that big game from Dreamfire, but they might be holding it in the back pocket, just waiting for the perfect time once they do get to that match point. And then pulling out the big guns.
The ring's moved in, you know, pretty centrally, and we'll get, you know, I'm sure another look soon as the next scan comes through. But Rig still sitting very centrally.
Ogre 3, once again, it's more like Ogre 2. They don't seem to have been able to pick themselves up a point just yet. 30 damage there for Rosmontis. Holiday 100. No kill to either of their names. Still sitting there on the donut. Feel bad for Ogre 3. It's been a tough day at the office for them. But they'll make their way in and hope for the best. Still a long way to go though before the placement points. And taking any engagement 2-on-3 is not going to be too enjoyable.
Unless you're Primus Commander, of course.
Apparently. Speaking of which, Primus Commander, I mean, they might have done better as a duo than they have as a trio. Are they still in the game right now?
Yeah, so they're still sitting at Landslide where they started.
Okay.
You know, probably just griefing people. You can see there. Oh no, the black market just got shot. Actually, you can see them sitting up on their little platform there and just looting.
I think this
away.
is the crane that Athame was sitting on when Nutsuru-sama was going nuts with the Sentinel in the split. But you might expect to see something similar from Primus Commander. It's definitely a solid position once the zone shifts in and you know you're able to shoot at all the players on the ground. But when they have an angle on you, you're kind of out in no man's land, kind of a beacon up on top of the platform there.
Yeah, I'm trying to see if there's any crypto teams that have managed to get a scan on the next zone yet. Oh, actually. Yeah, there we go. Okay, so Straiku managed to go down to Lava Fissure and get that knowledge. It's going to be centering in around the southern side of Countdown. So that little position in the cut that we are trash had is going to be very handy.
It sort of reminds me of the previous finish, doesn't it? It's just in a little bit more of a southern position. It's the same sort of area with two sides of unplayable terrain. Creating kind of a valley in the middle that teams are going to have to work their way through. Ogre 3 just down to Rosmontis now. He's got a 2-on-1, maybe even a 1-on-1 to deal with by the looks of things. Hits the flesh as well with that Mastiff. And he will be able to finish off Bell Senpai and Axelic. Get the res onto Holiday. They're going to have to move pretty quick smart here because there is not a whole lot of time to play with.
Duos seem to be buffed today. This is it's an interesting state of affairs here in APAC.
It's only fair, right? If you're playing as a duo, you get 10% damage increase.
Ooh, some Valk ultimates causing consternation up the top. I think that was no, not a Thame. They don't even have a Valkyrie player. It was, I think it might have been BRP actually that came in on top of Ath and Method to Madness.
Very relaxed approach at the moment from BRP. Not a whole lot to do. They're sitting on the side of the zone, the edge of the zone. Just trying to clear out their corners and make their rotation in as easy as possible. That's some pretty significant damage off the nade. 2 taps of 47. One onto the gold armor, one onto the purple armor. They're not going to push it. BRP, they're playing that waiting game.
Well, when there's several teams down there, you know, look, even if you're getting 80 tags like that with the grenades, Elfish, it's still not necessarily enough. Maybe if you got an arc stick.
Okay, might not mind another 80 tag.
Yeah.
Get himself up to the purple.
At least they can just walk quite happily over into the ring, whereas the teams down the bottom have a little more trouble doing that. Straiku here, so as we remember, they were, you know, scanning that beacon over at Lower Fissure. They've moved up from there, and they'll probably be able to make their way into Lava Fissure without any issues whatsoever. That is as long as they watch their backs, where the Taiwanese team Rage currently sitting over, yep, pretty much where Bullet was looking just then. Using the geyser to relocate, love that. Rage won't be that long behind them. I think they're actually, they might even know where Mechus is, and they're...
It's not looking too fun for MDY as EXO is on their way under the bridge. Maybe a few trolls hiding there waiting for them, trying to collect the payment, but EXO, they don't want to be handing out any free cash, and in fact they'll take some back through the loot boxes.
Yeah, I like the patience there from EXO. They were sitting on the high ground for quite a while, and I think they were just waiting until they got the right tag, the right advantage in that fight to push their luck.
Oh.
And yeah, in this situation, they make their own luck. But then, Chris... oh, no, actually, that was Mechus. Okay, so there's 2 rats currently sitting around where these guys are, and they're making it really hard for them because the ring is coming in. They barely have time. There's no heat shields in pro play, Elfish. They need to make their way towards the ring right now.
EXO don't want to have pushed their luck too far, do they? They do manage to get that res, but it costs them the Jibby Bubble, and that would be really nice on this cross. There is not a huge amount of cover past that one wall that they're hidden behind. We'll jump a bit further north and have a look back at what's happening there for Team Burger, and another one of the teams just above them. EXO losing members all over the place, aren't they? Chambers, you'd have to say, is hanging on by a thread. And manages to hang on a little bit longer.
Yeah, inside the ring, they were the gatekeepers there, did very well. Obviously eliminated 2 of the EXO members, but haven't been able to get the full squad wipe. Rage. Now this is happening up towards where the final circle will be, around that sort of southern, the southwestern, you know, room in Countdown. Dreamfire set up in there at the moment. Pete's got a couple of barrels down, and he's going to be looking very happy. This is Rage on the outside of that, and they're trying to share this space with BRP, who are their opposites. So the Crypto Drone actually going to give us a fantastic spot. So just below there, they've just scanned. That's Rage. And then on the right side, outside, is BRP.
Alright, well, Team Burger just hanging around for the moment. Not a whole lot happening for them, though there is a team right on top of them.
Yeah, that's Team Overclock, and they're probably going to be jumping into this battle pretty soon because they've got 20 seconds, and then they've got to make the rotation. Let's have a listen to Team Burger.
I'm just hitting railings, man. I'm a fucking master. Holy shit.
Could be on the roof still.
They can peek here as well. I'll watch out for that.
Back on.
Back on. Perfect. Let them.
Sure.
That's fine, they're gone.
I'm getting roof. I'm getting roof.
Yeah, go.
Where's Sudaraki gone?
I don't know.
I don't see anyone on the right. Here,
right here. They're going back.
93 on the Valk.
We book it around the corner now and get
You might have to give out them.
I headshot the Valk. Yeah.
Yeah, give out them.
Yeah, I am now.
Like,
No, it's whatever.
They're Valkoning. Doesn't matter.
They might Uber us. We gotta play this box on me.
Right, well, a bit of an interesting time there for Team Burger, but they don't get themselves into a sticky situation, much like what's happening on the other side of the map. It was Rage that just got knocked out. Dreamfire are feeling pretty comfortable with themselves. Again, inside of the control room, really have this nice overlook of Overlook.
So BRP, they're still okay on the eastern side there. Striker, they took the Valk. They took a lot of damage in the Skyward Dive, but they managed to land out of bounds on top of this place where we're looking at right now, on top of Dreamfire, of course. You know, you can only sit up there for maybe 10 seconds, and you've got to pull down again. They do that, but they've been taking a lot of damage in the meantime. Jarrah's about to go down. Waltzy as well is going to be really low. That's them right there, just getting peppered by inside the ring.
I think they're still alive, though.
They are. They've still got one member up. Waltzy is hiding behind the knockdown shields, trying to get a Phoenix kit off right now. But, man, Dreamfire are going to be so hard to beat from this position because not only they've locked that off inside, it's hard to get in there. Once you do, you've got barrels to deal with. They're also somehow in the center of the ring, so they're not going to have to move until the very last moment. That thermite damage is... There you go. Going to finish off with Bullet and Jaro.
Waltzy is just trying to hang on for dear life, isn't he, at the moment? He's still just trying to survive. You can see him right there on the left of your screen. He's trying to get some placement points out of it into the top 4. That's not too bad for Sudaraiku, given the situation they found themselves in. Rudenate is down there on the other side, and I think maybe We Are Trash might be the one good contester for Dreamfire. It's just a little bit unfortunate. They've got a very, very tough run ahead of them to try and get up into, you know, the high ground positioning.
Well,
BRP's there too.
They're looking good too. And with how this circle is set up, I don't think they can quite get into the door on the side. So Dreamfire look over the top. They get Waltzy. He eliminated Team Burger previously to that. So now we've got 3 full squads left alive. Dreamfire on the inside. We Are Trash finally moving up from their fenced off enclosure down in
How are they going to do that,
the
though?
impasse there, and BRP on the side also looking. Well, you probably have to send your Caustic first in, I'd say, because, you know, obviously there's going to be gas everywhere. I don't know, maybe you sack one of the other legends first and then have your Caustic go in?
I mean, Yanlis has got a portal, so worst case scenario, maybe there's an option there to just cover that distance and try to make something happen. Pete going down does get raised back up, but you really sense that might have been the opportunity for We Are Trash.
The portal is
BRP.
used. On the outside, the portal was used right on top of BRP. But as soon as they come out of it, there's too many members there and they can't really do anything. Okay, the Interceptor pylon, that's going to try and help them out with that defensive bombardment. Gets destroyed almost as quickly as it can be placed.
Doesn't look too good here for We Are Trash, just sitting down below BRP and taking so much damage from those thermite nades. We Are Trash, have they gifted Dreamfire a free win, or is there still yet another story to tell here? A 2-on-1, but Dreamfire pull it off. They didn't really have to do a huge amount of work right at the end there, did they? BRP and We Are Trash went up against one another. And that's kind of the best way to win a game, isn't it? Get yourself into a good solid position early on in the piece. That's what Dreamfire did. They were able to really just lock down that control room, that control center, and then watch as teams rotate in their direction, get a bit of chip damage there, harass another team here, and ultimately walk away with a pretty solid win there for Dreamfire.
It was a fortress for Dreamfire.
Yeah.
I mean, you know, those side doors were blocked off by the ring. So maybe you could have pushed in there if you had a Wraith player on that side, but the Wraith player was down with We Are Trash, right? BRP, maybe they could have come in there on the backside and sort of caused a bit of havoc, maybe made a distraction while someone ran in the front door. But yeah, in the end, that is just one of the most, like one of the easiest God spots to hold I've ever seen in a final circle, honestly.
I kind of wanted to see a situation where there was a sandwich sort of coming into effect, like We Are Trash pushing up from the low ground, BRP pushing in through the side, and Dreamfire kind of having to navigate through that sort of a situation. But you know, ultimately that's not what occurs, and so, as you say, pretty straightforward one there for Dreamfire. I'm not sure that's going to be enough to get them, though, on to match point. I don't think any team got enough points out of that one before, you know, to get up to that 50-point mark. So I think we probably need at least one more game here before we do start to talk about that. But it is feeling like we're getting almost to that point. So, you know, you always have to think about it. Would have been a bit disappointing to only get 3 or 4 games out of the day, though.
And that said, Dreamfire, you know, they were already sitting towards the top, right? You know, they'd had a couple of decent games. Sure, they hadn't taken out a dub like they have here in Game 3. But, you know, they were within striking distance of the top of the leaderboard. Not necessarily match point, as you say. And just a reminder to anyone who might have missed that explanation at the start, you know, you need to get to 50 points today and then win a game. That's how match point works. So before then, all the points are good points. After that, it only matters if you come first place and win the game. And that's, I mean, it's a battle royale, Elfish. That's what it's meant to be about. Last man standing.
I agree, yeah. I didn't really get to say my piece about that at the start of the day, but I guess I'll hold my thoughts again as we do jump into the placement timeline. I'm looking for Reignite, I'm looking for EXO, I'm looking for Burger, these kinds of teams. Burger does manage to get themselves another top 5, so they'll be, again, still within the striking distance of the top spots. Reignite down to 9th, EXO in 12th. It's all a little bit difficult, I think, for these teams at the moment, right? You had some good games, you've had some rougher games.
EXO down in 12th again, though. That means they're 2 games in a row now. They haven't done that well, so they're going to be falling off the pace a little bit. But yeah, as you say, Team Burger, that's great. They're going to get themselves towards that match point eligible. But as we talked about, it's not the pop-off games, right? But hey, they only need one.
Let's look at the scores.
They only need one at the right time.
Oh, 45. You know, just 5 more kills in that game, you would have been there. Dreamfire maybe they'd be wishing they would have got the opportunity to take on that 2-on-1 fight just to get as many points out of it as they possibly could. But that's a big jump for them. So
Overclock Esports in third there.
Well, they had that one big
obviously
game.
They had the win, yeah, but and actually that was probably most of their points, really, wasn't it?
Well, speaking of most of their points,
how about all of their points?
100% of Kukoi's points came from game one. We're now 3 games deep, and they haven't been able to put another one on the scoreboard. I think Reignite might have only gotten 2 points out of that game. I think they went in on 32, if I remember correctly. So not up to their usual standard, but you get the sense now that, I mean, I don't want to jinx it, but Dreamfire should be able to get that over the line next game. They should be able to get those 5 points and put it into match point territory for themselves. So,
well, that's when you start, you start changing your play style up a little bit, right? You say, okay, we don't need the big point game to get there and push us as far up the leaderboard as possible. All we're worried about is just surviving, maybe grabbing a couple of KP if they're really towards the end of it. But yeah, mainly you're going to be focusing on the placement points more so than the kills to work your way up that 5 points and just guarantee that you have that chance going forward.
Definitely. I mean, there's obviously still plenty of time for those other teams until that point is hit. Until that 50 point is hit, then everyone's feeling like, okay, we've got a chance. We've got a position to push forward from here. But once someone starts to hit 50, then you start to get a little bit concerned, I'd say, because, it's a little bit awkward when you don't even know where your opponents are anymore with the anonymous mode. You can't say, oh, Dreamfire, they're here, we're going to focus them down. Now you're kind of feeling a bit scared heading into those match point games. So they really are hoping Dreamfire's not going to get anything done in this next game.
Yeah, look, all right, why don't we have a look at how to get good with Bullet. He's the king of movement, and he's going to teach you guys all these tips and tricks about Apex and movement strategies. Take a look in this break.
Wanna win? Do what I do.
Want to get good? Hi, I'm Bullet L from Team Sudaraku, and today I'll show you how to style on players with movement. I'm going to go through some of the various movement techniques, starting from the absolute basics all the way up to some of the most advanced movement techniques in the game right now. Hopefully by the end of the video, you'll have enough movement techniques in your arsenal to be able to style on people and hit some amazing clips. Let's get into it. In my opinion, the movement mechanics in Apex Legends are some of the best and most fun features that are part of the game. Alright, so we're starting off with the most basic of basic movement mechanics within the game. We are going to go over the crouch slide. So all you're going to do is sprint till you hit max velocity, then you're going to hold crouch, and then you're going to jump. Alright, so this is what it's going to look like. Sprint, crouch, jump. And basically this is the fastest way to move around the map. That's why you see a lot of pro players crouch sliding all the time. It does give you a slight movement increase, and it also makes you slightly harder to hit, so it's super useful to use. Moving on to something a bit more complicated. So now I'm going to show you guys how to wall jump. Alright, so this one's pretty easy as well. All we're going to do is we're going to combine a crouch slide with a wall jump. So in order to hit a wall jump, once you hit the wall for a certain amount of time, you're going to jump off it. Alright, by pressing spacebar or whatever your jump key is. I have my jump key bound to spacebar and mouse wheel down, but it's ultimately personal preference. Alright, so here we go. We're going to combine the crouch slide into the wall jump. Just like that, it's pretty easy to do. If you want as well, you can add a movement key to it, like A or D. And that'll give you just like a bit of directional movement. Wall jumps are just super useful in general to kind of throw off your opponents. Hitting a wall jump into an enemy is super useful. It throws them off extremely well, and it's just an awesome movement tech all around. Alright, so now we're moving on to tap strafing. As you might have heard, there's been a lot of controversy around tap strafing and that movement mechanic. It is extremely useful and unfortunately only available to M and K users. So I'm going to show you guys what you need to do in order to enable tap strafing. Alright, so you just go to your settings, you go to mouse and keyboard, and then under move forward for the second key, you just use mouse wheel up. And so when you scroll forward now, you'll go slightly forward a little bit. So now when you do a crouch slide and then you hold D or A and then scroll, you'll be able to turn and then go into whatever direction you want basically. It basically allows you to keep your momentum when turning, which is extremely useful in Apex when you want to chain together multiple movement techniques. Here is an example of me using a crouch slide and a tap strafe. As you can see, I can basically do a 180 and not lose any of my momentum whatsoever from the crouch slide. It is extremely useful. You can throw off your opponents and do some really cool movement techniques with it, like combining it with a wall jump just like this. I found that going into pub games and spamming tap strafing as much as you can in any single fight or even just turning any corner will help you to master the movement technique. If you haven't learned tap strafing already, I highly recommend jumping into the range for 10-15 minutes and just absolutely learning this technique. It is so useful if you're on M&K. It is one of the most useful movement techniques in the game right now, so I highly recommend checking it out. Alright, so now we're moving on to super gliding, which is probably one of my favorite movement techniques in the game. For those of you who don't know, super gliding is a huge boost in momentum after a climb animation. So these are some examples of super gliding. As you can see, it's absolutely insane, the movement that you get. And if you combine it with tap strafing, it is absolutely deadly. It is amazing. All right, so basically to hit a super glide, all you need to do is hit a normal climb, right? And then at the peak of your climb animation, when you're just about to finish, you want to hit a crouch and a jump at the same time. You want to press a crouch and a jump at the same time. I highly recommend looking at the corners of your screen for the screen shake to kind of gauge when the animation is ending for the climb. As you can see, if you look at the top corners of the screen, you'll see the screen shake. Roughly at the end of the screen shake is when you want to hit the crouch and the jump at the same time. So I'll show you guys a quick example real quick. See, that time I didn't get it. That one was a bit better because you can see once you get the momentum and you're holding forward and you're doing it correctly, you'll see like you'll start to go further just by pressing the crouch and the jump at the same time like I did there. So that means you're on the right track to getting it. And then obviously there I did a super glide and a tap strafe. So yeah, basically it's going to take a lot of practice. You know that you're doing it right if you're getting a small amount of momentum and you're going quite far. That means you're doing it right, and all you need to do is just keep practicing. It is potentially one of the hardest movement mechanics in the game, so it will take a long time to learn. And then once you do learn it in the range, you can start to implement it in game and just practice it over and over again. Once you add tap strafing to it, you know, it's kind of game over. It's absolutely GG for anyone that's trying to shoot you. So yeah, make sure you definitely try and learn this movement tech, but don't get frustrated if it takes a while because it is really hard. Alright, so now I'm going to show you guys the rash strafe. This one's quite complex, but it's super useful. Alright, so basically what you want to do is you want to jump to the side and hold A. And once you get into the habit of doing that, then you want to combine it with S and D. So it's going to look something like this. Alright, so now once you do that, you want to add in a W key press as well. So you're going to basically be jumping, pressing A, S, D, and then W. It's going to look like this. And this is just absolutely deadly if you use it with a hip fire. So it'll look something like this. For the most part, you'll see only the best mechanical players use this. There's a lot of Korean players that are really good at using this, and they just implement it into all their games. It is an extremely, extremely good movement mechanic, and I highly recommend anyone to practice in the range and try and pick it up as best as they can. You can also do it the other way as well, and straightforward, but yeah, it's easier to learn the way I showed, I think.
3 games deep, and it is time to start getting a little bit concerned if you are on any team not named Team Dreamfire, because they have now hit the 45-point mark. So they're 5 points away from the big 5-0, and that's where things really get a little bit spicy, because they would then be the first team eligible in the match point format of picking that win up and winning the lot. We're not quite there yet, though, Gino. We've got Game 4 to come, but it sort of feels like here in Game 4, they should be able to knock those 5 points over. Got a little bit to have a look at here first before we do jump into the game, though, and it is going to be the top damage stats from the competition so far. It looks like Waltzy and Ems have been the ones leading from the front, which, you know, I mean, in the case of Ems, at least, is not surprising, considering they're at the top of the scoreboard, but Waltzy been putting in work.
Yeah, roller player from Team Straiku there. 4.5k, not so bad at all. That said, doesn't seem to have been reflected on the scoreboard, perhaps as much as it has for Dreamfire.
Yeah.
Then again, look, at 3.1, you know, points contributed to the team versus M's 3.3. That suggests that the rest of the Dreamfire members are contributing equally, whereas perhaps Waltzy is kind of pulling ahead by himself.
Yeah, 6 kills there for Waltzy. So he's been doing a pretty good job as an individual. I mean, I think in a couple of cases he was the last alive, so that potentially helps pump that damage stat up a little bit, getting an extra, you know, clip of damage in every single game or something like that. But
yeah, and look, Team Straiku, they've you know, had a little bit of a change up. We talked about their playstyle a little bit before, how they're playing a bit more edge, trying to take their time, get a lot of those replicators going. But they've also picked up the Ash, and that. You know, I just want to talk about team compositions for a little bit here. We've got something very interesting. There is a team without Gibraltar. And I believe it's the We Are Trash team currently. So they're playing Watson, Valk, and Wraith.
yeah, I mean, that's an interesting one, isn't it? Because it does give you a lot of mobility, but we do commonly see, well, I would say commonly, but Valk and Wraith are sometimes paired with just the Jibby in general. So you sort of think about
That's our second most common team comp today.
You normally say, okay, well, you're getting all of that mobility, and you're sort of trading that off for the zone control of Caustic. But in this case, you know, I guess you're kind of doing the same thing with the Watson. You're still getting a bit of zone control there. It just feels pretty difficult, I suppose, dropping the Jibby bubble, doesn't it? Like, it's just such a quintessential important ability in the game. Not having it, despite the fact you've got mobility, it always feels like you're lacking something a little bit, to me at least.
Well, I suppose one way you could look at it is that you're sort of trading the bubble for the interceptor pylon, right? Now, you got to remember that with the changes they've made to Watson, it doesn't have a timer on it anymore, I believe. So it just runs out when it's recharged a certain amount of shield. So that means, you know, maybe you're playing a style like we just saw when they were on, you know, in Countdown there, where they got position, a good position in the zone very early. And then, you know, maybe you don't have as many meds, but maybe that doesn't matter because you've got those pylons ready to just resupply you in that way. And also, of course, the main point of the pylon really besides that is the ordnance blocking. So we saw that used right at the end, trying to take away some of those defensive bombardment shells. And of course, any nades that are getting thrown in. So, you know, the bubble's going to save you from some of that kind of stuff as well. That's often when it's used, when the Gibby ultimates come out against you. So if you're, you know, using that instead, then look, sure, it's not saving you from the bubbles, and it's definitely not as flexible as a Gibby bubble. It's not coming up every 30 seconds, that's for sure.
Yeah.
But if you are getting in position early enough, you know, maybe that's how they're making that work. But it's certainly pushing the edge, because really, it's been almost 100% pick rate for Gibraltar this entire split.
Yeah, I mean, it's been a little bit interesting, I guess, just taking a look at some of the compositions that are getting picked. You also, as you mentioned earlier, have the Ashe. I think there's another team running the Ashe as well as Sutoraiku, so you've got a couple of instances of that Gibraltar Ashe and Caustic composition coming through. We've also got the Loba team, Primus Commando, so you're starting to see a little bit of a spattering of a few different legends. Obviously, the Watson being the other one that seems to be getting picked up here a little bit. But yeah, well and truly still being... I suppose still being dominated by the Golden Three. It is time, though, for us to head towards our 4th game of the day. Enough talk, enough chatter, enough of me and Genome, as good-looking as we are. It's time to look towards what might be the final game before we start seeing match point really come into effect. I think all eyes of this game are going to be on Dreamfire, who are 5 points away from 50. Couple of other teams relatively close by. Reignite got themselves up to 34, so they'd need 16 out of this game. Genome, which, you know, that's definitely achievable. It's a decent game, but it's definitely achievable.
For them, do they want to use up their win, though?
Well, I think in the case of Reignite, it's not... They're not the team that's going to get 1 win a day, you know what I mean?
No.
They're the kind of team that finds 2 or 3 wins a day, so at least in that department, I don't think they'll be too concerned.
So we had that early contest last time between Kakoi and Golden Sage. Will we see it again? What sparked it last time? We're not even sure about that just yet. Ogre 3. Fortunately still with the duo, but who knows, maybe they can follow the footsteps of some of the others so far and help us forward with that.
Well, they did manage to pick up a few points in that last game, and I think for Ogre 3, the most important thing for them to take a look at the moment is trying to get into 15th place. That's where they would increase their prize money from 500 to 1,000. So they'd essentially double their money, which is not too bad. Been talking a bit about Sutoraiku and you know, that composition that they've been running with the Ashe. Bullet is the one that's taking those duties. And the reason I bring them up is that Thermal Station is where the next circle shift is going to head. And of course, as we know, that's where Sutoraiku does drop. They have done so for a significant amount of time as well. So they'll know exactly how to play this kind of circle out, and it could well fall into their favor this game, which would be fantastic news for them. I'm sure that you know, they'd be eager to hang on to any opportunity that heads in their direction, because today, while it hasn't been terrible for Sutoraiku, it has been pretty run-of-the-mill. 7th still for them. 24 points on the board right now, but, you know, a decent game under the belt would give them the opportunity really to jump up into probably 2nd. Right, they could easily overtake Reignite, who's 10 points above them. They probably don't get above Dreamfire, who's a good 20 points clear, but yeah, Sutoraiku, if they had a good game off the back of this circle shift, they could easily jump themselves into the top, you know, top 2, top 3, but would they jump themselves into match point territory? Probably not without a really big game, so I think that's probably a bit of a stretch.
And, you know, I feel like I've given them a bit of stick this year, but it's kind of easy to do that because they're a team that's been at the top of this region before, and therefore anything below that is somewhat of, you know, a failure. And talking about failures...
Cast a curse. Not for Sutoraiku, but...
I mean, if it was the Valk not getting down the bottom, it wouldn't be so bad, right? But now High's kind of stuffed. Oh,
yeah,
no.
He's really stuck, isn't he? And there's a fight at the top as well. This could have gone all wrong for Primus Commander. Saber is already there. Little Arif dropping back down. He's got no armor left. Looks like the res is coming through, so kind of all works out in the end. Hay was just there, ready, waiting to peek Strafing Flame up after they drop off the top.
Yeah, so somehow inside the ring take the top of the tower, but there are no casualties. Both teams back to the full 3.
I like where Sutoraiku has gone, though. You know, they could have had the pick of the position here in Thermal Station. They could have gone wherever they wanted to, but I've seen this a couple times where when the zone is on top of Thermal Station, they actually tend to move out of Thermal Station, and I think that's a good decision.
Look, it is, but depending... I mean, you don't get many zones that finish around, like, the most southwest buildings. So that they like to sit in the, you know, in the Dorito house, and that does give you more accessibility depending on where things finish. But if it's a zone that finishes hard in Thermal... Well, it is always advantage to the team who's on the high ground above the lava. And the fact that they try and sit inside in thermal station below the lava, makes that kind of tough.
Well, the thing for me is that I think it's easier to get into thermal station than it is to get out of thermal station if the circle moves out. You know, if you have to move out and the circle's already out, you're in a pretty bad spot. So maybe that's part of the thinking behind it as well. EXO have already dropped Killer Pulse, although it looks like the res is going to be pretty uncontested here. No pushes coming through onto EXO, who, you know, are sort of in the same vicinity as Sutaraiku, but not quite to the same extent.
Well, the damage is coming out from these teams, you know, like sitting up the top, like inside the ring. So obviously they don't want to give up that position. They're not going to go down and thirst that unless they can just punch their way through a knockdown shield on the way in there. Looking above Lava Siphon, we're actually seeing Rig going up against Golden Sage here. They've already got one of the
That was
kills.
clean.
Jen Burton with a wingman.
That was clean.
Love to see it.
That was, I mean, not really a drive-by because he's not driving anything, is he? But I think I'll call it a slide-by. He just tap, tap, tap on the way along. And, well, there goes another one. Jen Burton, he's always really, really crisp when it comes to that aim, isn't he? Bulla and Jarrow, I can see in the kill feed there as well for Sutaraiku. Seem to have gone head-to-head with We Are God Gamers. So, as you'd expect, a bit of action down near Thermal Station. That is where, I guess, a lot of the exchanges are going to be happening.
Oh no, Mingyue just got away from Rig with the Valk ult, and now he's run into Rage, so he's probably not long for this world. Here we go. We're seeing this is from Rage's point of view. They've spotted him out.
He's on the run.
Yeah, the missile swarm came in.
I think he's out. I think he's fine.
Yeah, though that said, he's running into Ogre 3, and I think they've spotted him as well. Oh no.
Well, where can you go, really? Maybe some much-needed points for Ogre 3.
Interesting. That's it. You know, I mean, they're playing Bloodhound at the moment, right? So they could scan this and realize it's a solo. But I was just about to say, apart from that, you know, why would they expect that it's just the one player? They probably don't want to take fights unless they're sure they've got the advantage because they're not strafing Flame.
I think you could probably put 2 and 2 together at this point in the game and say, if there's a team heading back in our direction into Fragment East this late, and we've only seen one player, chances are it's not a full squad. Because why would a full squad be heading in that direction? Maybe it's 2, but even more likely it could just be down to the one individual looking to try and find a beacon or something to res one of his teammates. But Ogre 3, I mean, they do sort of leave him to his own devices and pass by, try to get themselves into a bit more of a better position themselves. I think more so worrying about what they're doing rather than what other teams are doing, which is not a bad way to play, per se.
Okay, so this is BRP on the southern side of Thermal Station.
Yep.
Just hiding up on, you know, those little bin platforms there. So yes, Sutaraiku did end up going, I can't remember if we saw this before, they did end up going to the very most southern. So they're not playing Dorito here, they're actually going to play the southern houses. Look, there's a chance it pulls down there.
It is an interesting one, isn't it?
I just don't think it's necessarily as likely as some other places you can pick out. That said, you know, teams like X-Spark, I feel like they've got a good position in, you know, those southernmost Thermal Station buildings where they can hold out teams who are pushing through from tree, from launch site, you know, your MDYs or your Overclock Esports.
Well, actually having a look at the tree at the moment, so it's nice of you to mention those two teams, Overclock and MDY. I mean, they're not really getting into a real pitched battle. I feel like this is more just some pot shots trying to bleed some of the meds away. Doesn't seem to have really affected either team too drastically, but I think that battle is really going to start to ensue when the zone starts to push in a couple of minutes. That's where both these teams are going to get pushed out of their cover, and they've got a lot of ground to cover.
MDY have taken the easy way out. Valk ulting down to the rock below. That's so Strike who's just ahead of them there. You've seen many a game won from this rock, but as we've said, the ring has to go.
I was going to say, I think my very first game casting Apex Legends, Reignite won from this very rock.
Yep.
So I wonder if MDY is going to be able to do something similar. It doesn't look as quite so consistent for them. Senpai has actually been finished off, so we're now down to just the 2 players, which is obviously not ideal, and it significantly hurts your chances of finding a win. X-Spark the ones to pick up that kill.
MDY struggling. And X-Park. Yeah, you wouldn't expect them to pull down any further and try and take advantage of the duo here. I think they're happy where they are. You can see that nice little high ground there that Axeback has. They've just been joined by Overclock, who made their way into that building though. And now it looks like, ooh, maybe it's Striker. We're going to push out and look for the finish there. But yeah, okay, so we're having a look at this fight here between Overclock and Team X-Spark.
Well, it's a bit of a slow fight, really, isn't it? Again, some more pot shots rather than anything else. Obviously, they're both holding down the same building, but they're not, either of them, really too keen on, I feel like, committing to this fight. At least not until they get some more chip damage or they find a little bit of an opportunity, an opening, so to speak. X-Spark, though, look at this.
It's not the best building to split though. Like maybe if you're holding like high ground, low ground, but they're kind of holding the two ends of the building right now. Axilic just keeps popping the door open, seeing what he can get done with the wingman.
So annoying.
Nice beam there from Baroth.
I think they kind of needed that Overclock because they were really under the pump. You had a player outside jumping up and down the window. They had the player at the door here, Axilic, just opening it.
But now they've kind of been pushed back into a corner. They've used the bubble, and as soon as that goes down, Axilic with the gun shield up is going to try and cause havoc. He just needs to try and grab a couple of headshots with this longbow. They actually use the Arc Star. They're too tired of him just popping the door open. Trading with the wingman actually doesn't go that well for him.
Yeah, but it's Bell Senpai, I feel like, that's going to be the difference maker in this kind of a fight. He just needs to find the right timing, and what they're really doing is just playing with Overclock. You can see Bell Senpai, he just keeps jumping up at any one of these three windows, and exactly what he needs to do is just find those small little windows of opportunity, for lack of a better word, and he gets that initial knock, and from there, I mean, it's just a waterfall of kills on the feed, and actually Bell Senpai gets all three, so very, very nicely played in the end there from X-Spark.
But there's no time to rest. Stinky B coming in. Actually, they might have realized that they were just a little bit too late on the third party there. They're going to push up towards that building. They've come in from tree. We might get a repeat of the fight in a second. You never know.
Yeah, I think X-Spark sort of putting themselves into a bit of a corner as well. Surely. They can't fall for their own trick.
Looks like they're going to take a different building in this compound, so it's probably not going to happen for them. What is going to happen is Striku actually moving out of their building to try and take on the last two members of MDY. We're getting an overview of this fight. It's actually happening to the left of your screen here as Reignite Valk ult in. And the circle has shifted as Striku predicted, actually, at least for now. So that rock, that little village in the south there, definitely amongst the best positions to be on World's Edge right now.
I think it's going to start to pop off, though, a little bit here. Reignite, they felt like they had a pretty good landing position, and to be fair, they did. It lets you land safely, and you can choose to climb up when you wish, but they need to be aware. We can't see it on the feed right now, but just to the left, Primus Commander have landed very, very close by as well. So,
and they're in that similar cliff position, right? Where they're hiding just off the cliff. And sure, you can hide there for a little while until someone, you know, Caustic ults you, EMPs you, looks down on your head.
I'm just wondering, whether or not Primus Commander and Reignite are going to go toe-to-toe anytime soon. We have the black market up here for Primus Commander. I'm not sure they're going to be getting too many spoils from that on.
Oh. It's a very village-centric next circle as well.
Oh, it was a good call by Sutaraiku then to rotate down early.
Don't listen to Genome, the naysayer. That's their home ground, and they knew exactly where it was going, apparently.
Yeah, I mean, I guess maybe after that second shift, that gives them a bit of an indication, or at least a willingness to take that gamble. They seem to have gambled correctly, but it's also still a matter of converting this game. You know, you still have Reignite there, you got Primus Commander having rotated down, MDY is already there.
And you're seeing Team Burger in the Dorito house, right? If Striku had have taken that, like they have in previous games, they wouldn't be in such a great spot right now. They'd have to be thinking about where this next rotation is going.
I mean, it's not the worst of positions you could be in, to be fair, for Team Burger. They've still got themselves a chance. Oh, this doesn't look very fun for We Are Trash. The caustic gas doing a lot of damage. Savior Heavier falls to Dexter. It's EXO on the other side of the fight, and they are in with a vengeance. Dexter are 2 players knocked, courtesy of his weapons. It's just Yanley's left here for We Are Trash, so he's just going to try and keep his head low for foreseeable future.
Tragedy there for We Are Trash. They actually had the interceptor pylon ready to go, but because they were Valk ulting in, didn't have time to put it down. I mean, that ultimate cancels out Caustic's ultimate if it's thrown within range, right? But just unfortunately didn't have time to make that happen. As a result, down to 1, and Yanley's is, oh, no, getting taken out. It's going to be Cyber. Oh, actually, sorry, no, someone else. But either way, yeah, gone.
Yeah, well, Cyber definitely in the kill feed there as well. Gets a knock onto Rosmontis, so he's keeping himself busy with that Sentinel.
3 different teams on the cliff now. This is BRP. We've just seen them Valk ult in, sitting alongside Rig, alongside Strafing Flame. I mean, we'll probably expect to see more teams Valk ult in. And the one thing about these little cliff positions, Elfish, is they're very hard to see from the sky. Yeah. So you will see a team Valk ult in and be like, oh yeah, I think this spot's free, and it's almost too late by the time they get there.
Stinky B putting in a bit of work right now is Chris, hitting flash onto that Jibby and very quickly able to dispatch of his opponents.
Yeah, Methods of Madness haven't had the greatest day so far. I mean, they barely, missed out on that top 5 potential sort of land position there. And now coming into today could have been a bit of a, redemption for them. Not really doing so, and 4 games in, struggling.
Certainly are. 4 games. It's getting a little bit tight now, isn't it? I think you kind of have to say, well, if we haven't done it yet, it's probably not going to happen today, unless we're already on 20+ points, 25+ points, because sooner or later teams are going to start looking for that one victory. And I suspect it might be next round. We haven't seen Dreamfire getting knocked out just yet, have we? So might be a chance they're going to go over the line. A quick check. Yep, they're still in, and they've actually managed to get 2 points already, Genome. So they're 3 points away. And in fact, they're on our screens right now. Valk ulting in. This could be some more points on offer. All it takes is one more team wipe for Dreamfire. And they've actually succeeded in getting control of at least the bottom floor of this building.
Yeah, Kukoi are in the top, so they're right above them. Koi, no Caustic, importantly. So they're one of the teams that they could easily push out of if there's an ultimate coming into play here. Stinky B try to make it down from that high ground. It doesn't work out particularly well for them. A couple of kills, sure, maybe, but Chris eliminated before they can get anything else done, and now we're down to 12 squads. X-Spark similarly trying to get down from that high ground, and MDY, they got their 3rd player back.
Yeah, Shasha didn't like that door frame though, I'll tell you that. Good shots coming in to follow it up though, just beaming Pearl Senpai.
That clears their backside out, and now the southern side of this Elfish is looking pretty good for MDY and for Storaiku.
It was Commander, another one of those teams that rotated early that we haven't spoken to for a little while. They've got all 3 players alive, and they still have that black market going, so they might be starting to pick up a bit of loot from that. They've all got purple armor. MDY is hanging around as well. It's really starting to get a bit busy now in this final circle, but that shift has once again gone straight over the top of Sutoraiku. Couldn't ask for a better zone shift for them.
Not at all. They might. Is the rock in play? Does a team think about going back that far? I'm not sure. At least the back building.
I don't think it is.
That Straiku is holding definitely going to be safe for them for quite some time. This is that the other house that Dreamfire and Kukoi are currently sitting in. EXO deciding to make a move. 5 seconds left in this round. Rig are going to have to move. BRP are actually, I think they're in on the other side of the rocks here. Well, so yeah, look at this. I think where BRP are there, they are in. So they're just going to try and grief Rig a little bit here.
Rig's not interested.
Before they pop back.
Rig's not interested. They've just flown up in the air. They're on the rotate already, as they are.
Oh, okay.
Tending to do.
So as we look at, well, I'm having a quick look at Riggs' descent there as they went out with the Skyward Dive. The rock is not really in play, like a little bit,
Not
tiny
the
bit.
rock, but another rock is.
Yeah.
Definitely a chance for them. Primus Commander have a little bit of defending to do. They're trying to keep BRP from working their way up the cliff. Hey, dodges a hail of bullets. Strafing Flame has no shield either. Primus Commander starting to run a little bit thin on their armor. And inevitably they might run a little thin on their players as well as Strafing Flame gets knocked down. One save and grace is little Arif. He's up on the high ground and he's got a great position to overwatch his teammates. Bubble will cause some problems. He's going to have to take this fight, isn't he? Just to give some time. Dreamfire need that as well. They pick themselves up a res, but Primus Commander, I mean, it was a losing battle inevitably for them, wasn't it? It was just a matter of time, really. They didn't have enough of it. BRP survive, and they have time to get that res. 27 seconds before that circle shifts.
"20 seconds, as you say, until the final circle starts to crush these teams against once another."
This is not the time you want to start getting stuck on the cliff. Looks like they're going to be okay. Again, another knock on Dreamfire. Kentong goes down. Dreamfire goes down.
7th place. That's a couple of placement points. I think on top of the kills they got,
have
that
enough.
might get them to match point eligible.
We'll have to find out as we wait for the scoreboard. Let's not call it just yet. They might be on 49. That would be heartbreaking for them. Sutaraiku are looking really good in this round. They've got 3 players up still, 2 sets of red armor. They've got the central building. They've got control of it, and they've had control of it for quite a while. So they haven't really had to burn through a lot of their resources.
So we've got Rig playing the southern side, Striku inside the building. Here's a great view of that. Kakoi on top, and then Rage and BRP also still in play.
It's the eye of the storm again, Genome. I've said that a couple of times today, but we've had a really chaotic fight. And it seems to have just slowed down a little bit now.
I actually really like BRP's positioning here. Not only have they managed to get some great armor up, they're going to put a mobile res beacon down, expanding the amount of cover they have. And as you can see, Rig didn't have a lot of cover to play with. They're just getting spammed by that Spitfire there on the side, and that means their rotation is going to be completely scuffed. And I think BRP, it's either probably between them and Striker, I think, who have the best position here.
I guess maybe you could make the argument for Sutaraiku because the zone is going to ultimately center on them.
I think it depends a lot on this bombardment, on any grenades left. If they can blow those doors off, that's all that is between them and the rest of the lobby right now.
In fact, I've kind of lied. I think Sutaraiku do have to push out of these doors pretty soon, faster than what I'd expected. What tools have they got to work with? Surely Jarro's still got that bubble, and he's holding it for as long as he possibly can. He knows how important it's going to be. Eventually it goes down, but he who bubbles second laughs last. Let's see if that's going to be the case for Sutaraiku. Waltzy flies up into the air, gets a bird's eye view of the fight, and tries to drop down. Death from above is his option, but he's not able to find a huge amount. It's absolute madness. Teams hiding inside, but it's BRP ultimately that'll walk away with the victory. A very hard fought one as well. There was a caustic grenade in the middle of that, in the thick of things. 2 Jibby bubbles as well, and I mean, honestly, it's kind of hard to tell you exactly what happened because it was just such a mess. Even from that bird's eye view position that Jarro did provide for us. Starting to lose my voice a little bit now, Gino, I'm sure you can hear. And we're only 4 games into the day.
Going hard like BRP in game 4 there. Yeah, so, I mean, they just had a great position. You saw, you know, the fences they were hiding behind. Bullets can't go through those. That's what's important for that part. I mean, I'm honestly surprised the doors on that building survived as long as they did, because if they hadn't have, Striker would have been in a very bad position. They would have had to push out even further. They would have had to bubble earlier. And then Kakoi probably is shooting them from above. I'm surprised Kakoi didn't do a little bit better there, to be honest.
Yeah.
But I don't know, maybe they picked up a couple of kills. It's hard to see in all that sort of madness. But no, BRP just very, very methodical as they went through there. Loved how they played that endgame.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of nice to see a little bit of a bounce back from Kakoi, isn't it? Because first game, great stuff from them. Second and third game, didn't get a single point. And now they get themselves a decent chunk there in game 4. It's not going to be enough to get them onto match point, but it'll get them into striking distance, I would say.
Yeah.
I think the big question that we're waiting to get the answer to is whether or not Dreamfire was able to get enough out of that game. And, we're going to have to wait for a little bit longer for that one. But they certainly have given themselves every opportunity, haven't they? Because they did survive quite late in that game as well. It was an interesting start. It's always an interesting start when you go down to Thermal Station. A bit of a busy area of the map when teams do start to pop up there. You've got high ground to play from right in the center of Thermal Station. You've got lots of small bits of cover around the Thermal Station as well, so you can provide for a lot of teams. And I think we did see that. Some nice rotations from some of the top teams as well, very, very quickly down onto that southern side. It seemed like they knew where that circle was going to go.
Yeah, you're right. We have seen some classic APAC South circles down here. And I think the difference between, because Rig liked playing that sort of back rock position. But last time, I think they played that and did a lot better. They were climbing up onto the top of the building. This time, Kukoi were up there, and they just got caught in that crossfire between Kukoi and BRP.
Yeah, Sutaraiku was the team that got second. Kukoi ended up going out in third. Reignite get that fourth place, so they're going to keep that scoreboard ticking on over. I think there's only been one game for Reignite today who, haven't been able to get outside of the top 5, really. Have a look at the scores. Oh, 49 points for Dreamfire. That is an absolute killer.
7. Is that only 2?
They must have only got a couple of points from the kills. And, I had a funny feeling. I really did have a funny feeling that might be the case. 49 points for Dreamfire.
Wow.
Means that they ultimately, for all the hard work they put in, don't really have that much of an advantage anymore because, this could have been one essentially free game for them. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
One free game where they get the chance to find that win when no one else can. But now you think, oh, well, there was, I think, 3-4 teams above 40 points there beyond Dreamfire that ultimately next game could pretty much put themselves on match point. And if 3 or 4 of those teams do it next game, then Dreamfire is going to think, well, we really missed the boat on that one. What if they go on to win this game? What if Dreamfire goes on to win this game and they'd be thinking, if we would have just got 1 more point? You almost don't want to win this game.
That's a cruel hypothesis.
I think you almost want to just go out in last with 1 kill here and just say, we didn't win it anyway. Because if you did win
that would just break your heart, wouldn't it?
It really would.
Look, but as you said, a lot of teams above 40 points there. So you'd have to say next game someone is getting match point eligible. One of those 5 teams at the very least, maybe even a couple. How many teams get over 10 points in any one given game? Maybe 2 or 3. So, if Dreamfire just limp over the line and a couple of the others have a good game and get there as well, we could, in Game 6, we could really see it start to heat up and have a couple of teams with their chance to walk away with the $50,000 on offer here from the Split 1 playoffs.
Indeed. Well, it looks like it's about to get pretty tight indeed. We're going to head to a short break. We heard to Bullet on the way into the last one. Let's hear from Savior this time.
But if I had to pick, a clip, I think definitely it's just gonna be the week that I started playing Watson, and it was the clutch moment that I had at the end ring. It was the last game of the final week, and I clutched it out with Watson, and if that doesn't prove that she can be in the meta and that she is solidified as a good legend to play right now, I don't know what is.
But he can't get stuck using the fences while
Then-
damage
Oh!
hides behind the knockdown shield.
If Lan was on, how do you think your team will go against the rest of the world? I think we're fucking dominating. Maybe that's going to a bit too far. We do have a long hill to climb. Humble beginnings and, humble ends. Our team will fare pretty well. I think that, we'll be pretty iconic. Only Watson team running in the land of ALGS. Why not? Pretty iconic. We'll definitely hit the TikTok, hit the cloud. 100%. 100%. She's gonna be famous after that. Definitely for me would be Burger. They're a team that not only has a lot of experience in the comp scene, they're stuck together for a very, very long time. They know what to do in every single scenario. Every single scenario that they played out, they know what to do. It pains me to say that they really are very good players. I'm already playing her. I don't need to take no double take on this. I'm already playing her, so I don't need to wish anything. definitely me for sure to int on the team and definitely me to clutch up at the same time. It's a mix of both and there is no in between. There is literally no in between whatsoever. I will either clutch up the game so hard that we win, or I will int the game so hard that we lose 20. I cannot express that any harder. I'm a double-edged sword, okay? I'm a double-edged sword. I love Stormpoint. I love the map. I love the design of it. I love the feel of it. I love everything about it. And it's nice and heartwarming to know that the creator of the map is the same person that created Season 3 World's Edge, the one with the double cons. 100% yes, I think Stormpoint is a map that I want in the tournament map pool, but not without a couple of changes. Who's going to win today's playoffs? I'm putting my money on myself. I'm putting my money on myself. I think that I'm confident to win in today's playoffs. Well, 100%, well, maybe 99. You know what? Let's be humble a bit. 99%. I'm 99% confident that we are going to win on today's playoffs. 100%, like literally. I don't see a scenario where I don't go home without money in my pocket and a big ass trophy in my ass. So 100%, I believe that we're gonna take it. We're gonna take it.
มีความตื่นเต้นหลายอย่างครับก็คือหลักๆเลยก็คือออฟไลน์แคนเซิลครับไฮไลท์จัดเลยโคตรไฮไลท์ก็จะพยายามทำให้เต็มที่ครับก็คือต้องใช้สิ่งที่เรามีเพื่อไปสู้กับคนอื่นครับทีมตัวเองครับผมเพราะว่ารู้สึกว่าถ้าผมเป็นทีมอื่นผมก็น่าจะรำคาญเหมือนกันเพราะทีมผมเล่นกวนตีนครับอยากเล่นแพทไฟเดอร์ครับแต่ว่าที่ไม่เอาไปเล่นเพราะว่าตัวมันโง่ครับโยนทุกคนครับแล้วก็ไม่พลิกสักคนครับไม่อยากเพิ่มครับเพราะว่ารู้สึกว่าแบบนี้มันไม่ดีตอนนี้มันไม่ดีอยากปรับให้แมปมันใหญ่ขึ้นพื้นที่เยอะขึ้นแล้วก็อยากให้มีของมากขึ้นครับนั่นก็คือลิกหยอกทีมผมนี่แหละเจอกูลิกไอสัตว์
Well, we're game 4 into the day and heading in towards game 5 in just a minute. It is, it's getting a little bit spicy now, isn't it? Because Dreamfire on 49 points have almost left me speechless. Not quite. We are getting there. We are certainly getting there. But the playoffs here for APAC South, obviously we're sort of running that match point format. Genome 50 points is the magic cutoff spot to potentially be able to get yourself that win, and Dreamfire miss out on that one by 1. Take a look at the rest of the scoreboard though, and that is going to mean you know, that they don't really get that one free game because there's a bunch of teams just sitting hot on their heels, and I can see only one of Kokoi, Sutaraiku, Reignite, or BRP jumping ahead of them.
49 is just the worst. It almost feels like it kind of invalidates like all the hard work you put in, because you know that you're getting there, you know, just off the back of being a, you know, a top 15 team in the next game, and it just doesn't really matter. This is a total dead rubber for them. You know, maybe this is the game where they go on the offensive and try and take down Kokoi or Straiku or Reignite, because they're trying to stop other teams now getting to match point. Once they get there, it's you know, it changes. Well, I mean, the playstyle changes. But at the moment, This game, it's about just getting that 1 point and potentially playing spoiler for some others.
I mean, I think you are right in a sense. I think you can definitely come into this one with a couple of mindsets in that, we only need the 1 point, so let's get that 1 point and then hope, that we can try and ruin another team's day or something like that. But I think there's also something to be said for just really trying to put everything into this game regardless. Like, ultimately, I did say going into that break, it would almost be worst case scenario for Dreamfire to actually win this game because they would get all those points and it would kind of be pointless.
Well, it does steal points away from other people.
Exactly. This is what I'm starting to think about, though, is that we have to think about the fact that they could still come second. So all those points could still matter. Anyway, let's have a look at the kills before we do jump into our final game of... I keep saying final game. I'm not sure why. Final game, maybe before we have to get into the match point scenario. It is going to be the top kill leaders, Genome, that we're taking a look at here. So Easy Flash and Roy, Kukoi and Dreamfire, respectively.
Interesting. Easy Flash is very often up the top of the damage leaderboards, but not quite as often up the top of the kills. So doing his part for Kukoi there, but Roy, this guy, as we said, we were expecting him to be in the hunt for that Apex Predator $750 prize, and at the moment, they're dead on.
It's dead even. I mean, how do they split it if it is even? I guess
a good
maybe
question.
it comes down
do they
to the
double
damage. Damage? I don't
Sure.
know. Or do they split it?
Surely, good guy EA doubling it for anyone who.
It might not be
gets
double,
there.
by the way. There could be any number of players on 12. There could be 3 or 4.
No,
And then at that point, you're sort of opening the wallet and you're like, oh, geez, not another one. Like, hey, here you go, Jen Burton. You have some as well. I'm sure he's up there. There's a few
reparations for LAN.
yeah, exactly. All of these teams are getting it, and then even some teams are getting it when they quote unquote didn't deserve it. Those top 5 teams, they're probably saying, well, we would have qualified and gone to LAN. I mean, we deserve to be here definitely. But for the other 20, or the other 15. They didn't qualify for LAN. Why do they get to compete? We should be the ones competing for this money ourselves. But to be fair, I mean, those 5 teams, at least for the most part, seem to be doing okay.
Yeah, pretty well.
Method to Madness might have dropped off a little bit from their performances.
Yeah, Ath as well.
As well as Ath, but Reignite, EXO, Burger, Dreamfire, they're all up toward the top end of things and all very much within a chance of picking up the win today. We're not quite at that point yet. We're not quite at the point of saying, this team needs a win here just yet. But this could be the final game before we do start telling that storyline. Let's head into game 5 of the day and see if anyone can get themselves above that 50-point mark. Dreamfire is the closest, 1 point away. But a couple of other teams circling like sharks in the water. Less than 10 points for the vast majority of those teams is what's required in this game. But I guess there's no world where we really get all 5 of those teams, Genome, getting themselves over the line. Best case scenario, you might get maybe 2 or 3. But I can't imagine more than 2 or 3 teams get 10+ points.
Yeah, that would be mathematically unlikely, I would say.
There's a world where it's possible, I guess, but unlikely.
Yeah, it is, but we'll just have to wait and see how that goes. Once again, 58 players in the lobby. This time, it's the We Are God Gamers member joining Ogre 3 on the sideline. So those 2 teams starting as the duos. Just in case you're wondering why we're starting off with 58 up top there.
Yeah.
Oh, man. I mean...
Another one.
Circle-wise, I mean, you can understand why Dreamfire are doing pretty well today, right? I mean, we've had a couple up towards that sort of northwestern side of
There's been
World's
one
Edge.
Just north of Countdown, one
And
just
we're
south of
going
Countdown.
there again.
And now we're probably going just a bit west of
Now,
Countdown.
this one, to be fair, it's got some opportunities. You can see where Nut is on the western side of Trials there. Sometimes we see the endings that finish right on top of Trials.
Yeah.
Or at least on the western door, and sometimes on that rock that's just to the south of where Natsuru-sama is as well. So there's a couple of circles that end out there, but if it doesn't, then we're expecting it to go down more towards, say, Lava Fissure, or where we had that finishing countdown previously. Outside countdown, I guess you could say.
You'd have to say, though, that Dreamfire is a shoo-in to get at least 1 point now.
Surely.
Like, if you're not having to make a rotate, you might get 1 kill on a rotate from someone walking in your direction, or worst case scenario, you're getting a placement point here, aren't you? Like, you have to. And to be fair, I mean, Athame is kind of in there as well. and Team Burger too. So those three teams getting a bit close by to getting over the line. You couldn't really ask for a better kind of a circle shift for them.
Yeah, and with, what is it, 5 teams on 40 or higher, you know, we're looking at BRP, Rig, Striker, and Kakoi to join Dreamfire on that that match point eligible status next time.
I guess the Thame's not quite up there yet, are they? They're on 23. They did have a second, but apart from that, they've had a really rough run of things. In fact, Thame's only gotten points out of 1 game. That was that second place, so... Is that right?
Oh, no, they got a 14th place. That's 1 placement point.
Oh,
They got a 13th place with a couple of kills. So, yeah,
Oh,
but
yeah,
they did have, they started off with 0 and then haven't
I was going to say, I
too
didn't
much.
think second place was going to really get you 23 points. But anyway. Yeah, so they do just keep it ticking over, but not quite quickly enough, I'd say, to get themselves really in the discussion just yet at 50, unless they had an absolute banger, mammoth kind of a game here. Inside the ring, still with a bit more work to do for themselves as well. They need to do a little bit more looting, I'd say, before they get themselves into a fight here. Meal just sitting on the white armor, not ideal at all. Very relaxed start to this game, though, isn't it? Probably good for my voice, if that is the case.
Yeah, when you said the final game, you meant the final game that your voice is
the
gonna
final game that I will
right?
be commentating, yeah. For the rest of the time, I'll just be sitting here, letting you do the work. I think I'm still spending some time in trials. But they really haven't really got much interest, I'd say, in rotating off just yet. They don't have the info that the circle's going to head back in their direction, the second circle, but I guess they don't need it. Because they don't look like they're going to be moving too far anyway, and ultimately they're going to find themselves in a pretty good spot if they stay up the top of trials.
Yeah, I mean, they might have seen, say, Dreamfire going, you know, above them, across them, and perhaps taken that as a sign that it's a potentially trials kind of circle. You know, reading other teams that have the beacons is definitely a skill in this game.
It'd be pretty big brain if they were able to, you know, figure it out just from that.
Shield cell here.
But I suppose if you do this every day and it's your job, you're going to take every little percentage that you can. You know, it might be a 0.5% kind of a difference or a 0.5% kind of a decision to make.
Reignite is taking the shots there. The Rampage has been nerfed a little bit. They've toned down the damage of it, as well as fixing some of those bugs with the charge. You're not getting the... you're not having the value out of 1 thermite grenade providing you with a charge up rampage for the entire game anymore. A good thing, because that was...
I don't know that Athane's going to be moving too far here, are they? You sort of perched on the hill, you've got a great position to get information from. Lots of vision around the map. Wait for that X circle shift and see what happens.
So Method to Madness, they're currently going up against X-Spark here. This is happening down at Lava Fissure.
Whoa, just through the back of the door, Bell Senpai and Axelic are able to backstab Method to Madness. Gopgaps is the last alive. He's fighting hard, he's doing well. He's got a knockdown for himself. And he's kind of keeping his opponents at bay, but he might have bitten off a little bit too much here. EXO have arrived for the third party. Dexter, Chambers, Killerpoz all looking very healthy indeed, and they pick up a bunch of points off the back of that.
4 kills, I think it was, actually, in the end. So that's a sickening number, considering how much damage they probably put out in that fight.
Nothing, didn't they?
Yeah.
Well, if you run through their damage numbers here for us,
yeah,
so one of them on
5,
100, 350, and 90.
Yeah,
nothing. And who knows how some of that might have actually been from before as well, a bit of chip damage. So I really reckon they just walked in there and basically tickled them under the arms and said, ha, we're free kills. 3 points. BRB with a wall of fire to deal with. And now some gas, so...
Yeah, so BRP haven't got the knowledge that this is, it's going to be definitely not the Skyhook circle, so they're actually playing all the way up in Skyhook Unlike Ogre 3, who are doing the same, they should, well, I would say they should know better, but maybe they're just happy to be on the outside considering they're the duo. But yeah, BRP potentially going to be disappointed by this next room shift.
Not going to be too long to wait for that one. 10 seconds, and then we're going to get to see what a lot of the teams will decide to do. It looks like a couple still sort of hedging their bets down toward the south.
Yeah, well, Lava Fissure is still in play, right? Like, there's still every chance that we see the circle move down towards Lava Fissure there. EXO currently on the beacon in Lava Fissure, so yep, bubble goes up. They're gonna have sneak peek into the next ring there, and okay, all right, so it's going up towards Trials. I'd say that means there's a very high likelihood, looking at that one, that it's finishing around the rock in the middle there.
Has Dreamfire managed to get themselves a point yet?
Well, haven't got a placement point yet. I don't think so. They've been chilling up on the north side, so
no points just yet.
Roy hasn't
done any damage.
Hasn't even seen an enemy yet. Okay, yeah, there we go. There's that circle. So as I said, there's that rock like directly in the middle, the small rock there. Yep. You do get quite a few circles finishing around there. So considering it's centering around that, pretty good chances we're finishing up there. Now, where is a good spot to play, considering that rock? Up where a theme is. Like sitting up the top there, you can stick that out for usually another circle or two. You know, it's almost like you're playing out of bounds. Then you just drop down with the caustic grenade at the end to flush out a team below you. So that's a great spot to play. And then you've also got inside of Trials, and currently we're seeing We Are Trash down there. So they've got the Watson fences in place. Obviously the Prowlers have been cleared out by Nut to start with, and yeah, it'll probably end up getting a couple more teams like say Ret, BRP, maybe even inside the ring, pushing through from Skyhook through to Trials. But yeah, that's how we're expecting the end of this to play out. Meanwhile, we've got Dreamfire. They're actually going to move into... Ooh, they're right on top of Team Burger.
Well, Sutraiku in a bit of a fight there as well with MDY. Looks like MDY feeling a little bit under the pump.
Okay,
what's going on?
So this is the fight we were just talking about, where Dreamfire valked in right on top of Team Burger. Pricey used his caustic grenade straight away. Unfortunately, didn't really get through to them. So I guess I'm just guessing that M's bubble was probably enough to let them stabilize there for a little bit. Ooh, a couple of nice wingman shots there from MT. Actually gonna put them down back inside the building, but they have successfully secured their position, and this will ride them out for quite some time, I'd say. So the chances that Dreamfire get a 15th place or higher from in there, Elfish, pretty damn high.
Yeah, you would definitely say so. I mean, we kind of called it at the start of the game.
Imagine if they had just landed on Burger there and gone down in 18th spot. That would be the worst feeling in the world.
Definitely. Yeah, I don't even know what's worse. Is it worse to win this game or to just come dead last and get 0 points? Like, both are kind of pretty awful in a way. I suppose you would take the win, I guess, but yeah, it would hurt. It would still hurt. Only on 49 points. Hopefully not something they're going to have to worry about next game, though. Hopefully that 1 point still is yet to come. Primus Commander feeling that artillery barrage around their rock. Glareth looks like he copped one right to the face. He's okay.
Straiku on the flank here. So it's Primus Commander versus the MDY, but I think MDY have just realized there's a shark in the water. That's why we're seeing the Into the Void coming out now as they pull back to the caravan and to potential safety. Some of this caravan is in, so it will save them for a little while, but Straiku were hoping that they could be the beneficiaries of this, be that third in the third party.
Thermite Nade goes in on top of MDY. Doesn't look it's quite connected just yet, but Strafing Flame, well, he's strafing his way forward, trying to find the fight. Push his way into the caravan just yet, but now some shots are found. The angle located. Sutraiku waiting patiently as well to get involved in this one. On the other side, this could be a bunch of points picked up by any one of these teams, and it certainly looks like Sudoraiku is the team that will be taking the lion's share with those initial 2 knocks. Some flash here as well. Jaro knocks Little Arif. That's 3 knocks already for Sudoraiku and 3 points potentially on the cards if they can finish this fight off.
Heavy weapons fire doing the damage here for Sudoraiku, the Rampage and the Flatline coming out. Aono's gone down. One team completely eliminated now, so it's just up to Shasha and Senpai here. They have managed to stabilize a little bit. It feels like they want to go back for the banner, actually, in this 2v3 situation. A little bit sus, a little bits of a tricky proposition here, but they're definitely thinking about it. They're sticking around. Shasha now trying to check the back, just trying to work out. They've already used their portal to get out of here, so they're not going to be able to use that to get into Countdown. And Chris from Stinky B is also giving them something to think about there. He's actually quite a ways away from the rest of his team who are in the north of Countdown. So if he was to get caught off here, no, he's actually going to get out. And looks like Sudoraiku are doing the same. They're going back through Lava Fissure, where they will come into contact with most likely Exo and Golden Sage unless they decide to Valkor somewhere different.
Speaking of, Rage are on their way just underneath the Trials Mountain. Hiding inside of a little crevasse, a little bit of a corner. This, I don't know if this looks like the place to be. Maybe later on in the piece if the circle starts to cut the mountain out, but it's scary. Look at how much open space there is in front of them. Any team could find an angle, really. But yeah, you got the bubble, you got the Jibby bubble, that'll help, but not forever.
Teams coming in over them now. Got inside the ring, just gone over their head. And they're going to land in the building. Dreamfire still in there. They think about popping out. 15 squads left, Elfish. That means they've secured that one placement point they needed. They could just go ham from here if they felt like it.
Oh, Dexter, he's on the hunt. He's on the hunt and he's found his man. Killer Pulse has got Waltzy. And Dexter should have one for himself very shortly as well. That's Jaro. Done. Bullet bleeds out for Chambers. And EXO are the kill leaders for this game, which is probably a good sign if you're an EXO fan, because they really needed to start getting that ball rolling. And it seems they have. Game 5.
So much gas going on here, it's hard to see. Is this still up the top of Trials? It is. You can see the loot bins there that they're fighting around. I was really hoping that they'd learned from their last experience, because they were in the last game during Split 1 in the Pro League, and they held the same position, and the same thing happened. They got Valk ulted on and couldn't quite deal with that. And, they should be set up so well up there with the core stick.
Oh, EXO, man, they have not stopped this game, have they? There's another squad wipe. Another couple of points out for them. 4 kills already for Killer Pulse. 1,400 damage as well, and there's still 28 players left in this lobby, so he's going to be pumping those numbers up. Maybe this is an EXO game, but certainly starting to feel like it.
Rig, another team who need somewhere between 5 and 10 points. What was it for them? They
were 42?
41. So yeah, they actually need 9 points. That's a decent amount. They've got a Kraber on board. Yeah. Zero's managed to pick up a Kraber from...
He's got a nice angle here as well. You can't see it on the screen, but he's just out to the bottom side of where that flyover was. Getting a bit of vision from his perspective. He tried to sort of find a bit of a cheeky angle while Templex and Jen Burden were locking down the cliff face, but Reignite not able to find too much just yet, and they'll just back off to try and disengage the initial fight, because they are feeling someone kind of nipping at their heels. Some shots coming through the backside. Is not what you'd like.
2 kills. There we go. Just a few placement points for them there, but with Rage going down at the hands of the Kraber, it could be another one. Bubble, of course, used immediately. Do they have grenades to finish this off?
Do they even need grenades, Gino? Templex has just pumped out a huge chunk of damage, and Zero once again follows it up with a Kraber shot. Gets himself another knock. Reigniter getting aggressive. Templex is going to have to hold his horses for the moment. He's low on HP. But Jen Burden and Templex, well, it's going to have to come down to them now because Zero is finished. He is confirmed dead. Reignite still hunting for those 9 points, those 9 kills, and I'm not sure they're going to get it at this rate. EXO again in the kill feed. It looks like Reignite did win their fight. Maybe got themselves into another one. In the meanwhile, Dreamfire trying to hold down this rock position. It's Pete left.
EXO, they tried to push up and got met by at the bins by Team Burger and were eliminated. I mean, Rig, what went wrong for them in that fight, right? They were pushing in.
Rig's still alive.
They were trying to commit, and they got hit by a grenade that did, I think it was 160 or 180 damage across the whole team.
A lot.
And that's why Rage looked like they were in such a bad position and then almost turned it around. As a result, though, they still lost that one player. That said, I think it was Rage that put down the mobile respawn beacon, and that's worked to Reignite's advantage.
Ultimately, that has.
So they've just put Zero back in. It'll be up to Stinky B, the team up the top, to try and take him down before he comes in.
Don't know that that's going to happen.
As predicted, that rock that we just had vision of right there from the top, that is definitely where the circle is going to be ending. And Kakoi,
I can't believe that.
Right on top of it.
I can't believe that respawn. He literally just flies out of the air and he's like fully kitted straight away. It doesn't seem very fair, but anyway, I guess that's the Reignite way, isn't it? Just finding something from nothing, and once again, pulled off a little bit of a cheeky play. Let's see if it gets them the win, though. Stinky B.
They are going to be match point eligible, Elfish.
Okay, that's big news. Big news. Reignite, I assume that is, not Stinky B.
Yep.
So what Stinky B can do is they fly their way through the air, scanning for a spot to just come down to safety. Doesn't really seem like there's too many options here. They're going to probably have to hot drop on top of a team, or maybe take up residence where Reignite did land. A little bit of column A, a little bit of column B. We'll hold that for the moment, though, because Reignite still continue to be in the mix, and they're going to have to play very aggressively here, I think, Reignite, just to try and take some pressure off themselves, because they are in the center of the map. They have no cover at all. They really need to be the ones on the offensive, keeping the eyes turned away from them. And just like that, another team goes down at the hands of Reignite. Zero bleeding out deep. Jen Burden getting the knock onto Chris. And it's Reignite now that are leading from the front in terms of the kills now that EXO's out of the picture.
We are trash. Interesting. We were talking about the fact that they hadn't used the Gibraltar earlier, but they're back on it. Yanli's on the Gibraltar this game, so obviously feeling like the intercept the pylon wasn't enough. You gotta have that bubble.
I can't believe no one's taking shots at Reignite right now. How are they getting away with this? They're dead center. They're dead center, Genome, and they're just absolutely destroying everyone. Zero's got himself another couple of kills here. I mean, it just doesn't stop right now.
Yeah.
They already have match point. They don't need any more.
Well, time to deny it for some others. I mean, Team Burger were 20 points off the pace at 30 points coming into this game, so they needed a huge game, and it doesn't look like they're necessarily going to get it. I think they'd have to get every kill left in the lobby if they wanted to do that. They've got 4 kills at the moment. And they're just looking across. Jen's in the middle. Jen has already set up a bunch of barrels that are going to make it harder for these other teams as they push in. And it's interesting the way they're playing this. Zero and Temp on the back, just sort of isolating a little bit. Nice Kraber shot from Zero. Puts Savior on the floor. They'll try and res immediately.
Every bullet equals 1 knock when the Kraber is in Zero's hands. And of course, those are converted to kills as well. Jen Burden continues to get aggressive from his middle position. It's now onto Team Burger, who are pretty desperate for points, but maybe there's not enough on offer anymore, Genome, to get them to match points. Still, a win under the belt would be a nice confidence lifter, particularly in a 3-on-3 against Reignite. Pricey, Sharky, they've done it. Team Burger get the win. But is it enough? That's the big question. We certainly know it's enough for Reignite. They got heaps of points in that game, but for Team Burger, maybe it's not quite going to be enough. Out of that game, we'll have to wait and see. Is there going to be anyone else that kind of got into the mix there as well, Genome? You know, I mean, there was 4 or 5 that we were sort of talking about going in there. I think Dreamfire, I didn't notice, but I have to imagine they got 1 point out of that one.
No, they did, because they were in the top 15 squad, so immediately they get that placement point. They're over the line. Rig needed, was it 8 or
Nine.
9?
They were
9
41.
points.
They got
Easily got that. They got that just from placement points alone,
Yep.
plus the kills they got, which of course, we talk about first place a lot, right? But obviously the points do matter for the other 19 teams.
Yeah, look, I mean,
in
second
the
place is still a lot of money.
Exactly, exactly. So that's pushing you up, in those stakes as well.
Yep.
Burger, yeah, they were sitting on 30, so I'd say they're probably just shy.
Yep.
And it'll probably take them one more game to get into match point eligible. But that means we've got at least a 2 or 3 horse race pushing into game 6.
Well, we'll keep that one under wraps for the moment. Just build the suspense for you guys at home. Take a look back at some of the highlights from that game. It was a very, very messy one. It felt like there was just fighting in all facets. I thought EXO looked really good. They kept finding really favorable fights. I guess the thing was that they just found one too many.
Well, they were playing the southern side of the zone, right? And eventually it just came up, actually at that point Burger only had 1 kill, so it must have been a combination. Maybe it was Dreamfire as well, as they tried to push up that got rid of them. But yeah, look, either way, EXO had a good start, but not a good enough finish. They really needed to be in this kind of final fight to be, putting themselves in that distance.
Yep.
They needed a gap closer.
Yeah, I mean, this was very nicely played in the end by Team Burger. You can just see the way that they worked forward when they knew that Reignite were just a little bit worse for wear after that initial fight that they took. And they kind of got on top of them before Reignite could really reset themselves, prepare themselves for another push. They pushed quite safely as well, using the natural cover, and then the Dome Shield comes down quite late, and they had that to play with as well. So Burger walks away with a victory. It's not going to be enough to get them a win overall just yet, but it's certainly on its way. Reignite with that second lock-in 50 points. Dreamfire actually ultimately ended up 5th, so they got more than enough in there. Kakoi with a 4th. I think they might be over the line there as well.
They had that.
They had 42,
second
I
game.
think.
Yeah. So that's that's 5 placement points plus your whatever kills we append. All right, why don't we get it straight from the production room?
49 for Burger and EXO, and 48 for Kakoi, and 47 for Sudaraiku. Unreal. That's unreal. I thought for sure that was going to be enough for Kakoi.
Yeah, you can see the teams outlined in red there that are now match point eligible. Reignite and Dreamfire are over the line, but
that's
they're
ridiculous.
not. It's not the finish line, Elfish, right?
That's
There's still
ridiculous.
one step to go. But yeah, as you say, heartbreak almost for Team Burger and EXO Clan there. But that said, that's probably another 4 teams. We're probably
5
gonna have 6 teams minimum.
Next game, yeah. Well, if you Reignite or Dreamfire, it's now or never. I mean, Dreamfire, they didn't get their freebie. They're going to have to go up against Reignite here, but they didn't get a win in the last game either, so they probably don't care anymore. It's all in the past.
And I think this is the first time, possibly, that Reignite have ever been in that number 1 position.
I think so.
To be the first in APAC South to take match point, equal first.
Even within like the first 3 or 4, or maybe even first 5, because I remember last time they were like 6th or 7th to get to match point.
Yeah, they've often crept in there, but it's definitely never been in the first game before, I don't believe. So that's huge for them. Obviously, last game they were playing pretty well there. So look, one circle shift that comes their way maybe, and look, Rig could finally be breaking that curse of underperforming in these match point formats.
Yeah, I guess that's a big question mark over their heads. You know, Dreamfire is another one that we're going to be keeping a big eye on for this next game as well. You know, I have to say though, it's not locked in for either of those 2 teams just yet. We've seen a few times when we've been running this kind of a format that first game where the match point is available isn't necessarily the one where it gets converted. So we'll have to wait and see. Obviously, there are potentially a bunch more games coming up, potentially only 1 more, so don't look too far away. We are going to take another break. The next game could potentially be the last here in the APAC playoffs. We're going to hear from Chambers in this break and see what he has to say.
I'm Jack Chamber ครับจาก Can EXO ครับต
อนนี้ยังตอบไม่ได้ครับลงมือผมสิจะได้ดูครับเต็มเน้นครับเพราะใจผมไม่กล้าครับแต่ตัวไปแล้วครับคิวโพสครับตัวแบงมันชอบต่อยเล่นครับแล้วก็ใครคัดมากสุดก็น่าจะช่วยกันครับทีมผมแข่งได้ทุกด่านครับแต่ในใจอยากคิดว่าแข่งสำนักขึ้นไปจะทำให้การแข่งขันสนุกมากยิ่งขึ้นครับจะด่าอะไรก็ได้ครับคิดว่าใครชนะหรอครับไม่ต้องกินนะครับเอ็กโซครับ
G'day and welcome back. Things are getting a little bit spicy now. I think I said that in the last intro. But to be fair, it is spicier this time. It's kind of like going from...
Scoville units through the roof.
Yeah,
mate.
it's like going from sweet chili sauce to having a girlfriend from Malaysia who likes to bring home every manner of spice to your kitchen. Anyway, that might just be on a personal note.
California Reapers up in here.
I'm sure that's probably been part of some of those chili sauces she's brought home. But let's talk scores, Genome, because that's where things are really, really important at this point in time. We have finally hit the threshold, and not for just the one team, but for two teams, Reignite and Dreamfire, both getting themselves over the line. Reignite in quite stunning fashion, getting a huge amount of points out of that last game. Although they didn't ultimately win it, they got like 10, 15 kills, something like that. Dreamfire up to 56 as well, so they're happy to be there. And it's those two teams that are really going to be the talking points for this next game. If there is a game after that one, though, then the water's starting to get a little bit muddier because Burger's a point away, EXO the same, Kukoi 2, Sutaraiku 3, and any one of those four teams could really just quite easily knock it over. In fact, all four of those teams probably could knock it over. And then you'd be looking at BRP, who's sort of also quite close by if they have a good game.
Yeah, so potentially another 5 teams joining the 2 at the top on match points next time. Below that, doesn't look like they're really in the hunt at the moment, being 35 points the next. 15 points out, kind of tough when you've got so many good teams still there trying to stomp you down. But yeah, look, Dreamfire and Reignite. 2 teams, both of them match point eligible.
Well, speaking of those two teams, Gino, I've got a little bit of a surprise for you. I know you love surprises. Let's take a look at this comparison here between Jen Burton and Roy. Two of the top 2 players in the lobby, I'd say, at the moment, and probably among the kill leaders. In fact, it is the 2 kill leaders. So Roy, he didn't manage to go up after that last game because he was on 12 going in.
No.
Jen Burton.
And we know he's capable of that, and more. He's capable of getting 12 in a game. We've seen that before. True. Right, definitely probably a little bit harder in a lobby of this caliber. But my lord, Jen Burton, I mean, he would have been the odds-on favorite.
Probably.
I think to take out the Apex Predator, prize and award here in the finals. So obviously a good performance by Reignite backs that up. And we just saw, I mean, like, he's been bringing the wingman out this whole season, and he's certainly been clipping people with it today.
Yeah, well, I mean, I guess for me, I'm just wondering now for Reignite, is this the time where they finally kind of lock in that crown? Because, we've been talking about Reignite as maybe the best team in the region for 12 months. I think if you'd asked me which team it was, I would say Reignite. Like, obviously, it's a discussion between EXO as well as Reignite, but this could be where Reignite really locks it in, or maybe Dreamfire. We are headed into game number 6 of the day. This is the big one, or maybe it's not. We'll have to find out and see whether or not Reignite or Dreamfire have got the chops to get the win in the first game where it really does matter. But yeah, I mean, back onto that point, Genome. Reignite, it's been a while, right, since they got a... I mean, they won Split 1, I guess, and that in itself was an achievement because that was a really long tournament with a lot of days involved, and so there's some credit there, but this would feel like the kind of win that they've deserved for a while and haven't been able to pick up.
I mean, when you say, there's a bit of a discussion, honestly, I don't think it is that much of a discussion. I think Reignite is flat out the best team in the region. It's just, can they show up when it counts, right? Like, that's the thing. That has been in contention. And looking at that, wow, Stinky B and MDY, for some reason, are getting into a super early fight over here at Lava City. I feel like MDY, I mean, I thought they usually landed at Big Maud first more often, and then maybe went and got some Lava City loot if they felt like it. But this time, Instead of grabbing some extra loot, they're going to grab some extra kills, and that's 2 members of Stinky B done and dusted.
Yeah, that's a bit of an interesting one. I mean, it is weird because Stinky B normally goes towards Dome anyway, so it's like not even... They wouldn't even really contest Lava City, but...
No, I don't think it was... I don't know, maybe it was like a really bad dropship path or something like that, and they couldn't quite make it, and then... Yeah. Honestly, a bit flabbergasted at that one, but either way, it looks like we've got a Lava Siphon Circle serving up here in Game 6. So
First
thinking about Dreamfire and Reignite, our 2 match point teams. You can see Reignite already, as usual, very fast rotate. This time they've done not too badly either. A purple and a blue armor, definitely above average for them recently.
They'll take that for sure. They will take that for sure.
Dreamfire, they've got further to go, right? And this is, you got to think, right? You know, some teams, tend to play more zone. Some teams tend to play more edge, right? I mean, obviously, Rig are far more on the zone side as of late. And Dreamfire, they sometimes tend to get a few more of their points via kills, but that doesn't matter. It's all about that first place coming in here. So, with the longer rotation, let's see if they can pick up a good spot in the middle of Lava Siphon, as Rig is almost certainly going to be able to. Here we go. Finding that northern building there. And did they get... Oh, no, they didn't actually... Oh, yeah, sorry, they did. Yeah, so there was a beacon at Fragment East. Man, that would have been ugly. Imagine losing the beacon on your match point
no way.
shot. That would be kind of rough.
No way. I mean, Reignite, they're in a good spot right now, but Dreamfire are still on the rotate. Got a bit of work to get through before they can really start becoming part of the conversation. You can see them right here, just going past the vault, coming down from Countdown. I guess they've ended up probably pretty happy with the loot that they've got. A gold armor, a purple armor, blue armor. It's not too bad. They seem to be doing okay for themselves. Roy really just doing his due diligence here. He's going to show those Valk missiles, throw those Valk missiles right up onto the cliff, just in case there was anyone camping it, which of course now the information dictates that there is not. But it's nice to see Dreamfire sort of crossing their T's and dotting their I's here as they do make their way towards the center of the circle. I don't think that they've got the info off a beacon just yet, but they're very keen and eager to have a little squiz at it right here in Harvester. Should be all right to get it. No one around them.
So X-Spark there, currently in that same building that Reignite and inside the ring. Currently fighting over. At least not fighting, but, you're playing. So they decide to make it one less, and they'll go take one of the smaller buildings. There's no one actually in there right now. I think it might have just been... Yeah, I reckon that was probably Mexus from WGG. He chucked a couple of traps up there just to delay. And the duo will take the building next to them.
Yeah, farm a bit of damage up as well. Not much, but a bit.
He's probably just working on his weekly task.
Yeah.
300 Nox trap damage.
Yeah. Got to get those points as much as possible. Here comes Team Burger. Oh, can't believe it. 1 point away. They'd be filthy. But if Team Dreamfire can get through that one round, maybe look for a victory here, so too can Burger, as long as they can ensure that Reignite and Burger don't walk away. Reignite and Dreamfire, I should say, do not walk away with a victory. More difficult now than ever, though, Genome, because of that anonymous mode. I think now is probably a good time to remind everyone that that is in effect, because it hasn't really mattered too much up to this point. But now, when you're thinking about Dreamfire, you're thinking about Reignite, you'd really love to know exactly where they are, how they're going, what they're doing. And if you could potentially knock them out, you're going to do it. But now, there's not really much of a chance of doing it, because you're not going to know.
And interestingly, we heard on that Team Burger listen-in, anonymous node doesn't, completely stop you from working that out. They were coming. They knew exactly that Straiku was the team below them when we heard their comms. So obviously these teams are going to have some idea due to those factors we talked about before, just knowing what rotations you make, what compositions these teams play.
And what skins you wear.
Exactly. Even sometimes what skins. That said, I would hope that these teams are smart enough to start changing the skins around, especially once you get to match point.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I guess maybe we're reading a bit too much into it. Maybe we're not.
No, it's important. It's definitely important. The skin game, for sure. Get that random button on.
Oh, it's a flex too. Got a flex. A little bit of a chiller start again here. I say that as we pan over to where all the action really is happening, Reignite are in the thick of things, so this is probably not what they want to be seeing. They really don't want to be getting into early fights. They don't want to be seeing teams jostling for their position. They want to have a really nice, chill, relaxed start to the game. And Burton has got himself a knock, and I guess that's well and good. It's more points on the board, but really all they're thinking about right now, Reignite, is controlling this building and making sure that they keep 3 players alive doing it. Because dropping a player is going to really drastically decrease your chances of walking away with a victory. And so Reignite, I think self-preservation is almost more important than dispatching of opponents right now.
I think Zero might have actually got stuck there. Just managed to make it away. I think luckily he was kind of full health when he got stuck.
Oh dear. Well, not much we can do about that one, folks. So when you come back to us on the camera, I'm assuming that the whole lobby is dead after that one.
Yeah,
because
that's the sense I'm getting. Yep.
That doesn't look to me like our internet's gone down or anything like that.
No, there was a brief moment where I panicked. As both of our TVs started.
Yeah, we've got 2 as well, so it's kind of like, oh well, if one's down
out, but no, it's definitely the server. So
that's unfortunate.
Yeah, look, that means we're going to be getting a game restart. You know, there's no way in Apex to sort of like, you know, jump back into the positions where you were.
I mean,
or
luckily
that
was still pretty early on in the piece. You know, I think there was maybe like 1 team had been eliminated. We hadn't really lost too many players even. You know, you could say for a few of them, like, I guess Reignite, their center of the circle, they'll say, oh, well, we would like to have played from that position. But I don't know that is going to be like, you know, a massive benefit or negative for any team, really. So, you know, obviously it's unfortunate, but it could have come at a much worse time. Let's just say that much.
I mean, out of what we've seen out of Dreamfire today, I think they have certainly done a lot better when the circles have shifted their way and done not so well when the circles haven't. Whereas I think Rig have been a little bit more even-handed in sort of like how they deal with final circles around World's Edge. So potentially a new shift could help out Dreamfire.
Sure, yeah, I guess. I guess there is arguments to be made. You know, that some shifts could definitely make a difference. Yeah, again, look, what can we really say about it? It is what it is. There's not much that we can really break down after that game. So I guess for now, it's really just more of a kind of a wait and see sort of a situation. You know, I think now's probably a good time for us to just take a little quick break while this all gets sorted out. So you don't have to hear us listening or talking about nothing. For now, though, I guess, yeah, look, guys, just sit tight. We'll give you an update when we know what's happening. I'm sure there's going to be a game getting underway fairly shortly. We'll send you over to a short one and hopefully be back with some good news. Well, looks like we're not too far away from jumping into the next game. Obviously, we need to rehost the lobby. A few questions in the lobby there as well. Gino, are we doing a full reset?
Maybe we should just start the whole day again.
Yeah,
why not?
Start the whole day again.
Look, we're used to casting 12 games in a day,
true.
right, Elfish?
That's
So
true.
why not just get another 6?
Get another 6 in.
Yeah?
I don't know if my voice is going to hold up to that one.
It's right, I got this.
But yes, of course, we're restarting that game, and that's just how it has to be, I guess. Like I said, it's ultimately not the worst time that could happen, to be honest. So,
Yeah, at least it was.
It was pretty early on in the piece, and we'll get back underway pretty shortly. I'm watching the teams join the lobby right now, and it looks like actually everyone's in, apart from that one Ogre 3 player who hasn't been here all day. So that'll happen, I suppose. But again, just to reiterate things for maybe anyone that's just joined us or who has not been paying too much attention, Dreamfire and Reignite are the 2 teams to watch in this game. They're the big ones. They're the ones that have already got to that 50-point mark, and they're going to be the ones that potentially able to finish things off here in the playoffs with one more good game. If they get the win here, it's over. On the scoreboard there, you can see there's a bunch of teams getting pretty close to that 50-point mark, though, and so we could see any one of those, or even more than one of those, getting over the line this game and sort of setting us up for quite an interesting Game 7.
Yeah, as you say, 2 teams now, another 4, maybe even 5 in the mix if we do make it to a Game 7. But all eyes will be on Reignite and Dreamfire. Dreamfire, of course, the Chinese team, aggressive, fantastic at taking team fights. Roy, one of the most cracked players in the entire lobby. And then you've got Reignite. Everyone knows them as one of the best teams in the region with some of the best players in the world. Jen Burton, renowned the world over as the controller god.
Yeah,
with
I've
aim
seen a few of
no
his
one
clips.
else.
Yeah, what he does in the training room is pretty crazy. Just see if you can beat it. What is it, like 10 seconds, or I can't remember how many.
No,
seconds.
it's like 4. I think he has been beaten now.
Okay.
I think I did see a couple of people actually take him down, but that's they're training dummies. They don't fight back, Elfish.
Yeah, that's true.
Try taking him on World's Edge, all right?
All right, but look, try beating 4 seconds. You're not going to do it.
Yeah.
Anyway, besides the point, look, I think Reignite definitely a team that are hoping to put this one over the line. It's a lot of money available. Obviously, Dreamfire would love that cash as well. But there's a bunch of teams that are really hoping that none of those 2 teams are able to get a win here. It's time for us to find out again for the second time as we jump into game number 6. The all-important match for Reignite and Dreamfire. And we'll see how things do pan on out. Now, first order of the day here, Genome, is going to be, let's see where that circle shift is going to go. Is it going to be a bit more favorable for Dreamfire, because it was shifting down toward Lava Fissure last time, which is a bit of a trek for them.
Well, every game today, Elfish, has been a final something, right? So this is our final Game 6.
It's our final Game 6, hopefully. Hopefully. I can see it on the minimap.
Look, it's not too far away. It's it's similar. It could be a lava siphon circle, but it also might be somewhere between Tree and Harvester, but definitely down in that southern sort of situation. We will get, of course, the full look at that on our map before too long for you guys. Ogre 3, once again, just playing the buddy system. Unfortunately, that's all they've got available to them today. It's made it very hard for them to get anywhere up towards the top of the leaderboard, where we do have, of course, Reignite and Dreamfire leading the way. They are over 50 points, and that means, of course, that this game, if they win playoffs.
They win $50,000 as well. Is it US? 50,000 US, probably, which is even better.
I think it is
in
actually.
most cases.
Yeah,
most cases, at least if it's transferred over to AU.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it is.
Definitely a good shout.
Exchange rate, not too bad at the moment.
Exchange rate is pretty good if you're transferring that direction. Yeah. Look, there's a few other teams though that are certainly going to be looking forward to getting themselves up into that 50-point mark as well. And again, it's not even necessarily just about getting onto 50 points. This could still ultimately, be a world where Dreamfire or Reignite gets the win. But you have to be thinking, if we take second place here, that could be enough to elevate us up into 5th overall, or 4th overall, or 3rd overall. And that can be the difference between a lot of money. And yes, by the way, it was confirmed. It is USD. So there you go. Good stuff.
Okay, so there's that circle for you. We've got the vision of both Rig and X-Spark next to it. Rig actually with a slower rotation this time slightly. I did get some vision before Zero popping an ult excel just to make sure that Skyward Dive is even quicker to get through there, which is nice. And then, of course, we've got X-Spark down the bottom sitting in tree. They start off there, and this is going to be a nice place for them to hold for a little while.
One thing to note, and maybe you can have a look here, is whether or not Reignite actually have vision of the second circle, because they don't have a beacon in Fragment East, so that is a big change from
what we were
last game.
talking about from last game, exactly.
Yeah.
A little rough when you get these kind of circles, it covers like Lava Siphon, Tree.
They're going to go for the Lava Siphon beacon, are they?
Looks like it, yeah, and they've got Azu hot on their tail from Golden Sage, actually. They've made a bit of... that was a balloon, I think
you know, ultimately, they pretty much end up in the same position, don't they? They end up right here in Lava Siphon, getting the beacon this time, and it's obviously information coming a little bit later for them, but they're in the same building. The only thing is going to be it's not quite as central as it once was.
Yeah, that said, they had to use the rotation to the
Correct.
beacon rather than the rotation to where they actually wanted to play.
Yep.
Right?
Well, can we see how much Ultimate has Zero actually built back up? Is he getting anywhere close? Do they have ult excels? 33%, so still quite a ways away. Keep an eye on Golden Sage as well. They're starting to make their way in. Got the portal available. Presumably they've got the Skyward Dive available as well. They do. So they've got lots of mobility, lots of movement options if they need it. With any Harvester.
There's Commander once again, straight into the middle. Inside the ring. They've got their backs to the wall here. Or at least a mountain.
Yeah, they might need another wall. They might need a corner or something to just give them a little bit of extra.
He had his dome up and doesn't use it. Greedy play there.
Oh! They've just gotten boomed. They've gotten boomed out of the lobby, Gino.
Really not sure why he didn't throw down the dome there. That could have saved him. Maybe
He might not
the
have
rest
realized.
of the team. I don't know.
Did he not realize he was so low? Or did he not think that anyone was going to hit that shot at that range?
Look, there's enough visual indicators, there's enough audio indicators.
you're right.
I feel like it's not the kind of game where you just like, oh, I'm on 2 health. I didn't realize. Like,
I don't know. I mean, it could be.
I feel like that doesn't happen to you.
Yeah. Well, it could be.
Racky with the style on Rosmontis there. The jumping wingman.
I mean, that's the kind of little lapse in concentration that's going to lose you a lot of money at the end of the day. Player K gets the better of Holiday, but he's eaten an Arc Star, it looks like.
You got to remember BRP. They were on the 43, I believe, so they don't want to go down right now. They need that 7 points, Elfish.
They don't want to do a team burger, do they?
No.
Just get to 49. Or a team Dreamfire.
Yeah, I feel like Dreamfire more so.
Yeah, it's true.
They've won it out. They've won it out, and they've grabbed 2 KP. So I think that was Ogre 3 that they took out.
Yeah.
Okay, so they'll just keep rotating down. Pretty late to the party here.
Dreamfire, by the way, on our screens. This is going to be an important rotation because there is a lot of real estate that's sort of been taken up by a few teams around them. There's not too many options of great value, but they are able to find some solace in the containers.
Yeah, no, this is a nice spot. You like playing here. It's in between Harvester and Tree. Kind of hedges your bets a little bit. If it goes to that, goes to the highway in between you, you're also fine. You are a little bit susceptible to people dropping on out of bounds, just right above you, and then caustic bombing you. The old crop dusting maneuver can be a little tough, but look, Dreamfire probably happy with that. They can set up in this position and hopefully do what inside the ring couldn't just before them.
Monster has gotten a knock on to one of the EXO players. It's Killerpole's down. So EXO, 1 down. Nice little turnaround here for X-Spark. Been having a bit of a rougher day, but Fat Monster is the kill leader here. He's got 3 on the board. And keep those points ticking over. You know, for a team like X-Spark, who I'm not sure exactly where they're sitting on the leaderboard, but you know, it's not up in the top 8, 5, 6, something like that. It's kind of important to be getting these small points here and there, because that can be the difference between, you know, potentially even doubling your money, right? If you fall out of, is it the top 15? I think it's the top 15 get 1,000 plus, and the bottom, 16 to 20 get 500. So you double your money if you stay in the top 15, which right now they're sitting in 16 by a bare margin.
That said, that far down the leaderboard, it's pretty easy to bump yourself up with a good game.
Yeah, correct.
So
You can pretty much not just double your money. You can go from bottom 15 to maybe top 8 with a really good game. Generally, these lobbies are pretty tight. Kakoi not doing a whole lot. Nor is Primus Commander. Primus Commander's not in a bad spot either. They really do love this early rotate, don't they? Get that black market down and try to scoop up, hoover up some loot.
Yeah, look out of the teams who love to be center circle.
Suction.
PK definitely one of those. Rig, DF, opposite sides of the next circle.
I have to argue though that I think Reignite have a more difficult rotate because they have to go over kind of no man's land.
Dreamfire don't have to. They're like
true.
part of their cover will still be in if they opt to stay there, whereas Rig, hey, but they've got the beacon, they got the knowledge, right? Dreamfire aren't entirely sure where this is going.
Yeah. But I don't think Dreamfire is in a position where they're going to say we want to move anyway. Like, even if you don't have the info, you don't, at this point, really feel like you can get a better position than what you have right now without great risk. So the risk versus reward of them moving is not going to be there. Whereas for Reignite, if you didn't have that information, you might think, well, there's not a chance for us as well, I guess. EXO doing their best to survive, and Dexter, they might just have done that. Down to just him. Not a lot of shield left on his side. He's going to try and pop the bat. Looks like he'll get away with it. X-Spark relying on Axelic, but he's probably in a better position here just to try and get the reses and get his teammates back up. Chambers will actually be finished off, so now it really is just Dexter, and he might end up being in a 1-on-3 pretty soon.
Look, you know what, Elfish? I'm actually gonna make a big call here and say that Dreamfire do need to move.
Yep.
From what I am gathering about this ring, it's probably going to end either on the southern side down near Tree, or on that sort of eastern edge near Lava Siphon.
Okay.
I'd say the sort of the top left, sort of maybe two-thirds of this circle, are unlikely to see it finish up there.
So you've got Reignite in maybe not as bad of a position as
well,
it seems.
if they can push into, say, the building
B.
where Stinky B is, then yeah, maybe.
Okay. Well, we'll have to wait and see. We will have to wait and see. Team Burger, how are they doing at the moment? Again, just 1 point away. It's a pretty painful spot to be in, but every point matters. And it looks like they've picked up an assist, so someone's gotten a kill. And that would mean that they are up to 50 after this game, so we can confirm that. Good news for them.
Oh, not on the Sentinel.
Golden Armor again. Called it at the very start of the day. Golden Armor seems to be the go-to.
Trials buff.
A little bit more sniper ammo. Always good to pick that one up.
Let's check out this way. Enemy there.
Will the L-Star available for Cyajin? Probably not ideal. The buffs. Sorry, with the nerfs to the L-Star.
Yeah, I was going to say. Don't know if it needs a buff.
Not generally the go-to energy weapon anymore. Especially with turbos in the crafting today as well. You wouldn't be too sad to pick up a Havoc or a Devotion. Ooh, nice little stockpile for Rage.
Yeah, that's a fortune.
Yeah, unfortunately, it's not going to sit there for that much longer for them, so they will have to salvage what they can and move on eventually.
Yeah.
Especially, oh, actually no, it's just out of range of the black market with Primus Commander.
Lucky.
Otherwise, guarantee you, snapped up in a second.
Yep.
We can't see, you can't see into people's backpacks in the OBS function, unfortunately. But I bet if you did, Strafing Flame would be like 12 bats every game.
Yeah, probably, probably. And then a few more on the floor to boot as well. It does feel like it's been a bit of a slower period here because we lost a few teams early on. Like the lobby got thinned out, down to 47 players, 4 teams gone. So it sort of left a bit more room for other teams. Circle has gone hard south. I don't know if anyone predicted that at all today. But if they did,
New information.
well done. Reignite, look how fast that rotate was from them. They must have...
Decisive.
They must have been waiting, right? They were waiting. They hit the beacon and they rotated straight away.
Like, how often do you actually see people win in these caravans? I feel like it's not often.
Yeah.
I feel like you can do well.
You can definitely do well and get points and
But
get
I
kills.
feel like eventually someone just ints you.
The thing is, though, the difference I think with Reignite when they're playing a position like this is they're going to be really proactive from a position like this, rather than what you'll see from a lot of teams is just sort of sitting there and hiding and waiting and seeing if they can sort of get by. I normally see Reignite, they'll send Jen Burton forward or they'll send Zero forward. You know, Templex normally locks down the fort. But the other two guys, they like to be mobile. They like to be aggressive and trying to get a bit of info and trying to get some kills. Before the fight really comes to them, they'll go to the fight. So maybe that's a difference maker for Reignite. I do pick up what you're putting down, though. I think this is going to be a tough one to hold for Reignite. And while they're in a good spot, I don't know if I would necessarily put my money on them to win this game right now. There just sort of feels like there's too many factors that, I mean, could still go their way. Definitely, but is it a free win? No, absolutely not.
As opposed to, say, Dreamfire, who are still in the spot they were, back off the highway.
I mean, I don't know if they're in the ideal spot either yet.
Yeah, they've got their Valk ult. They're ready to go when they need to.
Yeah, but where can you go?
That said, down on the low ground, you've got Rage here. And Rig.
It's pretty sharp.
Really closest to them. Ath. Struggling today, and now in the little snake outside. I was about to say Sorting Factory, but it's really Larvicide now.
I do that a lot with Trainyard. Trainyard's my one.
Yeah. It's just this building. I feel like
it's like I almost can't remember the name of what it is, but I just call it Trainyard. You know?
Building just feels so associated with Sorting Factory, but no, it's one member, a single member of Kukoi above them that they're going to be looking for, or at least might notice, and then you've got Golden Sage on the bridge ahead of them that they're also worrying about a little bit. While he's amped, not looking for some extra damage there.
Kind of miss Sorting, really do.
Yeah, I think Rig do too.
That was my go-to drop as well. I mean, I'm a bit like Reignite, so you know, it's not a big deal to me.
You're just the best.
Yeah.
So yeah, humble guy.
Yes, well, BRP. Ooh, they're in a spot above here. Raki has already been knocked down onto the floor courtesy of a thermite nade. Is there a res available here? It certainly doesn't look like it. Bunny Hop got absolutely destroyed as well by Yanleys, and We Are God Gamers are looking to just fire a few pot shots off.
No, BRP's out. They're out in 16th. I think they got 2 kills. That's not 7.
That is not 7. Good
My maths
quick maths.
do not lie to me. They are not going to be match point coming into the next one, and that's not good. The chances of us getting to, I think, what is it, game 8? Pretty low.
Yeah.
Game 7? Absolutely. Game 8. I'd be surprised.
You back one of those teams?
Very surprised.
Okay.
Didn't have one of those guys.
Well, Golden Sage are just setting themselves up in what is fairly central in the circle. Kind of keeping an eye on Portal just to make sure no one's going to follow them. It doesn't look like a bad spot to be in, you know. There's a lot of cover. You can't really be hit from the high ground there, I don't think. Overclock. Hiding outside of a building as well. Again, sort of eye of the storm kind of situation, isn't it, Genome? It's obviously getting really tense, really tight for, you know, not only those two teams that are looking for the win, but the teams that are hoping that they don't get it. No one wants to make a mistake right now. Least of all a team like Dreamfire, who are on their way southward. They've gone from far north to far south, and they're going to have to battle their way in from here, and they might actually have to go past Reignite as well. Oh, this looks like an ill-fated rotation for them, doesn't it, Genome? M's down already. Pete fighting hard. Roy gets the kill with the Arcstar as well. Maybe there's still some life left in Dreamfire, but down to just the one. And surely it's a bit too much. I think that might have been helped along a little bit by Reignite even as well. Sutaraiku are the saviors, at least for now. But everyone still waits with bated breath as Reignite survives, and they are the team now to beat.
Oh my, that was kind of nuts. I mean, Misanthropy from We Are God Gamers flew in. There were about four, like Sticky B went down. There were about 4 squads there, I think, that actually died.
We went from 14 to 5, so I think it might have been 5.
Oh, that bedlam. Well, PK took out one on the north side as well. And then we've got, yeah, as you said, Straiku are down on the southern side. The ring actually shifts a little bit, so it looks like the Caravan, I don't think it's going to be in. All right, let's listen to Rig as we are getting some grenades going through to them.
Wait, and then nade us after. We have to play backside, right?
Do we play outside?
I know
play outside.
I have one bat. I'm dropping you bat, then take this.
We have to slide down, I think.
I'm just arc tanking. I'm arc tanking.
I dodged all of them.
Sure.
Come get my bat, Zero, probably. I'll give you a bat.
You should go for that bat. They're pushing up.
Bob.
No bob. 2. I'm bobbing. Get that. I'll give you ulting.
I have 0
I'm
heals,
arcing
bro.
backside. There, Ash, my arc.
Where did Ash pull to?
I don't know. I can't tell.
They're still there, still there. They're going down here. We're fine, we're fine.
Yeah, just spray him. You fuck. Cracked one.
I have no loot.
Super tense.
Oh, they're in such a rough spot. You can see Jen Burton barely with any meds, doesn't even take the time to... just doesn't have the cells of the bats there really to do anything about this. They kind of need to go and find some death boxes, but they can't. And Straiku have got their reticles trained on them as they are going to come out of that Caravan.
They would need a miracle. They would need an absolute miracle to get out of that Caravan.
Half of the Caravan is still in.
Yeah.
Okay, so they can sit there for a little while, and they've just got to hope that the focus of Straiku shifts somewhere else. You've got to remember, they're not entirely sure. They might know, but they might not realize that Rig is in that Caravan.
Yeah, you're right, but they know that there is a team there, and they don't really have anyone else that they need to watch. Yes, they can watch down on the low ground, but you really have to clear out your back first. And Sutaraiku, they're going to take the fight to Reignite. And now, Jen Burton having been knocked, you start to think that it is going to be towards the next game that we do head. I don't think we're getting a victor here. Reignite seeing their hopes and dreams of a first game victory fade away at the hands of Sutaraiku. And that will be a sigh of relief for Sutaraiku and for the rest of the lobby as well, now knowing it'll be Dreamfire and Reignite out of the picture. And it's just now becoming a question of how many teams can actually convert a place in the top 50 points. Certainly seems like we'll be seeing Burger there. I think we've got a point for them already. It probably will be EXO there as well, haven't gotten a point this game. And I'd say Sutaraiku definitely gets there as well.
Yeah, with that wipe, alone, they're going to get that. Koi would have needed 2 points.
They probably got 2 points.
Get up top there.
Oh, they got none. Kokoi got none. Unless they got...
Depending on where they went out.
Yeah, no kills though, so that's a little bit worse of a situation. But still, you know, maybe there's a hope, maybe there's a chance. And for Sutaraiku, they'd really love to find a victory here as well, just to give them that build of momentum heading into the next game. I think that's exactly what you would want. They're going to cross onto the roof, and this kind of looks like God Spot right now, doesn't it?
I really like the phase breach there from Bullet. And they've got the high ground. As you said, the ring is closing in now. There's a minute left. And okay, let's listen to Straiku finish this one off.
Popping him out.
They're not good. They're going to climb up. They have to.
Take my gold helmet. Gold helmet. Take.
I have one.
This team's trying to climb.
Shoot the
No,
trap.
they're going to portal out late. We're fine.
On the right.
No bubble.
Stop to the other roof.
Yeah, on me, safe, finish. Knock the bulk.
Play on us, Joe. Joe, play on us.
Shoot for me. Help. No bubble. I'm dead.
The Bob's about to fade. Give me flash.
Look at the portal. Look at the portal. Portal. Roof.
Jump off. I am. I'm with you. Tag the team underneath. Just play me. Just play me. I'm not moving. Moving up. You shield is right, Joe. Our shield is left.
Yeah. Keep walking forward.
Shooting left.
No, I'm dead.
Sure.
Okay, they're going down, and it's really Team Burger versus Team X-Spark to finish it off. And X-Spark, they played it really well. They were inside that building we finished on for quite some time. But Team Burger are going to take out
painful
their
victory.
second win. And it's like, yeah, as you say, it's a bit bittersweet, isn't it,
you gotta
Elfish?
be-
Is that 2 in a row, actually?
Yeah, they won the last game. You'd have to be mad. I think you'd have to be mad.
1 kill. One extra
kill,
placement
one
point,
placement.
and they could be on top right now.
They could have won.
But they're not.
Could be over.
But they're not. That's not how match point works,
not.
Elfish.
You know what? Oh my god, I can't imagine. Like, in a way, you feel good because you've won 2 games in a row. You're like,
Sure.
Yeah, boys, we're doing
I mean,
well.
like, they're probably locked in, say, a top 3 already.
We're playing well. Yeah, but
But
what if it was like first to 2 wins instead of 50 points and then a win or something like that? Well, hey, at least Team Burger is now on that 50-point mark. So the next win, if they get a hat trick, makes the difference. But
I mean, if you got a hat trick, you'd say they deserve.
You'd
the
bloody deserve it.
first
But
place, wouldn't you?
How many times have we seen that? I think in my
Not
time
many.
casting Apex Legends, only once. Reignite got 3 in a row, maybe.
Yep.
And
I've seen a week where Rig got 4 out of the 6
yeah,
games.
that was, I think, the week where they got 3, wasn't it?
And I'm not sure even that was 3 in a row,
Wasn't it?
you know.
Maybe.
It
Maybe
could have
not.
been. It's
I guess it's one of those things, though, where it's just... It's so unlikely, but it would be a really nice finish. Like, what a cherry on the top there for Team Burger if they would get that 3rd. But they're not just going to have to contend with, obviously, themselves getting a win. There's also Dreamfire, Reignite, obviously already locked in. And we'd have to say we think that Sudaraiku, I mean, I don't think. They definitely made it to 50. Kokoi, that one, jury's out a little bit. We're not too sure exactly where they got knocked out. If it was early and they didn't get 2 placement points, then they will still have to play another game to get 50. I mean, 2 points is not a lot to knock over in one game, so even if they got no kills, there's a pretty reasonable chance that they got it.
Yeah,
Dreamfire found themselves in a bit of a rough spot there, didn't they? I don't think that they had many options. On that rotate, they ran into Sutoraiku. It was quite an interesting game how it played out. I always like finishes around that area of the map because, you know, that caravan that Reignite were playing always feels like such a central, busy point of the map. But we called it a little bit earlier, didn't we? Where it never feels like you get a team winning from that caravan. They get a lot of kills or they get into the fights a lot, but...
Well, you just, you know...
It was the problem Rig ran into.
It's like, you can use that as a great point to stabilize.
Because 15. They only would have got 1 point.
That's 1 point, yeah.
So they're on 49. Unless I'm doing the math wrong.
Another team spending a game on 49. And look, okay, here's the scoreboard, and that'll tell us exactly where they ended up.
Wow,
and,
EXO 49 as well. Wasn't EXO on 49 before? Or were they on 48 or something? I feel like they were 1 point away or half.
Oh, man, I am... Yeah, look, that's... Ugh, there's my prediction out the window, I guess.
Well, we've got 4 teams that can potentially find themselves a win. You said we're not going to Game 8. I think there's a chance.
I mean, I was thinking we'd get at least 6
You would have thought
teams,
Kokoi and EXO would have been there as well.
Like, I thought we were going to get at least 6 teams. So that,
and of those 6, they're really some of the teams that you expect to win.
Yeah, and with EXO in the mix as well, at that point you'd be laughing, right? Yeah, I mean, as you said, those caravans are a great place to stabilize, but as soon as you get more than one team pushing you, all of a sudden, like, you have one bubble, and they have how many grenades?
It's a war of attrition.
They have how many caustic ultimates? They have how many Gibraltar ultimates to blow your doors off? Like, you just, it's so hard to
Dark
sit
missiles,
in there
everything.
For a long period of time. Sure, you've got some cover, but, like, those windows are just, like...
It's not the greatest of cover, is it?
Inviting the grenades.
It sort of feels
right?
easy to find an angle as well, in a lot of cases.
You saw them just, like, hiding behind the chairs to try and avoid those arc stars.
I think someone said, I dodged,
I dodged them all.
I dodged them all.
Yeah.
And then like another one comes in. It's just like, oh, what do you want me to do at this point? Look, you said no game 8. But we are going to get a game 7, so we'll have to find out whether or not that is going to lead us towards a game 8. There's 4 teams now that are vying for the victory as we do head towards game number 7. That's the end of game 6. It's time for us to take another break. You know how this works. Don't go far away because this could be the last game of the night.
But if I had to pick a clip, I think definitely it's just gonna be the week that I started playing Watson, and it was the clutch moment that I had at the end ring. It was the last game of the final week, and I clutched it out with Watson. And if that doesn't prove that she can be in the meta and that she is solidified as a good legend to play right now, I don't know what is.
But he can't get stuck using the fences while
There-
damage
Oh!
hides behind the knockdown shield.
If Lan was on, how do you think your team will go against the rest of the world? I think we're fucking dominating. Maybe that's going to a bit too far. We do have a long hill to climb. I mean, humble beginnings and, you know, humble ends. Our team will fare pretty well. I think that, you know, we'll be pretty iconic. Pretty iconic. You know, only Watson team running in the land of ALGS. Why not? Pretty iconic. We'll definitely hit the TikTok, you know, hit the clout. 100%. 100%. You know she's gonna be famous after that. It's definitely for me would be Burger. They're a team that not only has a lot of experience in the comp scene, they're stuck together for a very, very long time. They know what to do in every single scenario. Every single scenario that they played out, they know what to do. It pains me to say that they really are very good players. I'm already playing her. I don't need to take no double take on this. I'm already playing her, so I don't need to wish anything. Definitely me for sure to int on the team, and definitely me to clutch up at the same time. It's a mix of both, and there is no in between. There is literally no in between whatsoever. I will either clutch up the game so hard that we win, or I will int the game so hard that we lose 20. I cannot express that any harder. I'm a double-edged sword. Okay, I'm a double-edged sword. I love Stormpoint. I love the map. I love the design of it. I love the feel of it. I love everything about it. And it's nice and heartwarming to know that the creator of the map is the same person that created Season 3 World's Edge, the one with the double cons. 100% yes, I think Stormpoint is a map that I want in the tournament map pool, but not without a couple of changes. Who's going to win today's playoffs? I'm putting my money on myself. I think that I'm confident to win in today's playoffs. Well, 100%. Well, maybe 99. You know what? Let's be humble a bit. 99%. I'm 99% confident that we are going to win on today's playoffs. 100%. Like literally. I don't see a scenario where I don't go home without money in my pocket and a big ass trophy in my ass. So 100% I believe that we're gonna take it. We're gonna take it.
Well, we started with 40 teams, then we went down to 20, and now at the moment, we are down to 4. That's how many teams we're going to be keeping an eye on. Really, well, I mean, we're watching all 20 teams. We're keeping our eyes on all 20 teams. But those 4, those special 4, the Magic 4, are the ones that could potentially walk away $50,000 richer if they do pick themselves up a victory here. And, you know, you take away the bragging rights from Split 1 playoffs. I think that's a pretty respectable result as well, considering I would say this is maybe the most stacked lobby of Apex Legends we've ever seen in APAC South.
Yeah, you could definitely make that argument. You know, teams better than they've ever been before.
Yep.
And also, yeah, of course, the top 20 without a doubt. So having a look at our scoreboard now, 2 teams perilously close to that match point on 49. That's Koi and Exo Clan. I cannot believe that Exo Clan didn't pick up enough points to get over the hump there, but it's Dreamfire, Straiku now, Reignite, as well as Team Burger, sitting on the top there on 72.
All right, well, Team Burger, honestly, you have to say, I mean, have they peaked too soon? That's the real question for me, because I can't imagine 3 wins in a row. Like, it so rarely ever happens that it would just... And if it happened here, this would be, like, almost too good of a storyline. Do you know what I mean? Like, for them to win 2 and not get to 50 points and then get another win. It's kind of like, that's too good to be true. You know, that Cinderella story can't occur. Anyway, we'll take a look at the damage stats again here before we jump into Game 7 and see who's topping the charts this time. It is Waltzy, again from Sudaraiku. He was up there just before. Last time we checked out, I think it was about 4.5 last time. Now he's up to 9,300. Well, 9,400. I'll give him the extra 5.
Yep, 12 kills. So looks like he's a little bit off the pace there in terms of that's the race to Predator. But yeah, like in terms of the damage, well ahead of the next closest competitor, Killerpos, from EXO, who at 2.3 points per game really could be doing a little bit more. And you know what? 1 point. 1 point more. That's all we wanted from you, Killerpos.
Yeah. What if they had? They've had 6 games now. So if that was 2.4, would that be enough to get them that extra 1 point?
Yeah,
six,
probably.
Yeah, I don't know. I guess it's like half a point really there. You probably need them up to 2.5, and then they would have got that 1 point. Anyway, that's a little bit too down the rabbit hole for me. But yeah, I mean, the key point, the key talking point is those 4 teams that have now managed to get there. Obviously, Reignite and Dreamfire have had their opportunity already. Now it's Team Burger and Sudaraiku to join them and look for a victory. And look, I mean, you know, in all this talk of who should win and who we think deserves it and whatnot, you know, we've been talking a lot about Reignite. Yeah, arguably, maybe indisputably the number 1 team in the region. Team Burger are kind of right there with them. I feel like Team Burger is the team that we probably don't talk about as much as we should. Because EXO, you could probably make the argument, is consistently the second best team behind Reignite. But Team Burger, for my money, maybe that 3rd team in the region on a pretty consistent basis. So this could very easily be a victory for Team Burger and put themselves up a peg, definitely above the likes of Reignite and EXO, at least for this tournament. Let's find out. 4 teams on our minds. Reignite, Team Burger, and of course, we do have to keep an eye on Dreamfire, as well as Sudaraiku, as well as we jump into game number 7. Gina, I'm going to keep bringing it up, but you said there will not be a game 8 today. So let's see if you're going to be right. You've been pretty on the money with the predictions so far. The circles have been pretty good.
Yeah.
Though you did predict EXO, so you can't win everything. You can either win that prediction or you can win the no game 8 prediction. I don't know which one you prefer at this point. I feel like this...
Let's just
more recent one.
Let's focus on the circles and just forget everything else at this point, I reckon.
Okay.
You know, clearly the hardest one to do anyway.
You should be in-game leader or something.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I totally agree with what you said about sort of, you know, EXO being that second best team and then Burger being 3rd, I think, in general. I think that's how it plays out. As you said, man, 3 in a row. What a fairy tale that would be.
Yeah.
And kind of as I said before, it's almost like you've used up your wins.
You've peaked a bit too soon. You know, that's going to be the thing. What if it is Team Burger in a final fight and, you know, if they're in a 3-on-3 against Reignite or Dreamfire or something, you know, I don't know.
Well, we'll get some, just having a look down the bottom here, and that's kind of where this circle will shift eventually.
Optics here. Sniper.
Well, Actually, this is looking pretty similar. No, it's a little bit more Harvester focused, actually, than our previous ring.
Yeah, I mean, I guess that's a bit more favourable for Dreamfire than the previous one, because if you remember, Dreamfire got into a pretty solid position around that area pretty quickly, and they were pretty happy. It was that second rotation that they had to make to go down south that was kind of the one that really cooked them up a little bit. So I think this will be a bit better for Dreamfire. I mean, you could argue it's probably going to be a bit better for Reignite as well. They have a bit of a shorter rotate. I don't know if
they're
they've got
right
the
next
beacon.
to Team Burger, though, right? You know, who's going to rotate first out of these guys? You can see Pricey and Empty actually were really waiting for Sharky to get a move on and get on this balloon so they can start their rotation there. You can see them making their way up on the left side of the screen. On the right side of the screen, you can see Methods of Madness actually throwing a few bullets in towards Rig as they are walking their way in. Ooh, who knows what will happen there. But yeah, as you can see with the ring there, maybe a little bit more Harvester focused, but you probably couldn't call it from this one just yet, whether it'll be between there and you know, Lava Siphon or down towards Tree. So, okay, Rig.
I'm prepared to believe you. I'll take your word. What does Rig think, though? That's perhaps worth a little bit more.
Oh, yeah.
And it looks like they're just going to take the southern side
Well, they can't go on the top because they see that inside the ring, who obviously start in Harvester, have already taken up that position.
This is not a bad place to be, though. Like, really. You'll take this. I think you take this every day of the week. It's very safe until you start getting breached, and sometimes you don't even get breached. To be fair, you've also already got yourself a caustic. It's a position which provides you a lot of information as well. There's windows there that can't be shot through, so you can get info really, really easily as to, you know, who's sort of around you in the immediate vicinity. And it's in the center of the circle, so chances are they're inside the next ring.
Methods of Madness follow right behind them with their own Valk ult, and they're going to take the position just above them. Harvester. So, similar paths, similar rotations, Dreamfire and Team Burger also kind of mirroring each other from their Countdown and Lava Fissure rotations. Made it inside green circle. Ooh. They're actually coming dangerously close here to EXO. Imagine what that could mean, Elfish. That could mean EXO going out again on 49. Or could it mean one of our contenders removed?
I really hope that doesn't happen, because I think EXO deserves a crack at it after taking second in the split. I guess that is a pretty bad sign for EXO that they got second and they are still fighting for 50. Yeah, they started at 9 points. So they haven't gotten many today.
No. Yeah, exactly, compared to some of these other teams.
7 games in, they've got 40 points.
We are
technically
trash. They try and jam themselves in between Methods of Madness and Rig. Doesn't work. They'll have to go further into Harvester.
Okay.
Previous Commander, for once, have actually, despite starting up in Landslide, have actually rotated all the way down south.
Yeah, a bit too far. They've been banking on the Lava Siphon shift, but they won't get it. We are trash, just going to heal back up some of those shields and be on their way.
Yeah, and you're right, they didn't get a beacon scan, so perhaps that was their thought process in moving down to that southern side of this, but perhaps they saw how many teams are sitting in Harvester right now. They might change their mind.
Yeah, there's a lot. But Harvester is the kind of place that can allow a bunch of teams to, coexist quite safely. At least early on in the game, once the circle starts to push you in and whatnot, then it becomes a bit more problematic.
MDY, they've actually spotted out Rimus Commander. Little Arif taking the brunt of their aggression. Just poking at this point. Unless they get a pick. Ooh, actually managed to use the black market, most likely to loot a scout. Force care package weapon come season 11.
Yeah, AONO just needs one more tag to get himself up to purple armor as well, so he's getting pretty close by to that little milestone. Sorry, Team Burger are practicing some of their movement. Oh, look at that. I think they watched that bullet video that you guys made. Did they? What else have you got to do at this point in the game when you've already locked down a position? You're just chilling.
Yeah, come on, practice your Raz strafes.
Never waste a second. That's how you become a champion.
Well, it's hard enough to find real practice in APAC South, you know, so.
Oh, wow.
do it during the tournament.
Fighting words. 20 squads left, though, Genome. You know, I think this is the longest we've gone without seeing a squad drop. We've got 59 players, so I think that's everyone that started in this lobby. Obviously, Ogre 3 again down to 2 only today. So we haven't seen a single player dropping. Ring 1 is just about to close. That might be the first time today.
Yeah, I'm surprised that there aren't some teams just sort of having a crack.
It's a pretty busy
circle. A bit further
circle.
down the leaderboard, just being like, well, you know, may as well try and make some mayhem. Yeah, circle shifts straight over the Harvester as revealed. I've got to say, the crypto team, Overclock Esports, haven't been using their drone to scan the ring all that often. Like, I keep going to them thinking, like, you know, there's a beacon just over there, just outside the circle. Like, you know, no one's going to be shooting your drone. Go get the information. But I don't know. Maybe they're trying to value you know, having it up and ready to go for EMPs or something. But I really think you've got to kind of min-max that out. If you are a crypto player, that is your advantage and you need to use it. So
For sure. MDY setting the kill feed alight. It looks like Primus Commander has run into them and come off a little worse. Now Golden Sage have actually decided to third party. MDY losing a player down on the floor. It might be more than one in just a second as well. Jipe actually going to have to go into the void to get out of there. Seems to be okay. It's a bit disappointing there for MDY. You know, you get a team wipe and then very quickly after lose one of your players and now you're under pressure. This should be the time where you get to loot up and increase your standing rather than potentially find some struggles. Golden Sage being very careful with how they come up this rope, and that's exactly why. Sha says goodbye to 2, maybe a third here as well. A solo squad wipe. MDY will be happy with that. It's not going to get Senpai back from the dead, but it gives them much more of an opportunity to do so. They can go down, grab that banner, and drop it on the respawn beacon. They haven't got the banner yet. Well, heat of the moment, he's excited. I don't blame him. Well done.
His hands are probably shaking at this point. Needs a second to calm down after
Definitely.
that
One of those
monster effort. And yeah, look, fight happening on top of the respawn beacon actually makes that pretty handy. Luckily also for them, not really anyone around who would think, oh, there's a ship coming in, let's go and cause some trouble. Make an extra KP before they manage to get back to the loot box. Really, the closest one is probably Stinky B on the highway, and they really are too far away to worry about that. So, yeah, look, the team's very northerly, and as you said, like, yeah, you're probably not going to, you know, there's so many teams left alive still that it is risky to make any moves at this point. I mean, the second ring is about to start closing. Yeah, we've still got 18 squads. Uncharacteristic for an APAC South lobby.
It's a very tense lobby. I don't know you'd be feeling too happy about that if you are any of the 4 teams that can convert this win into a win in the tournament. It's just so many more teams to kind of contest with, so many more areas of the map that you need to be careful about on your rotations in. It makes the game feel a lot tighter, busier. Waltzy, Bullet, Jarrow from Sutaraiku, they're out over towards the western side. Roy, Ems, and Pete up towards the north. Neither have got themselves a great position inside of the circle. Reignite definitely do. And so does Burger. Burger down to 2 though. I see Pricey and Sharky on the map there, but
no, they've got all 3.
Okay, they're all there. Just looked a little bit weird on the map.
Straiku playing Edge as per usual. And they're wondering if anyone's going to be popping out of this train station, actually. But they're not. They're definitely not.
Let's go this way.
And then a Thame are above them. They're looking through this gap towards Harvester. They've actually got quite a bit of space to themselves. That said, teams are struggling to
Big
get
fight here. Big fight
further
here.
information.
Dreamfire. Looks like they're okay. Ems went down to no shields. Pete's going to finish off that kill on the player K, but I thought for a moment Dreamfire might run into a bit of trouble, and you know, to be fair, they still have to work their way through a Thame, so it's not going to be an easy task.
Yeah, they've managed to move them out of position with the use of a Gibraltar ultimate, as well as a couple of grenades there.
Yeah, Suzeraku still just keeping themselves, you know, pretty calm, pretty relaxed, not doing a whole lot in this game so far.
Oh no! Surprise!
Well, not the kind of surprise that you'd want for your birthday. Funny hop. They do go down, or he does go down, I should say. Mitsuru-sama able to pick that one up quite happily. I mean, Thame maybe starting to give a bit of space to Dreamfire, inadvertently, perhaps, but they have given them the space to sort of work out a little safer.
So I believe we have all 4 of those match point eligible teams alive. So Rig, Team Burger, Striker, and Dreamfire. Yep, they're all still up. I mean, yeah, 17 squads. It's
true.
It's a very slow game. This is by far the slowest game we've had today.
Scary. Scary stuff.
Not even a lot of damage coming out, right? Like Reignite, still on double blues. Sorry, still on double whites.
Gap's just going to be forced to use one of his bats, cells, I should say. Copping a bit of his own damage from the missiles. Yeah, like, I guess there's just a lot of real estate that you can get to pretty safely, and everyone's pretty happy to just, you know, just relax. You don't need to do anything until you need to do something. Might start to see that change fairly soon, though, with 15 seconds left on that ring closure. This is where Rage, well, they might be the first of many on their way in, and they're looking for somewhere to hole up. They're going to take the bottom or the top, or both, maybe. Top seems a bit too dangerous for mine.
Yeah, I mean, it is under the high ground. You can see teams like Dreamfire, like Athens, as well as Striku, all having angles on that. So Rage having to really bunker down behind those walls. Roy even thinking about it. He's actually going to pop up here.
The difference is he can play that side of the roof because his team
They've
is
gone
on the
underneath.
other side.
They've gone underneath.
And obviously his opponents have gone underneath. But yeah, I mean, he doesn't have to worry about 2 angles, whereas Rage had to worry about 2 angles. So Dreamfire, not a bad rotating from them. Once that circle actually moves in, it's going to be a really good spot for them actually as well, just because there's not going to be anyone behind them where they've come from. We'll see into a bit of a fight here. Where's the next circle shift though? That's the $50,000 question, perhaps.
Ooh.
Dare say Reignite's going to be pretty happy with that.
It's definitely favoring them out of all 4 of the match point eligible teams. They are currently the only one within the circle. The next circle.
Doesn't guarantee them a win. You know, it's still going to be a very, very hot area of the map, and have to imagine there's someone that's going to try breach them.
I hate playing in this spot.
Yeah.
It's kind of like playing in a caravan, except it doesn't have a roof on it.
So it's even worse.
You're in Jurassic Park, and you know the T-Rex is like ripped off the top already. You're just waiting for someone to come in and chomp you.
Yeah, I guess that's kind of a good analogy as well for Burger, isn't it? Because they're kind of in the middle of the map. Like, not direct center. I mean, I guess direct center of where the circle currently sits, not where it's going to shift, but there's going to be a team or 2 that's going to have to go past them, over the top of them, or contest them for that position and just try to breach them. So,
still 17 squads. They kind of just having a stare down right now with Straiku, and these guys are both on the sort of northwestern side of the map. They want to start working up. They want to start moving forward, working out what's free ahead of them. Because if not, they just have to make a Hail Mary Valcolt, right? And they can't really, while these teams are right next to them.
I kind of like what Jen Burton's doing here, just looking for a bit of chip damage, because I think we're sort of at that point of the game now where Reignite do need to start thinking about how this will go if they get into the late stages. And with 2 sets of blue armor and a white armor there for Jen Burton, it's not looking fantastic for them in terms of the armor, at least. So it'd be nice to see Jen Burton at least get up to blue, use some of that chip damage.
Obviously, when you don't have any chances to resupply, the Wingman is a very efficient gun to get those Evo armors up and charged.
Yep. Taps coming through here for Method to Madness. I did just see as well, by the way, Sutaraiku, I think they used the Skyward Dive to get into the center of the map. I was watching the mini-map. Didn't get it from their POV, but they're now on top of, I can only imagine, on top of Harvester. Keep an eye on how that one goes for them. Dreamfire also rotated. They're down a little bit more southern. They're actually at the bottom. They're not on top. They're down the bottom. It's not too bad for Sutaraiku, but they have to be aware of teams outside, nearby. There are a couple of them. Keeping up to date with the top 4 teams. Team Burger as well haven't actually yet had to move, and it doesn't look like they ran into too many problems.
Oh, well, they just withstood the pressure of a Thane coming down.
Easy. Easy for Team Burger.
Yep, look, I think they took 1 casualty, but then got them back up on their feet, so nothing to worry about there. But, oh, this next ring is going to be an absolute knee slapper.
We Are Trash have set up, I think that looks like an electric gym in Pokemon. Really. Something to that effect. You've got to go through the trap, through the puzzles, and hope to find your way. I don't know that anyone's going to be too eager to try and deal with that, but it's not the most defensible of positions, I dare say. There's a few angles that can be found onto them. Doesn't seem like there's too many teams in position to do that. So We Are Trash actually have quite a bit of freedom of movement right here. I've seen Jen Burton get that Evo up to blue armor. Good news for Reignite.
It's been slow going for them. And on top of them, inside the ring, similarly have sat there the entire game and will continue to going into this next ring, presumably, unless we have just another Hail Mary Valk ult, which...
Oh, I'm watching it. Team Burger, they're hanging on to a Valk ult, and they're going to pop it right now. I'll keep you up to date with how that one goes as we watch this fight for We Are God Gamers. Meishao has just been knocked down pretty low. 0. It's Reignite into the fight by the looks of things. So is EXO. Method to Madness getting knocked out of the picture by EXO. Reignite, they're not committing to any of these fights. They're just taking some chip damage here, upgrading their armor. And that is good news because they want to stay as healthy as possible, as well equipped as possible for later on in the piece. We Are Trash. They've had to push out of the Pokemon gym. Hasn't worked too well for them.
Life on Route 43 is pretty hard.
Yeah.
Striker actually got some good damage into Team Burger, who have landed outside, just in a, just sitting outside the sort of doors that Reignite were at.
That's so tense. 9 squads, 4 of them could end the game. Could end the day, Gino. So almost a 50% chance, not quite there yet, that one of these teams is walking away very, very happy at the end of today.
Dreamfire is down to 1. Only Roy left alive.
Well, I dare say it probably won't be Dreamfire then, unless Roy pulls off the unthinkable, and given the position that he's in, it really is unthinkable. I'm watching that kill feed with very, very sharp eye. Sharky goes down. So, bad news there for Team Burger. Great news for Reignite. So it's Reignite and Sutaraiku right now that have 3 players alive on both sides.
Sutaraiku, they've been trying to sit below this ramp for quite some time. They're now going to take to the skies.
Where are they
in an effort just to sort of take them out of the battle for a little while.
They had to go over. They had to go over, didn't they? Because the circle wasn't on their side, so they're going to have to land up on top of the ramp.
Yeah, who's up there? I don't think there's...
There's no one's up there.
Actually, no one's on the outside, so they could have actually jumped on the outside of that ramp. They decided to go underneath. They have to commit the bubble, and then the EMP destroys the bubble.
Does not look good. Waltzy gets knocked down. Already one out of the picture. Reignite, they're absolutely cheering, though they don't know just yet that it is these teams getting knocked down a peg. Bullets is down. Jarrow is down. Waltzy is down.
Gone.
And Sutaraiku indeed is out of the picture, you'd have to say. This is Reignite's best opportunity. 0 on the floor, getting res back on up. Templex He looks like he's got time. They look like they've got time with that door closed. The res will come through.
Gas everywhere. Jen Burton trying to use his barrels to the best of his ability. A bubble comes up just in time to deny some of those wingman shots, and the Valkyrie flying above it. It's like trying to swat flies.
They're going to have to get some shields on as quickly as possible because there's not going to be too many more opportunities to do so. Dexter now falls. Chambers, Philippos still keeping themselves healthy. Templex is on the floor. That's not great news for Reignite. Now it's down to 0 and Jen Burton. There'll be no more reses available. 3 squads left. Can this be the time for Reignite? It would once again have to be a hero moment for Jen Burton as he starts to try to put that damage down on his opponents, but it's too much. It's too much for him. Who's left? EXO and We Are Trash, who end up ultimately pushing us through to game number 8.
The unthinkable.
So close, yet so far for Reignite. And for all those other teams as well, they got into the top 9 at least, maybe even the top 8 there. You thought there was a chance, any one of them. I mean, I think Dreamfire, once they went down to just Roy, we kind of counted them out a little bit, but Sutaraiku, you know, they had an opportunity if the circle would have headed in their direction. It didn't. They had to take an awful rotate. Didn't work out for them. Reignite, just a little bit too much work to do coming out of Harvester. Man, Team Burger, I mean, yeah, kind of a similar situation to them as Sutaraiku. They had to make a difficult rotate. Didn't work out for them. So, game 8, here we go. But this is going to be an even more action-packed game 8 because now it's probably not just going to be 4 teams. EXO, we saw right at the end there. They're definitely on 50 now.
Yep. So we're up to at least 6 or 7 now. I'm sure we'll get that information soon. Yeah, as you said, Dreamfire and Burger, I think just with how Harvester circles work out, they, maybe even more than some other POIs, does favor the teams who rotate in there early, especially if you've got a core stick and you can hold that position well. So Burger and Dreamfire really struggled. I thought Burger actually played it pretty damn well for the position they had, and did manage to keep a couple of teams off them, like Ath, of course, you know, loves to full send it. It's hard to stop when they get going, but they managed to do that. Unfortunately, wasn't quite enough in the end.
I
and
think
then
this was what
Reignite,
undid it for Reignite. If they could have walked out here with 3, feeling really, really comfortable, you know, Zero obviously has to get res. They have to heal up a little bit. If they could have walked out full HP.
Was that Team Burger that pushed into them there?
I didn't quite catch it, but I don't think it was off the top of my head. But yeah, it just sort of felt like Reignite had to push out into a crossfire with, you know, already a pretty high pressure, tense kind of a situation on their hands. It's just a little bit too much to ask for, even for a team like Reignite. You know, when you got a team above you, 2 teams across from you, both all really looking at that one door, because where else is that team going to come out of?
And then just all these Valkyries who are the last legends left alive on their team, just kind of like whizzing around
Flying
you,
around
like
trying
to play point blank instead of Apex.
Yeah.
Ugh. Tough stuff there, but the 4 match point eligible teams don't manage to clutch out the win. So we are now going into game 8.
Is this?
And yeah, I think we're probably on the same wavelength here. We need.
Can I ask my question and you tell me?
Sure.
If
I'm not sure I know the answer because I want to ask the question, but you go ahead.
I was going to say, is this now the longest or almost the longest match point we've had in APAC South? I think it's pretty close.
It is, because there was Wolfpack Arctic won in game 7 in the ALGS Championships. Actually, no, I think Grape won in 8 games.
Grape,
so this might be.
It was a pretty long game.
This might be equal, the equal longest. I mean, another interesting stat we had come through actually was that on average, it's not the team with the most points that takes out a match point day.
Yeah, well, I think that generally rings true because you've sort of, again, you've peaked too soon. You know, you've used up all your really good games, and that could be the case for Burger, right? They won 2 games in a row to get to 50.
Yeah.
They rocketed ahead of everyone else, but now, I mean, they're probably still at the top, right? Because they had a pretty good finish there, but they didn't win. So it could ring true once again. I mean, in that case, who would it be? Reignite, maybe? I mean, like, what if EXO just wins next game? Like, they've been sort of flying under the radar all day.
Come on, do it.
Do it, EXO. That's the danger of this kind of a format now.
I mean, if we look at, nationality-wise, Australia absolutely killing it at the moment, right? Team Burger, Team Reignite, Team Straiku, 3 out of the 4 that were in that position to win it there in Game 7. Dreamfire, the Chinese team, is the one to join them.
Yep.
So the Thai team's actually kind of falling off the pace a little bit from what we have expected.
Yeah, I mean, EXO definitely we would expect to be up there, and obviously they'll be joining them. Athame, I think, is the other one that sort of hasn't really had the day that they would have wanted to. They might be getting there now, though. They've had a few games. I'm not sure they'll be hitting that 50-point mark, but we'll get those scores up after the break, I'm sure. I mean, what about inside the ring? Again, sort of a little bit of a up and down day from them. They've had some good moments, but nothing consistent enough to say that they really deserve to be jostling for a win just yet. But you know,
deserve. The point system doesn't care about deserve.
No, exactly.
Goldfish.
Well, that's what I'm saying. If you're not getting the points, you don't deserve it, really, at the moment. So, hey, how many teams are there at the moment that we're looking forward to seeing in the next game? We're not so sure. We'll keep the suspense for you. It's time for us to take a break, and we'll tell you on the other side of this one how many teams have a chance of winning here. Well, we weren't too sure that we were even going to get to this point of the day, but it's time almost for Game 8. And that is where things really do start to get a little bit spicy, Genome. I'm going to go with it again, aren't I? Like, it's every single game there.
What's past Californian Reaper? Is there one?
Setting your tongue on fire with literal fire? Like, are we at that point yet? Let's have a look at the scores, and that'll tell us, I think, whether or not we are prepared to set our tongues on fire just yet. And it is going to be 6 teams now into the potential winners circle.
BRP didn't make it.
They didn't get a single point.
So that's 2 games. They've gotten 2 points.
They got none out of the last game.
I'm pretty sure they were on 43 at that game where we had everyone in the 40s. Yeah. We are trash, do well, but they only get up to 47.
Yeah.
Not quite the heartbreak some of the others have seen so far. And then, as we go up towards the match point eligible teams, there's 6 of them. Ooh, it's pretty tight up there. 65, 66, 66, and then up the top as well. So whoever, does end up taking it out, these top couple of spots and how much money you get out of those is also probably going to shift around quite a bit too.
Definitely up for grabs by quite a considerable margin. I think Sudaraiku will probably be a little bit disappointed to drop down to 5th there. And maybe Dreamfire disappointed to go down to 3rd because they were on top for a while, and Sudaraiku was up there pretty early, and they've been sort of hit to the post a little bit by EXO. We were talking a little bit earlier about what was the longest final in this format, and I think we sort of came to the conclusion that it was 8 games, so we'd be sort of at that point again. But I remember when we were doing that, there was far more teams that actually could have gone over the line in that 8th game. I think it got up to 11 or 12 at one point.
Yeah, wow.
If I remember correctly, because there was just a lot of instances where we just kept like ticking teams over. But we're not quite at that point just yet. Although it's getting close. Like this game, I mean, I wouldn't go so far as to say 10, but you're sort of sitting in the area where maybe like 8, 9 teams could potentially get themselves up to 50 if we do head into Game 9.
And remember what I was saying about, anonymous mode potentially making it a shorter day. And
wishful thinking.
Yeah, not so far, huh?
No.
It's wow. Look, so we've got 6 teams ready to go. I think that encompasses every team from the predictions at the start of the day. I think
I think so.
I think between the whole staff and crew put their picks in. Everyone has a chance now.
If I was to pick out 6 teams, I don't know if these exactly would be the 6. Like, I mean, you don't have a theme. You don't have Method to Madness, aka Lightning Unicorn, both who did well in Split 1. And, the AF Core is a team that we've sort of seen having pretty good success in APAC South historically.
Yeah.
In terms of, not necessarily in terms of winning tournaments, but being up towards the top end of tournaments. So they haven't really had the day that they've wanted to. Certainly not Method to Madness either. And some teams have maybe performed a little bit better than we might have expected. I think Kokoi, we weren't too sure what we were going to get from them.
Yeah, they've had a good day.
They've sort of historically been a team that sort of sat around the bottom middle of the pack, but now they're up there fighting for a win, and maybe today is the day for them. It is Game 8, and now there are even more teams searching for that ever-elusive final victory here in the match point format. Let's jump into game and see how it is going to play out. Of course, we're going to keep our eyes really quite tightly peeled on those 6 teams.
Weird drop ship, actually. This is going to make it kind of tough for, your Skyhook, your Climatizer teams. It's a long drop for a lot of those northern teams. Southern teams, not so bad. Oh, okay, we've seen... Oh, this circle, I feel like we're almost getting a bit of redemption here.
Okay.
Right now, Elfish, because this circle looks pretty similar.
Yeah,
to the one
that got cancelled.
We had the game crash in before.
I think that one was a little bit further southwest than what this one is, but you're pretty. Yeah, you're right. It's close.
It's got some of the geyser in it, but because of where those mountains are, I don't think it'll actually. I think the playable end circles where it could be are essentially the same.
Yeah, I mean it could definitely end up over Lava Fisher. I guess you'll have to get your brain working on that one and let us know as to where you reckon it's going to finish up. Lava Siphon, I should say. But the one other thing that I wanted to mention in this all is, again, I'm looking at the map. Every single time we see Reignite dropping, I'm looking to see if there is a beacon there for them. And there is again this time. So, you know, sort of goes hand in hand again with that game that did have to get remade.
And, you know, they were chatting in the lobby after that game cancelled. They were like, we were in God's spot. So, like, they've got every chance to get there again
They're
now.
moving fast as well. They're already out of the...
Because this time they have that beacon, they have that knowledge, and it's close enough to them that they should be able to take the position they want. So last time, was it in the same building as Golden Sage? I'm trying to remember who was in there with them. I think it was actually like...
There was a couple of teams, actually.
Or inside the ring or something like that.
I think it might have been Golden Sage, actually. But there was, I think, a few teams sort of hanging around in Lava Siphon at that point in time. So it's a faster rotate from Reignite than what we saw in the previous game. Once again, you know, just touching in on Sutaraiku, they're sort of just chilling over at Thermal Station, not doing a whole lot. You know, they're always one of those teams that tends to rotate a little bit later than others. Kakoi, not really too interested in rotating in just yet either, but here we have Reignite on their way, and I dare say this is a rotate that they have taken a few times today. They won't quite be able to land inside of the main building in Lava Siphon. They've spotted a few players there, but they're happy to take this one. These are generally fairly defendable. You don't have too many angles to sort of breach them from, and you can get those caustic barrels down pretty early on in the piece. This time a pretty dry set of loot for Reignite, though. Full sets of white armor across the board, so no upgrades there.
Again, I mean...
Yeah. It's a scam. Why haven't they even dropped there?
Yeah.
I guess it is central, so it does give you some pretty good rotations.
Yeah, there's a lot of good reasons to be in that spot. But, yeah, my lord, the loot certainly doesn't seem to be one of them at the moment.
Yeah.
Kakoi, as you said, they're well set up. Methods of Madness kind of nearby now as well. Actually, they're very close to Primus Commander. Be some early fights over some of these central buildings around, you know, between sort of Lava Siphon and North Siphon there. Will we see any teams decide to sort of, you know, play Geyser and then work their way in from that edge? Certainly not seeing any rotate up there at the moment. The only team who's even in that region is MDY, who are just taking their time looting through Lava City and Big Morg.
Templex has already got himself a knock, and Zero has as well. So they're getting some damage on the board. And if they can actually clear this building out, that'd be really nice, because I'm sure they'd rather take that one, especially considering, you know, it's a little bit more central. There are multiple teams actually hanging around at that building now that I take a peek on the map, so...
Yeah, there's, what, 3-4 teams kind of around there. You know, that's where Rig were last time. That's what they called the God spot. That's what they thought is the best spot to play. That said, you know, it's fine. This one, you can only fit one team in the building.
Oh.
And it's not going to be Stinky B.
Goodbye, Stinky B.
So you got Methods of Madness, Golden Sage, as well as We Are God Gamers in there right now. Yeah, Rig just trying to hold this out. Looks like X-Spark actually tried to portal on them, but they've gone back to that main building. So yeah, you have kind of more options to sort of play with and exit as well. I think in this the Northern Lava Siphon building, whereas if someone pushes you in one of the smaller buildings, like the one that Reignite is in, you kind of can't get out. I mean, they can block a door with a trap, they can throw a couple of grenades in there, and then you really kind of just you don't have any options left.
Hey, thanks. We can scan this area.
Golden Sage seem to have set themselves up pretty nicely, just doing some janitorial duty, clearing out the toxic barrels. BRP, who have been a bit up and down today. I think they're getting pretty close. 45 points, aren't they? So they just need one decent game here, and to hope that one of those teams that is already over the line doesn't actually get the win. Nothing much there.
Is there a weapon? No, I don't think there was.
It was just purple armor and
something else.
Blue something. Might have been a bat.
Shame. Would have loved to see a Kraber there for them.
Yeah.
I think the drop rates, they decreased. Oh no, that might have been balanced out. Anyway, you know, still the weapon that just breaks the mind of a pro when they hear it.
Breaks the head of a pro too. Sometimes.
Breaks their confidence. Breaks the shields.
Here comes Team Burger. We should definitely keep an eye on this rotate. They wanted to go forward, but they end up just going backward. Get a bit of info you know, maybe that was just a info gathering mission more than anything else, but it's not really going to help them too much because
they've got circle info, right? Like they
Yeah.
know that it's definitely heading towards that that northern lava siphon region, but I
now
guess
they've
they
used one of their
feel
rotation tools.
they just can't get in there. They
Well, look, I think what that probably was a bit of an info gathering mission. You know, get the X-ray vision to a sense, the scan down, and then just take the balloon, which amounts to more or less the same rotation. So I think that's probably what they've gone for. They did end up taking that balloon, and now they're on their way through the southern side of the circle, which is a little bit more open. There's not too many teams here.
Yeah, it's pretty barren right now. I mean, to be fair, this sort of southern area under lava siphon.
There's not much there.
Yeah, there is a bit of cover, but if the team really wants to push you, then
I mean, you know, life gives you lemons, you make lemonade, I think is probably the mantra here for Burger. They just didn't see a way in to the center of the zone, so they just have to work their way around the outside.
Ath's coming in. They're going down to those buildings where we've got Team X-Spark and Team Rig. X-Spark, no. But they really can't let them take this position away from them. So we see a crypto drone come out there. The EMP removes the bubble as soon as they get down, which means the chance to reset is being greatly reduced.
Fancy footwork. Mitsuru-sama dodging as much as he can, and he's really lucky that he's got the golden armor, because that's actually what's keeping him alive here, getting 2 cells off for 1. Arcstar, a bit too close for comfort here. And, I mean, I think he's going to have a bit of a difficult time trying to get Mosu and Sage and God back up, especially considering he's been spotted by that drone. Here comes some more missiles. It's an ever-present barrage, really, isn't it?
Yeah, it was overclocked, so you can see there Hickey J was on the drone, making trouble there for a Thame. And, I mean, they probably would have been hoping that at least X-Spark went out and finished the job there, but they don't. They're just going to stay inside. They know there's probably too many other teams around for that to be a move without risk.
Yeah. Well, all the excitement dies down once again. We just find ourselves with a little bit more of a quieter zone for the moment. Touch in on Sutaraiku, who are making their way through the western side of the map. EXO toward the more northern side of things.
Bit of a bullseye for the next ring. Going straight down the middle. And that means, of course, well, Methods of Madness, WGG, Golden Sage, Rig, Team X-Spark, and Primus Commander all happy with the buildings that they currently occupy.
Yeah, I don't know that there's any one team here that you could say is in the perfect spot that they should win from or something like that. But of the 6, I mean, Reignite once again has a better position. X-Spark suffering some losses. There's a nice bird's eye view of what's happening around the zone.
Rig full pushing them there. I think it was actually, was that a portal from Bell that he was using to be aggressive? Not sure which side of it. But either way, Rig have done very well. Jem Burton almost overstaying his welcome there. Taking some damage, but gets back inside. And now, this is the position where you start to feel a bit more confident about Rig's chances, right? When they're in that starting position where they haven't really resupplied, you kind of worry about them a little bit. But once they've taken a fight win, then you're like, well, they're at least on toe-to-toe with anybody else, as well as the fact that they've made some space around them now.
They definitely have picked up a fair chunk of loot. I mean, two sets of purple armor, a blue armor there as well for Zero, which I dare say is probably not too far away from getting upgraded. Reignite looking like they're in a better position than they were 5-10 minutes ago. That's bad news for everyone else in the lobby, because there might not be a lobby here after Game 8 if Reignite has their way. 2-1 split at the moment, but it doesn't look like that's going to persist. Ogre 3 still alive, coming down from Fragment East. Quite a late rotate from them. Dreamfire is also still up toward the northern side of the map. They're actually probably not feeling too crash hot about how this game is playing out, because they're very late to the zone. They really don't have too many options to get in, and every single option that they have is going through one or more teams. Luckily, there's no one behind them, so there's that.
Yep, Rage is probably the direction they'll have to, the obstacle they'll have to overcome. And they're definitely watching that pass. Storaiku, of course, down the bottom. coming up behind where, you know, BRP rotated through, where Team Burger rotated through. See, they're just sort of trying to figure out how this next bit is going to play out, because they've got some ground to cover, some open ground to cover. But they do have Bullet on the Wraith, not on the Ash anymore.
I wonder why that is. Maybe
safer rotations,
yeah, I was
potentially.
Gonna say maybe they've just thought, you know what, we want to really like ensure that if we can get a win, a rotate in the late circle, we're going to be able to do it.
Okay, so we've got the next circle coming up, and yeah, wow, Riga picked it.
That's a big one for Rig. I mean, you know, it is a blessing and a curse sometimes though to be in that middle building, right? You're in the center of the circle. That is fantastic, but it tends to draw a lot of heat in your direction. And Reignite is one of the teams that's very good at dealing with that, but there's still 50 players alive in this lobby. Every single round now is starting to get more and more tense, isn't it? You can sort of sense that in the game, in the way that the games are playing. They're very subdued in a way, where we're not getting early fights. Everyone's really valuing their life. I don't want to give it away.
No, and they haven't yet. I don't think any of the match point teams have. Rig, Burger, EXO, Dreamfire, Straiku, and Kokoi all still in this.
Yeah. I just felt so bad looking at Team Burger there on that standings graphic that you had 2 wins in a row, and it was in like game 4 and 5 or 5 and 6 or something, where you'd think like, okay, if you got 2 wins in a row there, you probably won the day. They just didn't have enough points. Oh, how painful. How painful. They won on 49 points, Gino.
Can't let it get to you.
They
Can't
won
let it get
on
to you,
49.
man.
It's getting to me. You know?
He's such an empath.
It's getting to me. EXO. EXO still in the mix. They've come from behind today. Well, they started ahead of most. They've come back from behind. They're on the 50-point mark.
So below them, you can see we've got old mate Savior there trying to set up a bit of a stronghold. Create a little fiefdom down the bottom.
The electric gym.
Lieutenant Surge.
That's right.
Is
That's
that
what I was
we should
thinking
call
of.
him?
Yeah. Lieutenant Surge with his Raichu. They don't have to do too much. They're not having to put in too much work just yet. Again, not too many teams having to really rotate. There's a lot of...
Koi is.
Yeah.
Koi's making the Valk rotate right now. They got in position very early, of course, being a Lava Siphon dropping team.
Caravan.
They found the Caravan.
Bit of a bait, isn't it?
Do we start calling them just like Caravans of Death?
I mean, look, they've already lost. They've already lost Bastion.
Oh, I mean, I laugh.
They'll be able to get the res.
I laugh, but I feel so bad. I feel so bad for them.
I guess you've got to do what you got to do, though, don't you? Like, they're not in a position to win unless they rotate into this.
Who's going to push them,
center.
though? I mean, there's 3 teams in the one next to them. Oh, looks like G-Pie's thinking about it.
I don't even think you have to get
Amidst the
pushed
portal.
necessarily. You just have to take a lot of damage from the nades and bleed out your meds, and then you kind of up the creek without a paddle. You have no way of getting out of there. So unless you win from there.
It looks like Burger and Straiku might be running into each other pretty soon as well. Also Dreamfire and MDY. MDY is on the top of that bridge, but now we can see Straiku. They've actually pushed back Burger. Also getting a vantage point up the top here with the VTOL jets. And BRP are also sneaking in on the back. They've got a longbow trained on Straiku, and all of a sudden these guys might be in a bad position. Burger, they get one taken down.
Dreamfire lost 2 as well, by the way, or got 2 knocked. So Burger's lost 1, Dreamfire potential to drop 2.
The target on
they
the back
lose 2.
of these match point teams is just come out of nowhere, seemingly. Straiku, the only ones able to weather the storm.
Well, Team Burger going to have to do it with 2, but 2 might well be enough. We've seen some magic from Primus Commander with just a duo. Now Team Burger have to really channel that and hope for the best. They do drop back down underneath the bridge.
Straiku kind of want to get involved and do this, but at the same time, they're thinking about only themselves. They need to win.
For sure.
So they They are too worried about BRP on their backs. They've felt the sting of that longbow coming in at them. And now we've got teams Valk ulting all of them and just making this even more complicated. So we've got inside the ring and We Are Trash pulling up in the same area code.
Yeah, Sudoroku, they won't enjoy it, but they won't mind it too much. They've obviously still got options. They perhaps do have to go through these teams. We Are Trash a little bit preoccupied with Team Burger, who's underneath them on the bridge. Savior Heavy getting tagged up quite heavily indeed, surviving for the moment, but MDY eventually finding that, not courtesy of Sha. And that hasn't really lasted too long for inside the ring. Sudraiku under the pump, Waltzy, oh, he just gets beamed.
In a matter of seconds, Straiku go from being in a good position to completely out of this. Teams are fighting over their territory. The teams in the northern Siphon building all of a sudden getting into fights. We've got Rage versus PK up the top. Burger still have 2 alive.
I think
but
EXO has
they're
3.
next to a team with 3.
Does EXO have 3? I think
They
EXO's
do.
got 3, so they might be the team to beat at the moment. Burger, I mean, they've got the banner, but there's no beacon to deliver it to, so they're going to have to do it as a duo.
I believe there are 3 match point teams left alive. EXO with 3, Rig with 3, still in that middle building, and then you've got Burger
with 2.
With the 2. Did they just... I think they just put down a respawn beacon, though.
They might have done, yeah. It looks like that was theirs because it's very damn close to them. Chances of getting a successful respawn here, though, are quite slim. There's plenty of teams around. It's a small circle. Everyone's going to turn their attention to the skies as soon as they hear that vehicle flying through the air. But I guess you have to try it at this point. If it's a 1% up, you have to try it.
Absolutely.
Reignite, they don't need to take 1%. They are playing for the 50%, the 60%. They're trying to do the percentage play, keeping their heads down low. Was that a 2-1 split? It was. Zero's just out in the other building.
He's ranging. He's trying to get some information. He does this often. Sometimes it works out. Sometimes he gets picked off. It's a risky play, but for the moment, it is working out for them.
This is what I was saying.
What we really need to do here, Elfish, is just concentrate on all of these teams that are sitting in that Siphon building to the left of them and make sure they do as much damage to those coming out and that they're not the focus of their attention.
Well, Pricey's fighting hard for Team Burger, but that is going to be the end of their run in Game 8. Exactly. 2 teams left that can finish it off here and now, and both of those teams are in a pretty decent spot. I'd say EXO, they're going to have to fight hard to get out to safety, but Reignite, I mean, it could be their game. We said that last game as well.
Reignite, they actually went outside the building there for a little bit just to take pings at the teams who were Valk ulting in. They wanted to make sure that those teams were worried about themselves having to burn bubbles and not able to just push straight in and use their grenades, their caustic ultimates to try and push Rig out of Godspot right now. So many other teams are having to deal with everyone else. They can't really be bothered. They just don't have the bandwidth to try.
What is going on?
Oh my god, the defensive bombardments just ruin everyone's day on the western edge of this circle.
Is that EXO out of the picture? I think it might have been
Jen
Burton. I can see getting some kills in the kill feed there. Reignite. They're looking very good at the moment, Gino. 6 squads left. And Reignite most certainly is the strongest of the 6. They're going to go ahead and pick up a bit of loot here as well. They don't need a Loba. They don't need a black market. They're going to go for a run to the market themselves and grab what they can, what they need. Inside the ring has 3 players alive. Primus Commander as well. You'd have to imagine Primus Commander quite well stocked up at this point.
They are. They were just using their black market right then. They're right next to... They're the ones next to Rig as well. So everyone's kind of counting on them a little bit. They don't know it right now, but they are counting on them to come through and push Rig out, or at least do enough damage to them that when they try to run to the middle of the circle, as they're about to in 5 seconds' time, they take too much damage.
Oh, Jen Burton goes low. He's cracked. He has to put the shields back on, but he'll be given time to do so. He's got a bat available, though he does have a bit of health to heal back up as well.
Okay, so Rage sitting down the middle there. They're well stocked. They're healthy, but they don't have the high ground. Rig up the top there, as well as a couple of other stragglers, are going to try and make this hell. Now we see PK from the high ground doing a lot of damage to Rage, but really the team they need to worry about is on their right.
Well, Jen Burton being the point man right now, putting those gas cans down the toxic barrels, seeing what he can get done with them. Hasn't seen too much. Reignite have been allowed out of the building. And now they can start to play a for the high ground. Templex spots one up on top of the containers. This is tense. This is very, very tense for Reignite. Emil, Saber, Apex inside the ring is the team that is at the moment standing behind or between Reignite and a win. Got that first knock though.
4 out of these 5 teams still have all 3 players left alive. Some of them starting to get knocked now, but it's not a sure thing for Rig. They have to play this end circle well.
Jen Burden has found the angle. Zero gets one as well, and that's inside the ring, out of the picture in the blink of an eye. Reignite, they're in a good spot. But they're getting collapsed upon by yet another team. Not that they are aware exactly that this is Reignite. Primus Commander, they're the ones to take the challenge, and Reignite says no. Zero is going to ensure that Reignite get away with that one without loss. Jen Burden chiming in there as well. Reignite against the world is what it feels like right now. Every team comes to challenge. Every team comes to try and batter down the door to the castle, to the stronghold. But Reignite are fighting hard. They're losing players. It's 0 left alive. 3 squads, now 2 and 0. The sole remainder for Reignite. He can't get it done. Rage. They pull it off. They pick off the victory, and Reignite, oh, so painful, a second place. They had a third last game, a third or fourth, and now a second. And once again, they just aren't able to get it over the line. That felt like it. The way that Reignite was playing from up on the top there, on top of the containers. I mean, tell me you believed it, because I believed.
I'm not taking anything away from Rage. That was exceptional. They were down the bottom.
Yeah.
They had to take fire from above from Primus Commander. I'm not sure if it was the entire team, but at least the Valkyrie there doing the ult up into the air just to come back down and reset the positioning at the time that that Reignite was too busy dealing with, I think it might have been the old 404 team, Overclock potentially. But those last 2 teams alive just stole enough focus from Reignite. I know what you're saying. I mean, they went through 3, maybe 4 teams there at the end, and still they seem so healthy just until the final boss arrived. And Rage, not a match point team.
Even when it was just Zero, I thought, you know what, they're in with a chance here, because Zero was pretty healthy. He had shields. He was hitting some shots. But he couldn't get it done in the end.
All 3 of Rage were up at that point, so I've got to say it was that would have been a tough ask. Well,
I wanted to believe. I mean, I really did want to believe, because that would have been the perfect finish as well, wouldn't it? Because Reignite, I mean, they fought off so damn many teams. I'd love to see how many kills they got out of that game. I dare say it was quite a few.
Yeah, and that's not necessarily what you want, right? When you're going for match point, you don't want lots of kills. You just want to stay safe until the end and then push it out. And oh man, they managed to kill so many other teams, but just couldn't get over that last hurdle. But we've made history here. We are now into the 9th game. It's a marathon match point effort here in APAC South, and the next game is going to be an absolute barnstormer. There are going to be so many teams on match point, and look, if this game is anything to go by, we're going to have another great finish.
I mean, jeez, can't believe it. Cannot believe it. Anyway, I mean, how many teams now are we going to be at fighting for that match point? It was 6 going into it. I'm starting to lose track a little bit. I think I said, you know, we're probably not quite going to get 10 off of that game. But we might get 7 or 8.
There was a bit of a gap, I think, between the top 10 points and then
Rage was one of the teams that was close. I think Rage might have been around like 35 or something. So
yeah. Oh, actually, how many points did We Are Trash? I think they were on like 47.
Well, so let's find out, Gino. Let's not.
If they grabbed any kills there, they might be able to push ahead, but that could be a heartbreaker for We Are Trash as well, because they're getting 0 placement points there. They would have had to get a squad wipe to move forward.
Well, we do like a bit of suspense, don't we, Genome? But now I think it is the time for us to find out what is going to be the case. 8 teams. So Rage did manage to get it over the line with the win. Kukoi in there, inside the ring as well.
And BRP! They're still not there!
I mean, at this point, it doesn't really matter, because the game just... It's never stopping, really. Like, if Reignite's not going to win one of those last 2...
Oh, okay.
How many games can we theoretically go to? Like, 19. Right?
I'm trying to think if I've seen someone do the math on that. It's a lot. It's
Technically,
like,
it could be. Well, I mean, I guess it
like
could be infinite, right? Almost. Not infinite, I guess, but.
like it's a lot. It's like 20 or something like that. But yeah, I think the longest is still the Poland preseason invitational, I think, which went to like 11 games, I believe.
I mean, it's not that late, you know. It's only 7:30, so.
Yeah. Oh, we got time.
I'm in Melbourne until tomorrow.
We're not
anyway.
even into game hours yet, mate.
Exactly.
Like,
Although I have been going to bed at like 8:30 over the last few days, so it is starting to get to my bedtime.
Yeah, all right, Grandpa.
Bit of a grandpa, but I will stay up late for Apex, I guess. I don't know. I might not have to. There might be one more game to go. There might be more than one more game to go. I'm kind of getting to the point though now where
I'm going to stop making those predictions. Damn.
Where surely it can't go much longer than this. Like the amount of teams we've now sort of crossed the threshold.
What are you talking about? Well, it's not even half the lobby.
Well, I remember this being a big discussion point in that one where it went to like 11 teams. We were sort of like, all right, mathematically speaking now, there is more of a chance that we're going to get a team that wins the lobby rather than a team that can't, that can push us through to another game. We're not quite at that point yet. I mean, it's still mathematically more likely that a team who wins will push us through to another game than win the tournament as a whole. But you got to say it's getting pretty close now. We've got 8 teams in the mix. We've said this a few times. It's gone from 2 to 4 to 6 to 8. Will it be 10 next game? Or will we be talking about a victor? I guess that's for us to find out in about 45 minutes or so. We're going to take another short break. But as always, again, don't go anywhere. This could be the last game of the night. So we'll see you there. G'day and welcome back to what is now quite quickly becoming a very intense day of Apex Legends. We're now into game number 9, and that's where things start to, again, get even more spicy. They get deeper and deeper down that little rabbit hole, don't they? Before we go too far, I want to give a quick shout out to Genome's mum. She is watching, so thanks very much for tuning in. Good on your mum. I don't know if my mum's watching. Probably not.
Really?
Yeah, probably not.
Look,
She does watch some of
to
my
be fair,
shows.
you have more broadcast days than
Yeah,
I do, so
yeah. I think
maybe she gets a bit burnt out.
She's probably gotten a bit over it.
Maybe she got tired of your voice by the time you grew up.
Yeah, maybe. Anyway, let's get this back on topic to what is really quite important at the moment, Genome. We've got 8 teams to take into account now. So, you know, when it was like 2, when it was 4, I could remember them in my head, you know. I was able to just go down the list and think, okay, who's already got to 50? Okay, I remember this. Now, I'm actually having to start, you know, putting a little mark on my notes because there's just too many teams to remember off the top of my head.
Yeah, at this point, it's kind of like, which teams am I surprised aren't there? Like, Grimace Commander, Ath, you know, BRP and We Are Trash, obviously close. But yeah, a little surprised those guys haven't gotten over that hump yet and managed to get there. But, 8 teams have the opportunity to take it out here. And at this point, it's getting... I mean, you were saying it's more likely than not, you know, that
mathematically speaking.
Right.
But
okay.
if we talk
and when you
about
start introducing probabilities
Correct.
about how likely these teams are to actually win the game, I'd say
it's probably...
we're probably closer to maybe 75%.
75?
I would say, yeah.
Oh, I was going to say 60.
Yep.
I was going to say 60.
No, I think some of those teams at the top were definitely pretty heavily weighted towards them taking out the dubs.
I reckon you could have said the same thing for the last 2 games, though.
I reckon if you went back through all of Split 1, who knows? Maybe our statistician can whip this up during the
That's a tough ask.
during the break.
You go through.
You know,
Yeah,
I love asking.
How
for
many
these
games is that? Like
things
50
live on broadcast. It's
60 games.
You know, go back through Split 1, right?
Yeah.
Like, see how many first places all those different teams got, and then, you know, divide that by the total number, and then, you know...
So you want to say, like,
then you
oh,
can
Rig
get a
won
model.
25% of the games in Split 1.
Yeah, right.
Which they probably did, you know, if I'm just pulling a stat out.
Yeah, and if you did that, I reckon you'd get maybe 75% out of those teams that have got, that are on match point right now.
Well, I mean, the one thing that I kind of want to touch on here before we do jump into game, although it is quite soon, is, you know, if you go down the list of the placements that these teams finished in Split 1, like, we've already got the top 4 teams. We're missing Ath.
Yes.
So they finished 5th. They would have gone to LAN. They haven't performed here today so far, and they're still not in a position to try and make the win.
No.
Method to Madness as well, formerly known as Lightning Unicorn. They kind of miss out a little bit here. It's the likes of Kokoi and Rage that have really surprised and impressed today. They're the 2 teams that... They're probably the curveballs. Like Sutraiku and Inside the Ring, you could definitely make an argument for. But Kokoi and Rage, they've kind of come out of nowhere in a way, right? With their finishes 12th and 19th in Split 1. We didn't expect them to be here, but they may still walk away as the victors today. It is game number 9 coming up for you. And again, it could be the final game of the night. Let's find out if we're ending here and now or if we're going to game number 10. Quickly to reiterate the teams to watch. Reignite, EXO, Team Burger, Dreamfire, Sutraiku, Inside the Ring, Kokoi, and Rage Entertainment Team. Teams that are really, you know, keeping us busy. The list is getting ever longer. But when does it stop? When does it finish? You know, when does it finish? That's the big question.
Reignite are on 99 points. Imagine losing when you had like over 100 points on the day.
I mean,
that would be gutting.
You just have to say you didn't win a game. Reignite hasn't won a game yet, have they?
Yeah, you might be right.
So in a format like this, you gotta be in it to win it, and you gotta win it to be in it. So.
Ooh, interesting drop here from BRP. So they've actually gone after Gopcaps. Oh, they managed to grab the down just on those couple of, you know, the few weapons they managed to pick up at the start. You can hear the RE45 ticking away there, and Raki actually grabs the kill. There you go, gonna finish it off. Jax on the backside, he's got a flatline to his name.
That could be a very important point for BRP. Haraki's got another one. So clean with the wingman, followed up by the RE45. And he puts Jack Cute to bed. That's 2 points.
Lala Bang is looking on with the Sentinel here, and I don't think he's going to be able to do anything about this, unfortunately, besides wave to them from behind the glass, then swapping it out for the R301. But they're going for him. BRP have decided that Epicenter is not their home for this game. They're actually just going to come here and take down the Method to Madness team entirely. So there we go. First out. And I don't know, have BRP ever used the, Fragment West as a looting path before? Do they even know what to do?
Look, I mean, I don't know that it matters too much anymore at this point, right? They've got to just think about getting those points on the board that is going to get them over the 50 mark, and they're almost there. It's, I think, going to take one more. Were they at 46 or 45? Either way, it's not a huge amount of work left to do. And we see where the map's going, Genome. This one back toward Thermal Station. Yeah. Not quite as southern as the last one that was headed in that direction.
No, so I'd say it's a pretty low chance we get anything from staging there. My guess here is it's going to be around the... I think we're going to get a lava river sort of ending here. Would very much expect that. And yeah, look, does this favor Strike? I'm trying to think back to that first game. Did Strike... No, it was BRP who came out on top when we had that that very southwesterly lava... so thermal station circle last time. So, can Straiku play it a little bit better? Straiku, they got, I think, maybe third in that game. And that said,
I think it was second, actually.
I think that's even more, that helps you out even more. When it's all the way down in that back village. It's a little bit harder to play here because teams who rotate in late, they can often get that high ground above the lava, and it's just really hard to play.
100% agree. I mean, I think Sudaraiku will have the info on the green. Yeah, they do. They do have the info on the green circle. So they know sort of roughly where this one is going to go. They're going to be able to set themselves up pretty nicely. They're definitely not in a bad spot. I mean, you'll take that. Reignite building, I also really like this building. I think this one is one that gives you a lot of options. You can go down into Thermal Station quite easily with the zip lines. You can stay up on the high ground as well if it sort of heads in that direction. And you can also sort of defend this position quite nicely because there's not a whole lot of cover around it. So to breach that building, I mean, you're going to have to run through a hail of bullets from a team like Reignite. It's not going to be an easy task.
X-Spark holding the line against Burger.
Yeah. It'll be a pretty important battle, really. If Burger find it difficult to get into the zone, then their chances of winning drop dramatically. But they're not too interested.
That pass doesn't often play home to a final circle, but it is important to control. It's, Valkyrie has made it less so, I suppose, these days, but you always want to save that ult if you can, and just sitting in that pass can be a nice little spot to force other teams to use theirs, or maybe even grab some KP. So, early knock for Dreamfire.
This should be resable, surely. Maybe not.
I don't think so.
Roy and Ems are on their way, aren't they?
Okay, actually they're flying over. How did that even happen? I guess we didn't see it start, so we're not sure quite how that knock happened. I'm assuming it was probably Primus Commander.
Either long range or...
They're more EXO.
I mean, I guess it had to be long range, otherwise he would have been flushed. I guess it was possibly EXO, yeah. I guess that's good news for Dreamfire, getting that player back up. Do not want to be going with just the two. Dreamfire have got to be feeling a bit frustrated at this point now. We're into game 9. It was game 5 where they went over the line, or game 6. Game 6, I think, where they went over the line to potentially start getting wins. So they've had 6, 7, 8 to try to get a win, and then in game 5 they were on 49 points. So they've sort of felt like for the last 4 or 5 games they have been in a position to kind of close this out, and they haven't been able to do so. Reignite might be of the same opinion. Frustration definitely setting in for some of these teams. It's becoming a long day, We talk about long days on Apex Legends, and for us, a long day is 12 games because we sometimes have to cast both of the lobbies. But for the players, you normally only see them play the 6 games in that lobby, and then they're done. They sort of go...
Yeah, they're not so used to this.
12 games is a lot. Well, if we get there.
It does kind of depend on how you've been going as well, because I mean,
Suppose so.
you know, there is that sort of part of Apex where it's like, yeah, you get taken out pretty early, and then you know have a bit of a chill for 15 minutes while the rest of the lobby works itself out.
I think you get in your own head a little bit there as well. If you're not playing well, and you're constantly having to come back into these games, you're sort of starting to feel that tilt a little bit. It depends on the team environment and how you sort of interact with your teammates.
A couple come to mind.
Yeah, but and even so, I think on one side you're playing poorly, it can affect you. I think even if you're playing well, but you're not getting the wins, that can start to affect you. That can start to frustrate you, and maybe it's even worse in that case.
Perhaps. I mean, yeah. Look, Riga the best team so far, right? I mean, they are well ahead of the pack in terms of points and how consistently they have performed, but that's not how this works.
It would be good to sort of get a listen into one of those teams, you know, Rig, Sudaraiku, Burger, any of the English-speaking teams, just to sort of see where the mindset is at. You know, even if it's not necessarily during a high-action sequence, is it a bit, you know, you can normally tell just from the way people sound how they're feeling.
Yeah.
And, I mean, I'd say for the most part, these teams are obviously professional enough. They've done it enough times. They've been in this situation before that it shouldn't be affected them. But I wouldn't be surprised. Like, I wouldn't begrudge a team that was a bit tilted at this point, you know? It's
look, after
unforgiving format.
For a few of the streams I have listened to out of you know, people in this region, Elfish, I'm not so sure on that front. I think there's a couple of teams that, you know, perhaps could use a sports psychologist.
Maybe.
Probably get some benefit out of that.
Perhaps.
Okay. Ooh. Okay, so it's a high shift. I'm still saying it's a less likely that it will finish up in that little pass there. I think it'll actually probably finish where Rig are. Like,
yeah, just outside of Rig's building, maybe.
Yeah, so, you know, maybe kind of half on Thermal Station and half on, you know, above the Lava River. And that's why we keep talking about that, you know, teams that are on the high ground there, just demolish them. Yep. Like, you have to fight off all the other teams on the high ground. But once you do that and the low ground also finish up fighting, then it's just easy pickings from there.
High ground definitely the place to be.
Saving your Valk ult for that kind of situation, also important.
This will be now the third game in a row where we've looked at the map at this exact point and said, Rig are pretty much dead center, or as dead center as you can be, in a pretty good spot. I guess arguments in some cases to be made that the position they had to play from was quite difficult, but they were in the center. And this is the third one in a row. And the last two, Reignite was in, I think, the top, definitely the top 4, might have been even the top 3, and then a second place. So if they keep that trajectory going, you know, there's only one more place to go.
Oof. Nut. And just get it down onto Savior here as the other sniper user in the lobby, or one of them at least. Taking a crack at BRP. That's the team that they were pinging at, going back towards the Vault Tunnel now. Okay.
Hasn't charged the Sentinel.
No. Well, we can't see how many cells he's got down there in the bottom right at the moment, but he's going to go for it now. Rip the cord out. Oh. No, he's just trying to make noise and scare them.
Right, off we go. This is peak Nutsuru Sama viewing time.
I gotta say, I love how much punch boosting has already changed the pro scene.
Yeah.
Well, you know, it was a very recent discovery, and we're already seeing almost everybody using it.
Well, you have to, right, to keep up in every sense of the word. You know, you when you're at a professional level like this, and you're, again, like it comes back to that discussion we were having a little bit earlier about the 0.5% or the 1%. That could be a 1% thing, really.
Oh, it is, yeah.
But that 1% can be the difference between you living safely or not, or, you know, making that 1% difference really could be bigger than it seems.
So Xavier looks like he did get finished off after Nut dealt with him, and now with Rudine gone as well.
We should go here.
Is that where our trash completely eliminated? Yes, it is. So, wait, did they get 3 kills? Probably not. Another game.
So
They're
painful.
sitting outside match point.
So damn
If
painful.
that even matters by the end of this game.
It might. The
might.
way we've been going, it very well might. Look, Athame, they've got Mitsuru Sama with an amped Sentinel. I mean, they're going to win, right? That's just how it works.
Yep.
They don't exactly have the best positions, though, do they? But EXO, I don't think EXO is going to be feeling that comfortable right now. They're probably feeling a little bit antsy. They are on the northern side of the zone, and they are inside of the next ring. But ultimately, where we expect this zone to end is going to prompt a pretty tough rotate for EXO. Dame is in a bit of a fight, so I might have called it a little bit too soon, Gino. See what they're going to be able to do here. Mosu on the Ash. Don't see too much Ash today, and I think Bullet's gone off of it.
Yeah, 2 or 3 teams using it. And I honestly, I don't think it's improved their play style. I don't think I don't have anything against the Legend, but for Ath in particular, I think they've been struggling since the switch to Ash.
Certainly struggling
now
right
with
now.
only Saiyajin God left alive in this fight versus X-Spark.
Yeah, I don't think this is going to get them over to 50 just yet, but with that kill from Saiyajin,
they've got some ways to go.
They keep themselves in the mix.
Okay, now we do have some vision of the next circle, as expected. Definitely favoring Rig. It's definitely it's in that sort of area where we're going to get a split over the Lava River.
Yep.
Remains to be seen how far it goes over top and bottom. You know, will a team like Inside the Ring love to play up the top of towers, whether it's Epicenter, whether it's Thermal Station, they just like to be up the top and tucked into bed there. As long as they can possibly be, you know, will that be okay for them for the moment? There you go. So that's the ring we're talking about there. It will, you know, get smaller once more after that.
Yeah, this is a pretty deadly one. Kind of damned if you do, damned if you don't. If you stay on the high ground, you have to contest with a lot of teams for very small amounts of positioning. And on the low ground, it's like kind of the same, not as bad to the same extent, but if you win the low ground, you don't necessarily feel as though you're in the best position to still win the game.
No, unless you've somehow won cleanly, managed to reset with the bubble, and also have your Valkyrie ready and can go over the top of them or something like that.
Maybe.
It's pretty tough. I mean,
that's a few things in the checklist.
Dreamfire also in the same compound where Rig are at the moment. The thing that I find tough about holding those buildings, these ones were right here, Elfish, is I feel like they're defensible, right? Like you can win, but it's often a bit of a war of attrition, you know? And you'll take some losses, replacing the window bars.
Yeah, Pete just really putting that one in the slot.
Yeah, and it's like, sure, you can repel the other teams, but when you do, you know, you end up with 1 or 2 members left alive, and then, you know, that's not a game-winning position that these teams need to be in. So Ath have already cleared 1 team out of the pass. Next, they're looking to take it to Team Burger.
1-1 fight, but by the slimmest of margins. Definitely want to win another one. Defensive bombardment did come down, didn't really do a whole lot of damage.
Oh, MT, he actually tried to Valkyrie out there and it got cancelled.
Oh, that's not good news. That is not good news. Now Athame, they sense the blood in the water. Mitsuru Sama.
First pick.
You can see through the smoke as well, through the toxic gas. He's already gotten that knock. Sharky on the ground. This is not good. 3 on 2. Playing slowly but surely. Sharky is completed the kill. Confirmed for Athame. That's 1 more point on the board.
MDY actually right below Team Burger right now, but they're taking it very slow, but eventually Team Burger have to try and get into cover, and they're gone. 2 wins earlier in the day at this point mean nothing.
And this feels pretty bad for them as well, because there is every chance that another one of those teams, another one of the 7 remaining, can pick up a win from here. I mean, the odds are starting to shift in the direction of a victor. But it will not be Team Burger. MDY They're not in a great position here, not feeling too happy about it. Gonna get pushed as well. Is this a theme? It is. Team's headed in their direction. So, yet another team might well fall to this powerhouse from Thailand that has not been having a fantastic day, Gino. Thame has really not been cutting the mustard today, but this game is starting to look a little bit more like it. Really flexing their muscles. Working their way around the circle. Golden Sage. Down to just the one player, Azu. And he's not in a very fun spot there at all. There is no cover to play with. Reignite have allowed EXO and Dreamfire to sort of move in.
Yeah, that's fine, as long as it's not in their building.
Sydney apartment block.
They might not be too bothered. Okay. Heavily favoring, again, the top side, right? As expected, teams should know how to play these thermal station circles by now. Teams on the lower ground are going to have to fight for scraps and then try and get out with the Valcolt when they can. The bubble's down here. I mean, we have got gamers going up again. Striker had to try and make their move. Can't make it through.
Well, no win for them here in game number 9 either. Here comes the push. Thame's there as well. They've got the perfect angle to just third party this, put in some pesky, annoying shots. They're going to get some good damage down. 5 kills for Natsuru-sama. Is it happening, Genome? Is the Thame coming alive?
Well, there's at least 11 other squads in the lobby that are hoping they do.
It would be a good time to do it.
BRP, they've managed to find actually a pretty good spot here without too much tension in it on the northern side of both Lava River and the Circle. Rage, they're in a very low ground position here, so sure, they've still got the 3 members up alive, but how do they turn this into a game-winning position when BRP are looking to gatekeep them on the top of this circle?
From here, surely you have to say it's one of Frigg, Dreamfire, or EXO in this kind of a position.
Imagine if someone else.
Can a Thame sort of bully their way in? I don't know. I mean, I don't think so. That's such a hard angle to push from. Especially when you've got teams below you as well, down there toward Thermal Station. They're working their way in right now, but it's not looking too crash hot. Reignite defending comfortably. Doom will go down.
Okay. This is Reignite defending against Kokoi. You got to remember, Kokoi also on match point now.
Yep. Could be any one of these teams. Literally any one of them. Really doesn't matter. It just comes down to that one final win. Some kills coming through there for inside the ring.
Okay, PK go down. That's another chance of this continuing. No longer in the lobby.
So how many really are there? Thame definitely is one of them.
BRP is the other big chance, I think.
Starting to look like we might be getting a finish here in game number 9. Bastion drops. SQL dropping as well. I mean, I'm looking at the kill feed and I'm not seeing any of the big names dropping, you know what I mean? I'm not seeing those teams that...
Well, Rage just took out, I think that was some inside the ring members. Okay, here we go.
Well, they've got the bubble to play with. That's going to provide them a brief moment of respite, but it won't be enough to keep them alive for the entirety of this game. They have the gas there that helps out as well. Obviously obscures vision, but it's not going to stop bullets.
Final ring now closing in. 8 squads left alive. I think out of those 3 are not match point eligible.
And how many of those match point eligible teams are looking pretty strong at the moment? Obviously EXO, we can see on our screens, have a good deal of utility still left, and Hillipause hits the purple armor, tries to find some more damage. He'll need to duck back away, provide himself some safety, keep himself alive. EXO, players are dropping. It's just Dexter left alive, and again now their hopes starting to fade. Thame looking quite strong as well on the other side of the wall. They go up onto the high ground, courtesy of the portal. This is actually a great spot to play from, assuming no one has an angle on them. And maybe there is only one team, but they have cover from that. Reignite down on the low ground. They won't like that. It's not a place where you can really dictate the game, is it?
No, and they don't have the Gibraltar ultimate available right now. That could be something that forces them off the roof, or at the very least, forces that bubble out. There we go. The bubble does come down now for a Fame, trying to weather the storm. They've got red armor. They've got red guns.
That's the big story for me right now. Can a Thame weather the storm? Can a Thame push us through to a game number 10? Surely it has to be them. Reignite's there. Rage is there. Dreamfire's there. Everyone there. Looking for the win. BRP as well, I think still alive, that might be able to push us through to a game 10, but surely it's a Fame from that high ground that have to be the difference makers. 5 teams left alive. Reignite losing Templex. He's down on the ground and surely not resable at this point in the game. Zero flies desperately up into the air, but it's not a fun place to be. BRP, they get knocked down. Teams falling all over the place. Dreamfire might be out of the picture here as well with Roy. And will it be Rage flying high in the sky, trying to tank the zone? There's only a couple of players left alive to deal with, but Zero the hero. Can it be for Reignite or Dreamfire? It's down to a one-on-one, and it will be Roy to clutch it out. Dreamfire get the win, and heartbreak for Reignite, yet another second place. But for Dreamfire and Reignite, so fitting that it comes down to those final 2 teams, the first 2 to get to 50 points, the first 2 to get to match point. But it's Dreamfire that wins.
Roy, the one-man army. I mean, it's just him. There's Zero down on the ground there as well. All 3 of the Rage members, by the way, made it up safely into the Skyward Dive. They took a little bit of damage from the ring, but when they came down, the 2 solos just took so much, just had so much firepower that they get rid of them and then leave it in a 1v1. And the PK shots from Roy, he showed us how much potential he has throughout this season, right? The 12 kill games, the 50 kills across 3 games for the Dreamfire team. An incredible finish here in Game 9, the longest series we have ever had in APAC South for the match point format, and it's going to be our Chinese team, Dreamfire, taking out the win.
$50,000 there for Dreamfire. Not a bad shout. Not a bad shout at all, and it comes down to a one-on-one between Roy and Zero. That is going to be a one-on-one that goes through both of those players' heads all night tonight. For Roy, in celebration. For Zero, in heartbreak. I gotta feel bad for Zero, and I gotta feel bad for Reignite, because they really put themselves in a winnable position. Probably 3 games in a row, you'd have to say, and it wasn't converted. Zero down to the sole surviving member for Reignite in 2 of those as well, both of which ultimately end in a 2nd place. And, you know, those are the kinds of games that I think normally you would see Reignite sort of convert that, although, I mean, every single one of those situations was incredibly difficult for them. So maybe not a fair statement overall, though. I mean, great day of Apex Legends for us here today. You know, I think at one point we were thinking, you know, maybe this is going to be done in 5 games, 4 games. Start of the day, I was, you know, entertaining ideas of maybe 3, more in a facetious kind of a way than anything else. But the fact that we get to 9, it really raises the stakes. I mean, this was such a fantastic shot as well. Look at that. You see all of those teams. You can go through the list. It was BRP and a Fame that needed the win to push us through to a game 10. And once those 2 teams were out, this is what it came down to. Up in the sky. I really thought it was Rage. I thought it was Rage. Up in the sky, surely you'd think.
That was interesting. It's like he let the other players drop. Almost.
Who was that on the ground with the shield up? Was that one of the Dreamfire players, or was that one of the Rage players?
Yeah, I don't know. Ems was alive close to the end. It could have been him.
Yeah, I was going to say, because that shield definitely looked like it helped Roy out a little bit. Whether it was from his team or from Rage, or who knows. Whatever.
I mean, playing around the knockdown shields in that, you know, real endgame scenario, always a big part of it.
Yeah. Right. Well, Team Dreamfire, of course, Genome, we do have to look towards them, and your champions for today and your champions for the APAC Pro League in APAC South are Team Dreamfire. I mean, we didn't even really expect to get to this point, did we? We thought that these guys would be at LAN. We thought that maybe they would be a team to really contest over at the international event. But obviously they weren't able to attend, and I think this is a pretty good prize for them regardless. They definitely deserve it. You know, they were very, very consistent during the regular season. During the split, they managed a top 4 placing, and so that's enough for me to say, look, very, very consistent from Dreamfire.
Yeah.
I knew, you know, going into the split and even during the split and even after the split, there was a lot of discussion around Dreamfire as being one of the top dogs, and I was sort of, I was looking at it and I was saying, yeah, I mean, obviously they're up there, but are they up there? Like, are they up there with EXO? Are they up there with Reignite?
Oh,
They've proven it today.
Look, totally, right? I mean, I think as I talked about at the start of the day, it was those 4 top teams, right, that we were looking at. And we have kind of seen that come to fruition, right? I mean, I'm sure we'll get a look at that finalized scoreboard at some point to see exactly where things ended up. But with another second place there, you're expecting Rig to be on top in points overall today.
Yep.
And, you know, that feels kind of fitting, right? Because, you know, as we said, these teams missed out on that opportunity to go overseas and you know, play in front, well, probably not in front of crowds these days, but
You hope not, yeah, I guess.
oh, big online crowds at the very least,
For sure.
and, you know, with the best players in the world. So, you know, the fact that they picked up the lion's share of the prize money here, you know, going to Burger, going to Rig, going to Dreamfire, is quite fitting. Yeah, look, and it was quite close as well.
Very close.
Right? I mean, that's one thing I'm definitely taking out of this. And one thing that I think is a great portent for the future of the scene is that it is quite close at the top here in APAC South. It's not a one-team show. You know, as much as everyone on Reddit might like to think that Rig is far and away the best, I mean, there's definitely an argument to be made for that after today with how far ahead I think they'll probably be on points. But at the same time, I think we've seen that the top couple of teams are definitely all, you know, genuinely world-class Apex Legends teams.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, anyone can win it, and that was the storyline that we came into today with, and we got to a position where, you know, 8 teams could potentially walk away with a win. I don't think that was the most that we've ever had in a situation like this. I think it was 11 that could have potentially won in one of the first match point formats that we had here in APAC South. But, you know, overall, it just shows sort of the quality that there is available to us. There's so many like painful storylines out of today as well, though. You know, I think we obviously want to celebrate the victors, but, you know, let's
49s.
Let's take a thought for those teams that were on 49 points. I mean, Dreamfire was the first one, so.
Do you reckon the Burger guys are just going to like,
they're going
to see the 49 number just pop up in their lives?
I think 49
and just like have like a,
it's going to be a trigger point.
God.
Yeah, it's going to be a trigger point. It's like,
yeah,
my trigger. I need a trigger warning for the number 49.
Yeah.
You know, what about Kokoi obviously starting off so well, getting 28 points out of that first game, but really not being able to get too much more on the board, you know, to sort of convert the great start into what could have been a good spot. To sort of give them some more opportunities to get over the line a little bit earlier. You know, obviously they would have needed another win at least today, but that was going to be difficult regardless. But that was definitely on offer. When you get 28 points out of the first game, you'd probably want to be one of the first teams to have a crack. They weren't. It took them quite a while. I mean, BRP again probably felt like they could have put in a little bit more. There was like 3 or 4 games where they were sitting on 40 plus points and they weren't able to get onto the 50-point mark, and so they didn't really get much of a chance to sort of fight for that win. Obviously, you're fighting for the win in every single game, but, you know, does it really matter when you're on 40 points? I guess it's nice, but it's not a win. You know, Reignite 2 second places, and I think what was a 3rd or a 4th in a row to ultimately just come second. We're assuming they come second. I'm assuming they come second because they probably have more points than anyone else. But, you know, there's just so many. I can keep thinking of these moments where I can think for every team really that doesn't pull off the win, that is not named Dreamfire. There's a lot of things for today that you'd be thinking, could have done this better, could have done that better. It'll go through your mind for a little while until the next tournament pops up, probably.
Will they be looking back through those VODs and being like, oh yeah, there's a, you know, there's a single bullet that came from afar that stole one of our kills, or you know, if we had have survived here like 5 seconds longer, we would have got that 1 extra placement point, you know, something like that.
You're gonna go have a look at the VODs probably and live through that really rough sort of.
Yeah, look, is what it is. I'm sure they'll still be walking away with probably. Yeah, what, 4 or 5 figures there?
I mean, 50,000 for first. I think it might have been 25 for second. Don't quote me. And obviously going down the list, everyone gets paid out all the way down to 20th. You get $500. I think the bottom 5 teams get 500, and then the next 5 get 1,000, and then it sort of increases pretty quickly from there. So there is money involved for every single team, which is, you know, I mean, in a way, it's probably it's better than what a lot of these teams would have expected, right? Because for 15 out of 20, they weren't going to land. They weren't getting anything else. And now they've got another tournament to play and they've got some more money, so that's good for them.
All right, why don't we have a look at that final scoreboard and see where the teams ended up. Obviously, Dreamfire are going to be on top with that final victory, 87 points, but it was Reignite on 114. Who are going to come second there. Burger, I think as expected, they're third place. Exo Clan,
it's
fourth. Oh, wow. It's pretty close going down,
you know,
across that top 10 there, really.
It's crazy to me. Team Burger, they just seem to be like, it's like a curse, right? Third is great. Third is great. But third is not great if you get third in every single tournament. And they pretty much get third in every single tournament. So I think they're probably in that position where they're saying, we are a fantastic team. We deserve to take first. We're in positions to take first, but forever third, that curse for them. I mean, Sutaraiku, I'll say, have just improved upon their result a little bit in a couple of the previous tournaments. Championship, they were 7th. During the split, they were 7th. They've gone up to 5th overall. EXO drops down a little bit from 2nd average to 4th, so they are probably a bit disappointed with that. But, you know, again, 4th is not bad. Overall, you know, a few teams that have really improved upon their positions, like Rage, Kokoi, these kinds of teams that probably came into this without too much of an expectation. And have gone really well for themselves.
Yeah, well, I'm also wondering who managed to pick up that Apex Predator $750 with the most kills at the end. You know, do they split it? Do we have a couple of extras? Look,
surely there's
I can't make anything happen.
There's a pretty easy tiebreaker. It's just who got more damage. Like, I don't know if that is the tiebreaker, but that's what I would do. If I was in that position, I'd say, okay, you both got 15 kills. You both got 20 kills. Who did more damage? If that's then tied, well, then I'm sorry. That's pretty unfortunate for whichever person.
Who's your money on?
Jeez, that's actually a hard one because, I mean, I guess is it Roy? Because he was in there before.
I think it might be Jen Burden, actually.
Jen Burden?
Well, you know, there's the last couple of games. Like, he'd already got a couple of kills towards the start, obviously. He was the kill leader at some point. And then, you know, Rig went, like, second.
True. But I felt like Zero was getting a lot of the kills for Rig. So maybe... Yeah, I don't know if Roy has gotten enough in that last game. I mean, I know he got the last one, so there's that.
Got the one that mattered.
Does that count for like 10? I feel like that counts for 10.
Counts for $50,000.
I mean, I'll say Roy. I think the only other one that maybe was worth a mention was Waltzy. We saw him pop up a couple of times on the damage. Was it the damage or the kill chart? I think it was the damage chart for Waltzy. And he maybe wasn't quite converting the kills, so maybe that one's a little bit hasty. But yeah, it's a good question to ask. I think Jen Burton, Roy. I don't know. I don't think any of the EXO players would have been up there in terms of that.
Yeah, I think
Not
they
sure
were
about the
sharing it
Perga
around a little
guys.
bit more.
Ems and Pete, I don't know that they were really fragging in the same capacity as Roy was. So,
Look, either way.
probably has to be Roy. I saw Saber getting a lot of kills as well, though. Saber.
Oh, from inside the ring, yeah.
Yeah, I don't know that he had enough, maybe, but we'll see.
Yeah. Well, it's been, an amazing season here for Split 1 Pro League in APAC South. Amazing moments. I mean, Dreamfire, I had them picked, as my most exciting moment throughout the split, with their Week 5 performance, and it only got better from there for them taking out the dub. We've had lots of other great performances. Those top 5 really were a special bunch, and it was great to see all the top 20 playing here today. So look, big shout out. Thank you guys so much. Everyone who's watching out there on Twitch and YouTube. I know we've got a lot of fans all around the world actually who tune in for this. APAC South, very exciting region. I hope the games are up to everyone's standards. It's been such a fun season here casting. Thank you to you, Avril, as well, who joined us throughout the season. All of our observers, Roots, Zen, Crash, and Sky, of course. Our statistician behind the scenes, Rice. Who else have we got?
Don't
Swifty
forget anyone.
on the keys.
Dex, the social guy.
Dex, helping us out on socials as well. Thank you so much to EA for giving us this opportunity as
Genome's
well.
mom, thank you for watching.
Yeah, look, sure.
And all of you guys at home as well.
Why not, right?
Yeah.
So look, make sure you're following us on Twitter at GG Longshot, as well as on our Twitch channel here. We will be back again next season, of course, I'm sure it'll be bigger and better. Thank you so much, everyone, from us here at Longshot. It's been a wonderful season, and we'll see you next time.
Flash, Bastion, and Doom playground advantage to take those peaks, jumping on top of the containers. It looks like it's going to work out well for Kukoi. 3 players still up, 6 remain in the game. That's 2 squads. Kukoi lose 1. It's easy flash down on the floor, but it does not matter. Kukoi walks away with a victory in the first game of the day, and those 2 teams down to 2, and it seems Overclock have sprung on the opportunity to maybe find themselves a win here in the second game of the day in the APAC South playoffs. Mitsuru Sama, the last alive to potentially take that opportunity away from them, but Overclock, too good. They bide their time.
It's destroyed almost as quickly as it can be placed.
Not too good here from We Are Trash, just sitting down below BRP and taking so much damage from those thermite nades. We Are Trash, have they gifted Dreamfire a free win, or is there still yet another story to tell here? A 2-on-1, but Dreamfire pull it off. They didn't really have...
Interesting the way they're playing this 0 and Temp on the back, just sort of isolating a little bit.
Maybe there's still some life left in Dreamfire, but down to just the 1, and surely it's a bit too much. I think that might have been helped along a little bit.
I'm moving. Moving up. You shield is right, Jara, shield is left.
Yeah. Keep walking forward.
Shooting left.
No, I'm dead.
Okay, they're going down, and it's really Team Burger versus Team X-Spark to finish it off. And X-Spark, they played it really well. They were inside.
The picture, you'd have to say. This is Reignite's best opportunity. 0 on the floor, getting Rez back on up. Templex. He looks like he's got time. They look like they've got left. Can this be the time for Reignite? It would once again have to be a hero moment for Jen Burton as he starts to try to put that damage down on his opponents, but it's too much. It's too much for him. Who's left? EXO and We Are Trash, who end up ultimately pushing up. Every team comes to try and batter down the door to the castle, to the stronghold, but Reignite are fighting hard. They're losing players. It's 0 left alive. 3 squads, now 2 and 0. The sole remainder for Reignite. He can't get it done. Rage, they pull it off. They pick off the victory, and Reignite's there, Rage is there, Dreamfire's there. Everyone's to be. BRP, they get knocked down. Teams falling all over the place. Dreamfire might be out of the picture here as well with Roy, and will it be Rage flying high in the sky, trying to tank the zone? There's only a couple of players left alive to deal with, but 0! 0 the hero! Can it be for Reignite or Dreamfire? It's down to a 1-on-1, and it will be Roy to clutch it.